Chapter 1600. Gu Zhong's combat strength was unparalleled. He fought against 3 almighty emperors alone and even pierced through heaven and earth. This battle was even more soul-stirring than the battle between Yin Hao and Dongwang. The combat strength of almighty emperors was absolutely terrifying. Gu Zhong brushed shoulders with death at every moment. He was almost slashed by the sacred sword of the young master of the Immortal Sword sect several times. If it wasn't for his desolate steps, he would have been defeated long ago. In the distant sky, Gu Fei quietly looked at the battlefield in front of him. The place had almost turned into a piece of chaos. Gu Zhong's performance had exceeded his expectations. The time limit of the secret art of ascension is almost up. It's time to end it, Gu Fei said to himself. Gu Zhong could not maintain the state of ascension forever. As long as his state of ascension disappeared, the 3 almighty emperors would be able to kill him in an instant. Of course, it was impossible for Gu Fei to allow his only disciple to be killed. At this time, the dragon Qi in the earth dragon vein had almost been collected by He Tian's scarlet gourd. He Tian stopped. He knew that if he did not take action, Gu Zhong would be in trouble. Nephew Gu, I'm coming. Mahakala put away the crimson gourd filled with earth dragon Qi, then shot up into the sky from the mountaintop. With just one step, he rushed into the battlefield. Boom! The yin and yang essence Qi suddenly erupted, and a black and white yin-yang diagram appeared in the void. The 3 almighty emperors were sent flying. They were all extremely shocked. Nephew Gu, go and take a rest. After I kill these 3 guys, I will give you half of the earth dragon Qi. He Tian directly threw Gu Zhong out. This He Tian, Gu Fei shook his head. Those 3 almighty emperors are going to be unlucky. Since they provoked this fellow, there was no way they would be able to get away with it. With Mahakala's cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to kill these 3 almighty emperors. The 3 almighty emperors felt uneasy. The battle prowess He Tian displayed was too powerful. He sent 3 almighty emperors flying with a single move. This made everyone's hearts palpitate. Didn't you just say that I'm a demon? Now that I'm standing here, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. He Tian's cold gaze swept across the faces of the 3 almighty emperors. The hearts of the 3 almighty emperors trembled. They could feel He Tian's killing intent. This time, they had kicked an iron plate. They had never expected this fellow to be so powerful. In the world of cultivation, the strong preyed on the weak. That was the most primitive rule. In the end, whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Right now, He Tian's fist was harder than the 3 almighty emperors, so the 3 almighty emperors did not say anything. What, are you all mute? He Tian's face was filled with disdain. He hated these righteous fellas the most. The moment they opened their mouths, they would call him a demon. It was as though they were the only ones in the world of cultivation who were not demons. I think there's a misunderstanding here, the old Taoist from Xianxia Temple said. At this moment, the blood energy within the old Taoist body was still rumbling. That tremble from He Tian earlier was incomparably powerful, causing the old Taoist to suffer a huge impact. The young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect and the experts from the Song family were not having a good time either. Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. Right now, I, the demon, am going to kill you 3 demon slayer heroes. The power of yin and yang interweaved on He Tian's body as an yin-yang diagram appeared faintly on his body. A powerful might spread out from his body. They were all almighty emperors. However, the old Taoist and the others could sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from He Tian's body. What are you afraid of? Let's attack together. I refuse to believe that he can really kill us. The young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect was very domineering because he had a holy sword in his hand. The purple holy sword circled around the young sect master, emitting waves of holy sword energy that protected him. He believed that no one would be able to break through the defense of the holy sword. However, a translucent sword light that could not be seen by the naked eye flashed by, and the head of the young sect master flew into the air. What? The Taoists from the Xianxia temple and the experts from the Song clan were both shocked and quickly backed away from Mai Tian. Mai Tian had killed the junior house lord in the blink of an eye. He has a holy sword too. The old Taoist from Xianxia temple had an extremely ugly expression on his face. The others had no idea how the young sect master was killed, but the old Taoist was able to see through it. Reckless fool, He Tian cursed. Then, he stepped forward with the intention of retrieving the purple holy sword. However, when He Tian killed the young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect, the purple holy sword let out a deafening cry, soared into the sky, and actually flew away on its own. Even 10 young sect masters of the Immortal Sword sect would not be enough to kill the invisible divine sword. The invisible divine sword contained killing intent. When it struck the young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect, it also destroyed his primordial spirit. Almighty emperors might be strong, but they couldn't withstand an attack from a holy sword. This was the reason why Guzhong didn't dare to let the young sect master's purple holy sword get close to him. Even if he didn't die, he would be half dead if he was hit by the holy sword. He actually killed the young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect. This is going to be a disaster. The sect master of the Immortal Sword sect is said to be a half-saint. This is going to be a good show. Seeing that He Tian had killed the young master of the Immortal Sword sect on the spot, everyone was shocked. That was the young master of the Immortal Sword sect. He was no ordinary almighty being. His half-saint father would never let this matter rest. At the moment when Mahakala killed the young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect, a furious roar rang out from the Yin capital. This furious roar echoed through the entire Yin capital, startling everyone. Soon after, on a mountain ridge in the Yin capital, a silhouette dashed out. This silhouette disappeared into the void in an instant. His speed was so fast that it was inconceivable. Kill! He Tian didn't stop. He rushed towards the old Taoist and the expert from the Song family. The yin-yang diagram rushed out from his body and enveloped the entire sky. Rumble! The void trembled as the yin-yang diagram revolved. Streams of yin and yang energy fell down from the sky like a huge dragon, sealing off the escape route of the two almighty emperors. Killing us won't do you any good. The middle-aged man from the Song clan couldn't keep his composure anymore. He was already regretting his decision to provoke this malefic star. Yes, you should know that we all have a powerful force behind us. The old Taoist from the Xianxia temple said. It was obvious that he wanted to make He Tian feel apprehensive. However, they were wrong this time. He Tian didn't care about the forces behind them. He dared to provoke the original Emperor Xian of the heaven world. So why would he be afraid of the forces in the human world? Whether it was the Immortal Sword sect, the Song family, or the Xianxia temple, He Tian ignored them all. He continued to press towards the old Taoist and the middle-aged man, ready to attack at any time. Chapter 1601. Rumble, the yin-yang diagram in the sky descended, sending down endless yin and yang energy, suppressing the world. He Tian did not show mercy. He wanted to kill the two almighty emperors directly. Thousands of yin and yang energy turned into killing light, falling from the diagram in the sky, destroying everything in its path. The void was collapsing, turning into chaos and nothingness. Those who dare to provoke me, if I can't kill them, I'll hide. If I can kill them, I'll kill them all. He Tian's cold voice rang out, his murderous intent soaring into the sky. The old Taoist from Xianxia temple and the cultivator from the Song family of Yindu all had ugly expressions on their faces. He's a fiend. The old Taoist from Xianxia temple waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, and the 3,000 whisk threads immediately turned into 3,000 dragons, soaring into the sky, wanting to break through the sealing power of the yin-yang diagram and rush out. When the almighty emperors attacked with their full strength, they naturally had a shocking momentum. The old Taoist from Xianxia temple shone with divine light, and within the divine light, there were countless Tao patterns faintly visible. This was the power of the great path that he had cultivated. At this time, the old Taoist from Xianxia Temple could no longer hide his strength. The opponent was too strong. Master, do you think Uncle Master He will succeed? At this time, the fat Gu Zhong stood behind Gu Fei, watching the battle in front of him. He had already retreated from the state of ascension. Humph. Who is your Uncle Master He? This guy never does anything he's not sure of, said Gu Fei. With He Tian's current cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to take down these two people. Moreover, he had an invisible divine sword in his hand. When the old Taoist from Xianxia Temple attacked with all his strength, the cultivator from the Song family of Yindu also attacked. A divine light emerged from his brow, and a golden cauldron rushed out from his Niwen palace. Buzz! In the midst of the rumbling sound, the golden cauldron shone with endless golden light, instantly becoming as huge as a mountain, wanting to push open the yin-yang diagram. Above the golden cauldron, there was a ripple of saint power, which made He Tian become serious. This cauldron was a saint item? Swoosh! He Tian immediately used the invisible god sword. An almost transparent sword light rushed out of his hand and directly killed the 3,000 dragons that soared into the sky. The horsetail whisk in the old Taoist's hand was actually an ancient artifact. It was an immortal artifact, refined by a being who was close to becoming a saint. However, 3,000 strands of its whisk were severed by He Tian's invisible sword. The dragons that had been severed turned back into tiny silver threads and floated down from the sky. The old Taoist priest spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This divine artifact of the immortal Tao had been refined by him for countless years. It had already reached the point where it was connected to his mind. The destruction of the divine artifact had also affected him. Cultivators of the immortal Tao had always refined protective treasures. As the cultivator's cultivation level gradually increased, the power of the protective treasures would also gradually increase. For cultivators of the immortal Tao, the protective treasures they refined were like an extension of their bodies, closely connected to them. Primordial spirits and consciousnesses could be refined into an immortal artifact. Such an artifact possessed great power, but if it was broken, the owner of the artifact would also be affected. No, the sword light fell, and the old Taoist from the Xianxia Temple was scared out of his wits. He felt a chill run down his spine, and in the next moment he lost consciousness. The old Taoist could not stop He Tian's invisible sword light. One should know that this was a saint weapon. Even if it had not been awakened, it was still not something a great emperor could contend with. Everyone was stupefied when they saw this scene. This person actually killed another supreme elder of High Clarity Temple. This enmity was too great to the point of piercing through the heavens. The Immortal Sword Sect and Xianxia Temple were both great sects in the Yindu. Sects that could be called great sects were all existences that had existed for countless years. The sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect was a half-saint. A half-saint with the Tao of the Sword was much more terrifying than an ordinary half-saint, because the Tao of the Sword was the Tao of slaughter. As for the Xianxia Temple, there seemed to be a mysterious expert presiding over it as well. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the Xianxia Temple to continue existing in the Yindu. This person is insane. He actually offended two great powers in the Yindu at the same time. Look, he's going to kill the younger brother of the Song clan's patriarch. At this moment, He Tian had no intention of stopping. After killing the old Taoist, he directly pressed towards the middle-aged expert from the Song clan. The sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect will be here soon. You'll die without a burial. The expert from the Song clan couldn't help but shudder when he saw He Tian kill two great emperors in a row. This fellow's cultivation was only at the great emperor realm, but he was much stronger than them. Before I die a graveless death, you will die a graveless death first. A cruel smile appeared on He Tian's face. Then, the yin-yang diagram descended from the sky. The mighty power of yin and yang was unexpectedly strong enough to resist the golden divine cauldron of the Song clan's expert. Damn it! The expert from the Song clan attacked with all his strength. The golden light emitted from the golden divine cauldron illuminated the heaven and earth. A terrifying power erupted from the golden divine cauldron. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the surface of the golden divine cauldron. Each of the Tao patterns bloomed with immortal light and interweaved with the power of the great Tao. This was a quasi-sage tool that already possessed the aura of a sage tool. However, the golden divine cauldron was not a true sage tool. Hei Tian directly controlled the invisible divine sword and directly split the golden divine cauldron in half. Under the blade of the invisible divine sword, even a divine weapon refined by a quasi-saint would be destroyed in a single strike, unless it was a divine weapon of the same level. What? The golden divine cauldron of the Song clan was split in half. That is a famous divine tool in the Yin capital. When they saw this scene, the spectators in the distance were dumbstruck. This person was peerlessly domineering, and he actually acted without the slightest scruple. He killed as he pleased without any hesitation. Could it be that man? Someone thought of the battle that had taken place in the Wu land. That battle had attracted the attention of countless people. A divine weapon of the Great Path had been awakened, and all the experts on the Tonglong continent had sensed it. It really seems to be that man. Some people had been to the battlefield in the Wu land, and many of them had seen Hei Tian's appearance. At this time, some people began to recognize Hei Tian. What? Isn't that the man who injured the chaotic Taoist body? Someone noticed Gu Fei. On the day when Gu Fei and the chaotic Taoist body fought in the starry sky, many ancient experts had witnessed that battle. After recognizing Hei Tian and Gu Fei, all the old-timers who knew the inside story sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder these people were so domineering and didn't put the great sex of Swallow Capital in their eyes. Rumble. Just as Hei Tian killed the experts of the Song clan, an extremely powerful aura spread from the direction of the Yin capital, shocking all the heavens. A peerless figure was approaching at high speed. I recommend a book by a friend, Invincible Martial Saint. Those who like fantasy should read it. Chapter 16:02. A terrifying aura swept over from the direction of the Yin capital. Everyone could feel an immense divine might that could shake the heavens and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. A half-step saint. In the sky, Gu Fei frowned. These peerless characters were finally going to come out. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Yin capital. It wasn't strange for one or two half-step saints to come out. It would be strange if there weren't any half-step saints in a place like the Yin capital. Damn it! Hei Tian's expression changed when he sensed the aura. That person wasn't lying. A half-step saint had arrived. A shocking sword aura caused the world to lose its color. Is it the half-step saint from the Immortal Sword sect? Some of the old antiques in the vicinity hadn't left yet. They knew who it was. There was only one person in the entire Yin capital who could have such a powerful sword aura. How dare you kill my son? Hand over your life. A loud roar shook the 9 heavens, and even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. Everyone's mind was shaken, and some people with weaker cultivations even directly fainted. The shout shook the mountains and the rivers. The newcomer was extremely powerful. Clang! The sword chime sounded like a dragon's roar as a resplendent sword light appeared several hundred miles away. The moment the sword light appeared, it had already cleaved down on the space above Hei Tian's head. The sword light's momentum was ferocious, and its speed was unimaginable. The sword light became the only thing in the world. Hei Tian's yin-yang diagram was cut in half by the sword light. Not even the great Tao of yin and yang was enough to stop it. What? Hei Tian was shocked. The newcomer's killing power was so strong that he wasn't a match for him. He felt a great sense of danger when the sword light descended. Buzz! He desperately drove the invisible divine sword upwards to block the attack. That almost transparent sword light solidified, and countless almost transparent Tao patterns appeared. Clang! There was another deafening sound as the sword light descended from the sky and collided with He Tian's invisible divine sword. All the spectators could hear was a buzzing sound in their ears, and then they couldn't hear anything else. Some of the old-timers closest to He Tian had blood oozing out of their ears. All the spectating seniors turned pale with fright, and they hurriedly retreated towards the distance so as to avoid being affected by the battle. If they were to suffer a calamity, then they would die an unjust death. Yin City was indeed the capital city of the great Yin dynasty. There were more than 10 powerful warriors of the older generation that came from Yin City. Gu Fei could sense more than 10 powerful auras. Some people wanted to hide their auras, but they couldn't escape Gu Fei's eyes. Gu Fei had reason to believe that these powerful warriors were only the tip of the iceberg. One had to know that all the great sects of the great Yin dynasty had set up their bases in Yin City. However, there was no time for Gu Fei to think about these things. He Tian was in danger, and if he didn't act, then He Tian would probably die again today. He Tian's body was very strange. It was unknown what secret technique he cultivated, but he could continuously reincarnate. It seemed as if no one could truly destroy his soul. Without any suspense, my Tian was slashed down from the sky by this frightening sword. Even the invisible divine sword was sent flying by the impact. He managed to block the sword. The person in the distance was shocked. He didn't think that He Tian would be able to block his sword. One had to know that this was a sword strike with all his strength. How could an almighty emperor fight against a half-step sage? Even He Tian couldn't. You are dead. The sect master of the Immortal Sword sect walked over from afar. Sword-shaped Dao patterns appeared around his body. It was as though heavenly swords were circling around him. This was an old man with a long beard. His entire body was like an unsheathed sword, emitting sharp sword energy. His eyes opened and closed, and sword energy shot out of them. The sect leader of Immortal Sword sect was extremely powerful, like a supreme being above the 9 heavens, looking down on the world. Roar! He Tian rushed up from the ground. He had been hacked down from the sky by the Celestial Sword sect's old sect leader and suffered a great impact. A wave of sword energy entered his body. Boom! Countless Dao patterns appeared on He Tian's body. Inside his body, there was a terrifying power awakening. Billions of Dao patterns turned into formation patterns and imprinted themselves in the sky. Rumble! In just a blink of an eye, a super formation appeared between the heaven and earth, emitting a monstrous killing intent. Everyone was dumbfounded. The heaven and earth shook, and the power of heaven and earth gathered towards the formation crazily. This was He Tian's killer move, imprinting the void with formation patterns, turning the void into a killing formation. Formation Grandmaster? Even the sect leader of Immortal Sword sect was shocked. He Tian's method of forming a formation out of the void was indeed shocking. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. In the current human realm, there was no such existence. Even in this great world, it was difficult to find another formation master who could form a formation out of thin air. Even in this world, it was difficult to go to the heaven realm. Old man, you want to avenge your son? Seems like you won't have the chance. Although He Tian was an almighty emperor, he was a formation grandmaster. He could form a formation out of the void. This was a killing formation formed by interweaving yin and yang Dao patterns, which could increase his combat strength by 3 times. You are still not enough. The sect leader of Immortal Sword sect sneered. Trying to fight against him with such a method? This guy was still not strong enough. One should know that he was a half-saint. Clang! The sect leader of Immortal Sword sect turned into a divine sword and slashed into He Tian's killing formation. The shocking sword chi tore the void and He Tian's killing formation apart. Hee, I'm afraid that you won't come in. He Tian sneered. Without hesitation, he executed the Heaven Ascension secret technique. His aura instantly soared to a level that could change the color of the heaven and earth. Boom! Billions of runes emitted a dazzling divine light. All of the runes emitted a blinding light, and the entire world seemed to be burning with a divine fire. He Tian disregarded the consequences and executed the strongest attack of the killing formation. The formation patterns burned, turning into a terrifying destructive force that obliterated everything. The sect leader of Immortal Sword Sect was shocked. He didn't expect He Tian to have such a move. He didn't know what secret technique this guy used to increase his combat strength to such a level that even the sect leader was shocked. Endless destructive divine light swept towards the sect leader from all directions. Every ray of divine light was enough to collapse a mountain range. The power of the great Tao contained within was enough to injure a saint. He Tian, this guy, Gu Fei saw this scene and wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Given He Tian's means, even if he couldn't kill this Sword Tao half-saint, he could at least make him suffer. Billions of formation patterns burned. The void within a radius of 10,000 feet was turned into a land of destruction. The void was annihilated and chaotic chi rushed out. The old sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect roared out again and again. He was in big trouble. Chapter 1603. He Tian was ruthless. He used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art, to challenge a half-step saint. Boundless killing light soared into the sky, turning the void into a land of destruction. The runes of the killing formation burned. He Tian didn't care about the price. He wanted to teach a half-step saint a lesson. So what if the opponent was a half-step saint? Roar! The old sect master was in big trouble inside the killing formation. The runes turned into killing light and interweaved with each other, causing the void to be annihilated. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. This ruthless person actually dared to trick a half-step saint. This was too heaven-defying. One should know that this was a half-step saint. In the entire mortal world, no one could suppress a half-step saint except for existences like Ghost Emperor Fengdu. A half-step saint could do as they pleased in the mortal world. No great emperor had ever dared to challenge a half-step saint. But today, everyone's understanding was shattered. It turned out that a great emperor could also fight against a half-step saint. Of course, a great emperor challenging a half-step saint was absolutely a heaven-defying act. One must have something to rely on in order to dare to do such a thing. He Tian was a formation grandmaster and cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art. With all these factors combined, he had the qualifications to challenge a half-step saint. However, Erebus, who was in the middle of the killing array, wasn't feeling too good either. He felt as if all the blood in his body was burning. Terrifying cracks had appeared on his yin-yang divine body. He was under great pressure. Even his powerful yin-yang physique was on the verge of collapse. He knew that it would be difficult for him to recover his vitality after this battle. Buzz! Sword hymns kept coming out from the killing formation. The old sect master displayed his peerless combat strength. A divine sword swept through the heavens and earth, seemingly about to rush out from the killing formation. Rumble! The entire killing formation was shaking. Runes were constantly being destroyed by the resplendent sword light, and the destroyed runes were immediately repaired. The power of the killing array grew ceaselessly. It was as though a world-destroying millstone was spinning and an endless stream of destructive light shot towards the old sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect. Kill! The old sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect was simply too strong. A furious roar rang out from within the killing array. Even though he was enveloped by the endless destructive light, he was still able to advance step by step towards He Tian, who was in the middle of the killing array. The old sect master's footsteps were firm and steady, as if nothing could stop him. Boss, if you don't make a move, I, Old Black, will die here today. At this time, He Tian had no choice but to ask Gu Fei for help. If this continued, even if he didn't die, his vitality would be greatly damaged. It would take a long time for him to recover. Now that the human world was about to enter a great era, He Tian didn't want to miss such a grand occasion. In the distant sky, Gu Fei also knew that He Tian would be in danger if he didn't make a move. Although no one could really kill this guy, It would still be troublesome if this guy's vitality was severely damaged. As the human world was about to enter a great era, many places needed He Tian's help. One should know that there was no Grandmaster of Formation in the human world. With the help of a Grandmaster of Formation, Gu Fei was confident that he could compete with anyone. Let's stop here. Gu Fei shouted and was about to make a move. But at this time, two shocking auras came from the direction of Yin City. Two half-step saints were rushing towards this place at high speed. Are half-step saints so worthless? Gu Fei frowned. He didn't expect two more half-step saints to jump out. There were indeed many peerless characters hidden in Yin City. A white figure appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was a middle-aged man in white robes. His body was surrounded by 9 rays of divine light. The power of the immortal Tao covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as if Emperor Xian had descended from the 9 heavens. Images of divine beasts appeared around the middle-aged man, and their terrifying auras caused everyone's expressions to change. At this moment, another half-saint appeared. His appearance caused everyone to be stunned, because it was actually a child around the age of 10. What? Even Gu Fei was stunned. A half-step saint in his teens? That's impossible. This child should be a super ancient. The child wore red robes and had a golden necklace around his neck. His hair was tied into 2 high buns, and the image of a dragon appeared beneath his feet with every step he took. That person is... Could it be that person from the legends? Some of the ancient who had lived for countless years seemed to have recognized the half-step saint. Their expressions changed. If it really was that person, then there would be a good show to watch. Some of them started retreating. Who killed my disciple? The half-saint who looked like a child spoke. His voice was extremely old, and it was very different from his appearance. It was very awkward to listen to. Someone actually dared to kill my brother? Damn it. The middle-aged man was incomparably powerful. He hadn't even arrived yet, but his aura was already surging out, causing everyone's souls to tremble. Child primeval chaos. Old ghost song. This person is mine. The voice of the Immortal Sword Sect's old sect leader rang out from the killing formation. With a sword in his hand, he could break through all divine arts. The boundless divine light of annihilation crumbled under his sword. The new arrivals were none other than the master of the Song clan and the master of the prime elder of the High Clarity Monastery. Their backgrounds were so powerful that everyone present was shocked. Old Ghost Sword, could it be that this person killed my disciple? Child Primeval Chaos took a step forward, and the image of a true dragon appeared beneath his feet. He charged into the killing formation and attacked He Tian. Primordial Chaos Boy was also very powerful. His hands turned into 2 dragon shadows and broke through the killing array, displaying his powerful battle prowess. 2 half-step saints attacking an almighty emperor. Don't you have any shame? Gu Fei shouted and took a step forward. He charged into the killing formation and sent a palm strike at the 2 half-step saints. The violent martial path, true force condensed into a huge hand that covered the entire sky. Be it the old sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect or the primordial child, both of them were shocked. Gu Fei's palm strike was so powerful that it shook heaven and earth, causing them to be shocked. Buzz! The old house lord put away his divine sword and used it to protect himself as he charged out from Gu Fei's attack. However, Primordial Chaos Boy didn't dodge. He retracted his hands and struck upwards. 2 chaotic dragons rushed out from his hands, and a powerful force shattered the void. Boom! There was a loud bang as Gu Fei's hand collided with Primordius Boy's fists. An extremely powerful force erupted between the two. Countless formation runes were destroyed. The power of the 2 experts destroyed everything. Even Erebus killing formation couldn't withstand it, and a corner of it was directly destroyed. Chapter 1604. With 2 half-sages attacking, He Tian was definitely not their match. Gu Fei had no choice but to make a move. He struck out with his palm and immediately resolved He Tian's predicament. The Sword Immortal Sect's old sect master was unwilling to fight Gu Fei head-on. His body and sword became one, transforming into a sword beam that charged out from under Gu Fei's hand. As for Primordial Chaos Boy, he did not dodge. Instead, he punched out with both fists, clashing fiercely with Gu Fei. The power of a half-sage shattered the void, revealing a terrifying divine might. A half-sage was a powerful existence that had 1 foot in the sage realm. Although they were not a sage, they already had a trace of sage's aura. A sage might emanated from Primordial Chaos Boy's body, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Under this sage might, no one could muster the thought of resisting. However, Gu Fei was an exception. Boom! Gu Fei's hand collided with Primordial Chaos Boy's fists. The powerful force that erupted destroyed everything. Even a corner of He Tian's killing array collapsed. He Tian took advantage of the instant Gu Fei and Primordial Chaos Boy clash to control the killing array and charged out. At this moment, he was about to exit the Ascension state. Gu Fei was sent flying, while Primordial Chaos Boy was slapped down from the sky by Gu Fei's palm, smashing a short mountain below. Buzz! The void trembled and the entire void collapsed. Gu Fei's power and Primordial Chaos Boy's power collided and canceled each other out, turning the void into primal chaos. Gu Fei was secretly alarmed. This Primordial Chaos Boy was extremely powerful, far stronger than an ordinary half-sage. He was a powerful opponent. Furthermore, there were 2 half-sages staring at him. He felt a great deal of pressure. Even Gu Fei did not have the confidence to fight 3 half-sages by himself. 3 half-sages. If he did not use the extreme Dao Divine Sword, he would probably die with a grievance. Who are you? Why are you standing up for that person? The head of the Song clan pressed forward. Divine phoenixes and dragons appeared in the air around him. The power of the immortal Dao was vast and mighty. He was like the supreme Emperor Xian, and it was difficult to look at him directly. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why are you being so long-winded? Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind, and divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on his body. A terrifying power awakened on his body. At this time, he no longer suppressed his own cultivation. He's just an almighty sovereign. How could he possibly fight against a half-saint? After sensing the aura on Gu Fei's body, everyone was shocked to the extreme. He was only a great sovereign, but just now he had collided head-on with Primordius Boy and knocked him down from the sky. Some of the old antiques knew the origins of the Primordial Chaos Boy. He was a ruthless character, the only super old monster left in the Xianxia temple. Roar! At this time, the Primordial Chaos Boy roared and rushed up from the ground. His murderous aura soared to the sky. Although he looked like a child of 11 or 12 years old, no one dared to look down on him. Damn you! The Primordial Chaos Boy was a lawless fellow. He attacked Gu Fei as soon as he arrived. He didn't have the demeanor of an expert of the older generation. His actions were completely based on his own preferences. Boom! The Primordial Chaos Boy's hands formed a chaotic dragon in front of him and then struck towards Gu Fei. The chaotic dragon soared for thousands of miles and arrived in front of Gu Fei in the blink of an eye. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. This chaotic dragon seemed to have a life of its own as it actually let out a dragon's roar. This dragon's roar caused the sky and earth to tremble. Gu Fei only felt his ears buzzing. In the next moment, he couldn't hear anything else. Musical assassination technique? Gu Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he struck out with his Primordial Chaos Fist. Countless Dao runes appeared on his fist, interweaving into a powerful force. Bang! The dragon's head was destroyed by Gu Fei's fist. The dragon's body was also broken into 7 or 8 pieces. After that, it dissipated into the void and turned into chaotic chi. What? The Primordial Chaos Boy was shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is this guy really an almighty emperor? How can he have such powerful combat strength? The combat strength that Gu Fei displayed had exceeded everyone's understanding. An almighty emperor could really fight against a half-saint. This kind of heaven-defying thing was happening right now. However, at this time, the old sect master of the Immortal Sword sect and the patriarch of the Song clan had already arrived. Their powerful half-saint aura made Gu Fei feel a great pressure. It was already heaven-defying for an almighty emperor to fight against a half-saint. It would be a miracle if an almighty emperor could fight against 3 half-saints alone. Even though Gu Fei could fight against a half-saint, he wouldn't be able to take on 3 half-saints at the same time. Swish! He used the 8 Desolation Void Steps to break out of the encirclement of the 2 half-saints. The 8 Desolation Void Steps was the fastest in the world. Not even 2 half-saints could stop him. Let's go. Gu Fei's body became one with heaven and earth. He pushed his speed to the limit. With a single step, he arrived in front of Gu Zhong and kept him in his inner world. After that, he rushed towards He Tian and used the power of heaven and earth to wrap around He Tian and fly towards the depths of the mountain. Trying to escape after killing my son? The old sect master of the Immortal Sword sect was the first to chase after Gu Fei. The child of primeval chaos, as well as the clan lord of the Song clan in the capital of Yenhaven, gave chase. After all, the disciple of the child of primeval chaos, the Taoist priest of the High Clarity Temple, and the younger brother of the clan lord of the Song clan, had both been killed by Erebus. There was no way the 3 half-saints would let He Tian go so easily. It didn't take long for the 3 half-saints to disappear into the horizon. Some of the old-timers didn't want to miss out on a battle of this level, so they followed suit. Some of them already knew that Gu Fei and He Tian were the ruthless people who had fought against the mysterious inheritance in the Shaman land, so they began to worry about the 3 half-saints. Those 3 old fogies are really like ghosts that won't go away. Gu Fei used his fastest speed to shake off the 3 half-saints who were chasing him. However, the 3 half-saints were not to be trifled with. They were actually able to keep up with Gu Fei. The 3 half-saints seemed to have mastered some kind of secret technique. Although Gu Fei was clearly able to shake them off, the 3 half-saints would immediately chase after him as soon as he stopped. At first, Gu Fei thought that they had done something to him, so he released the heaven and earth energy to isolate his aura. However, the situation did not change even after he did that. As soon as he stopped, the 3 half-saints would immediately appear and chase after him. What's going on? It wasn't just Gu Fei. Even He Tian felt that it was extremely troublesome. The 3 half-saints kept chasing after them, and at this rate, they would catch up to them sooner or later. After running for 50,000 miles, Gu Fei and He Tian still hadn't shaken off the 3 half-saints. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel annoyed. It wasn't that he was afraid of them, but they really didn't know what was good for them. Chapter 1605. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little angry after being chased by the 3 half-sages for 100,000 miles. Did these guys think that he was afraid of them? They were simply courting death. One should know that he had already killed more than 1 or 2 half-sages. As long as he took out the violet gold divine sword, Gu Fei felt that he still had a chance to kill the 3 half-sages. Boss, why are you being so courteous with them? Why don't we just turn back and kill those 3 old farts? He Tian said with a murderous look. How about I leave this task to you? Kill 3 half-sages in one go. Your name, He Tian, will shake the entire soaring sky continent. Gu Fei said impatiently. He Tian had an awkward expression and didn't say anything. What a joke. With his cultivation, going against a half-sage was absolutely courting death. Even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. He Tian would never do something that would put him at a disadvantage. At this moment, Gu Fei and He Tian landed on a mountain peak. There were many mountains around them, and there were no signs of human activity. They could occasionally see the silhouettes of ferocious beasts in the forest. Just after they stopped for a while, a short figure appeared on the horizon, walking towards Gu Fei and the others. That person was walking in the sky, and with every step he took, the shadow of a true dragon would appear under his feet. It was a child around 11 or 12 years old. However, his skinny body emitted a shocking aura that caused all living beings in the vicinity to tremble. Primeval child. Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but narrow when he saw that figure. Although this person had the appearance of a child, he was actually a super antique. The title of primeval child was a taboo 10,000 years ago. This person had a problem with his cultivation, causing his physique to forever be like that of a child. This was a lawless fellow who was also protective of his own people. All the rules of the cultivation world were useless against him. This half-sage acted according to his will. One had to admit that this primeval child was indeed proud of his cultivation and strength. He didn't need to worry about anyone. Why aren't you running anymore? Boys of primordial chaos walked in the void. From a moment he appeared and took a few steps, he had already arrived near Gu Fei and the others. From the sky, he looked down at Gu Fei and He Tian on the mountain peak. The shadow of a dragon loomed in the sky. The aura released by this primordial chaos boy could affect the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His blood energy was also incomparably vigorous. It was hard to imagine that a super old-timer would have such a powerful chi and blood. He was like the rising sun, and no one could ever imagine that he was an old-timer. Who said we escaped? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Gu Fei's voice was extremely calm. A divine sword flew out from his dantian and landed in his hand. It was a simple and unadorned longsword. A chilling aura emanated from the sword in Gu Fei's hand. The temperature of the entire world dropped. Even Primordial Chaos Boy felt a chill. His eyes flickered as he stared at the long sword in Gu Fei's hand. It was an ancient sword, but it made him feel a great sense of danger. This wasn't an ordinary sword. It seemed to be even more frightening than a holy weapon. Even a holy weapon wouldn't be able to give him such a feeling before it was awakened. Could this be the legendary? His expression changed. If the longsword in Yi Futian's hand really was one of those legendary items, then he really wouldn't have any confidence. Swoosh! At this time, Gu Fei had already rushed up from the mountain peak. He directly slashed at Primordial Chaos Boy's head with the divine sword in his hand. There was no shocking sword light, and there weren't even any fluctuations of sword energy. However, the moment Gu Fei made his move, Primordial Chaos Boy was alarmed. Without a second thought, he left behind an afterimage on the spot and instantly retreated 5 kilometers away. A wave visible to the naked eye rushed out from the divine sword and directly crushed Primordial Chaos Boy's afterimage before falling down. Swoosh! The visible transparent ripple landed on the ground, and a bottomless crack silently appeared on the ground. It was as if the entire ground had been split in half by the sword. This Primordial Chaos Boy no longer had any doubts. No holy weapon could have such power. There were no energy fluctuations at all, but the ground had already been split open. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Primordial Chaos Boy stepped on the true Dragon Phantom and flew tens of thousands of meters away from Gu Fei. He really couldn't afford to offend Gu Fei since he had an extreme holy weapon in his hand. However, he had to take revenge for killing his disciple. Go! Primordial Chaos Boy was decisive. He knew that he couldn't do anything, so he immediately turned around and left. After a few more steps, this ruthless person disappeared at the end of the horizon. He left just like that. Gu Fei was also very surprised to see this result. Could it be that this guy could see that the divine sword in his hand was an extreme holy weapon? This seemed to be the only reason why someone like Primordial Chaos Boy would turn around and leave without saying a word. Just as Primordial Chaos Boy left, another figure appeared in the distant sky in another direction. It was an existence in fluttering white robes. Divine phoenixes and true dragons circled around him. The head of the Song clan had arrived. However, before Gu Fei could say anything, the head of the Song clan suddenly stared at the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand, then turned around and left without a word. The last to appear was the old sect master of the Immortal Sword sect. His son had been killed by He Tian, and the vengeance for his son was irreconcilable. He swore to crush He Tian's bones and scatter his ashes. As for Gu Fei, the moment the old sect master of the Immortal Sword sect appeared, he had already swung his sword. A transparent ripple that was visible to the naked eye fell on the old sect master's head. What? In that instant, the old sect master felt all the pores on his body shrink and his hair stand on end. An extremely dangerous aura had already enveloped him. Roar! The old sect master roared and directly shattered the void, escaping into it. A few drops of crystal-clear blood dripped down from the void. Although the old sect master of the Immortal Sword sect managed to escape in time, he was still injured by the strand of sword energy that the purple-gold divine sword emitted. Although he wasn't directly cut by the divine sword, it was enough to heavily injure him. No one could have imagined that 3 half-sages would pursue Gu Fei like this. If news of this got out, it would be enough to shake the entire Tonglong continent. In particular, the birth of an extreme holy weapon would definitely make all cultivators jealous. Let's go back to the eastern region. After scaring off the 3 half-sages, Gu Fei threw Gu Zhong out of his inner world and rushed to the nearest transportation formation with He Tian. Chapter 1606. The Eastern Domain, 100 years ago, was once the world of the Taishan sect, but 100 years later, there was no more Taishan sect in this world. The once powerful Taishan sect had completely disappeared. The place where the Taishan sect was located had collapsed and was replaced by a terrifying demonic den. With the demonic den as the center, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles had turned into a demonic domain. From time to time, terrifying demonic shadows would appear there. It was a dangerous place that had appeared in the Eastern Domain in the past 100 years, and no one dared to enter it easily. The Heavenly Market and the Demonic Den were the 2 most dangerous places in the Eastern Domain. A great era had appeared in the human world, and even a dangerous place could not stop the footsteps of the strong. Emperor Dongwang had once entered the Demonic Den and killed a great demon. The Heavenly Market had also become a trial ground for some super forces. There were many strong people in the Eastern Domain. In addition to Emperor Dongwang, the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity had also produced an extraordinary figure. This person was enough to compete with Emperor Dongwang. There was a place in the Eastern Domain that had been abandoned for nearly 100 years. It was once the location of a dragon vein in the mountains, and it was called the Dragon Valley. 100 years ago, the Taishan Mountain collapsed, and the Eastern Domain changed greatly. An ancient demon came out from the depths of the earth. In that battle, the entire Eastern Domain was affected, and the Taishan sect was almost destroyed. The Taishan sect, whose vitality was greatly damaged, once moved to the Dragon Valley and temporarily settled down. However, at that time, the conflict between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chun was already clear. He killed Dongfang Chun, the most outstanding genius of the Dongfang family. As a result, Dongfang Wudi was provoked. However, even Dongfang Wudi was burned to death by Gu Fei's divine fire. This hatred was getting bigger and bigger, to the point where it was impossible to resolve. On this day, 3 people appeared in the Dragon Valley. This place is still the same as 100 years ago. When Gu Fei saw the destruction in the valley, he couldn't help but feel emotional. The valley was full of traces of a great battle. Although these traces had been there for 100 years, they were still clearly visible. Some places were already covered with weeds, and some places were even completely covered by vines. Coming back to the old place, Gu Fei remembered the scene of his childhood on the Taishan Mountain. The Taishan Mountain collapsed, and even the tomb of his master, Wan Xianxia, was destroyed. There was nothing left in the entire Supreme Mystery Sect. Back then, my cultivation base was not high enough. Otherwise, those fellows would not have been able to break the killing array that I set up. He Tian's face turned grim. I'm going to visit the Dongfang family and the Zhao family. Gu Fei's eyes flickered with a cold light, and a murderous aura spread from his body, causing He Tian and Gu Zhong's hearts to palpitate. This was a star of calamity. He was able to fight against a half-saint with his cultivation of a great emperor. It was definitely not a good thing for anyone to offend him. It seemed like a storm of blood was about to arise in the Eastern Domain. Now that Gu Fei had gone to the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family, a great battle was inevitable. He Tian could not help but feel his blood boiling as he thought of this. Back then, the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family had joined forces to break the killing array that He Tian had set up and entered the Dragon Valley. The disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect were either dead or missing. Only those who had participated in this matter knew what had happened to the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect in the end. "Master, what should we do next?" Gu Zhong asked. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then said, "It's time to meet an old friend." He took one last look at the Dragon Valley, then turned around and walked out without looking back. The Supreme Mystery Sect had become a thing of the past, and the Dragon Valley had become ruins. What he needed to do now was to take revenge. During the dark turmoil, the Supreme Mystery Sect had not been destroyed. However, from the moment the primordial Zhao family and the Dongfang family joined forces to break into the Dragon Valley, the Supreme Mystery Sect was destroyed. The Eastern Domain had become the world of the primordial Zhao family, the Dongfang family, and the Devil's Denver. However, the return of Gu Fei would break this situation and add countless variables. The Eastern Domain was about to change, and it was time for the forces of the Eastern Domain to be reshuffled. The Eastern Emperor City was an ancient city named after the Eastern Emperor. In the Eastern Domain, there had only been one invincible Eastern Emperor, and that was the ancestor of the Dongfang family. This ancestor of the Dongfang family had long disappeared from the human world, just like those saints. However, for countless years, no one dared to underestimate the Dongfang family, because this was a family that had produced an invincible emperor and had a background that made people fear. In the Eastern Emperor City, the city lord was appointed by the Dongfang family. Even the Immortal Dynasty could not interfere in the affairs of the Eastern Emperor City. In the Eastern Domain, the Dongfang family was enough to contend with the Immortal Dynasty. "Master, I have already found out that the city lord of the Eastern Emperor City is an elder of the Dongfang family." In a restaurant in the East Royal City, Gu Zhong was reporting to Gu Fei. Gu Zhong had already gone out for a round and had brought back a lot of information. The city lord of the Eastern Emperor City was called Dongfang Yuan. He had only come to the Eastern Emperor City 10 years ago and became the city lord of the Eastern Emperor City. The Eastern Emperor City was the most important place of the Dongfang family in the outside world. According to legend, this ancient city was personally built by the ancestor of the Dongfang family, the Eastern Emperor. From Gu Zhong's words, Gu Fei and He Tian knew that this Dongfang Yuan was actually a half-step saint. 100 years ago, no one had heard of the existence of a half-step saint in the Dongfang family. Could it be that he was an old antique who had only woken up from his slumber in the present world? Some old antiques would choose to seal themselves in order to catch up with the great era of the human world. In the Dongfang family, there should be such a foundation. Some people sealed themselves until the present world. Forces that had been passed down for countless years all had unknown foundations. Once these foundations appeared in the world, they would intimidate everyone and make people fear them. Then let's collect some interest first. Gu Fei had already made up his mind to kill. So what if he was a half-step saint? Since the Dongfang family was one of the main culprits of the destruction of the Supreme Mystery Sect, he would never be polite to the people of the Dongfang family. "I want them to regret messing with us," He Tian said fiercely. "You guys go out of the city first." Gu Fei said to He Tian and Gu Zhong, "Do you want me to find a place outside the city and set up a killing formation?" He Tian said, "One must know that they were going to deal with a half-step saint, and they did not have the confidence to do so. If a half-step saint wanted to escape, even Gu Fei could not stop him. No, I will personally meet this Dongfang Yuan," Gu Fei said, then stood up and walked out directly. Then he walked along the street towards the city lord's mansion at the end of the street step by step. He Tian walked out of the restaurant with Gu Zhong, then directly soared into the sky and flew out of the East Emperor City. The residents of the East Emperor City seemed to be used to these cultivators who could ride the clouds. He Tian and Gu Zhong soared into the sky and did not cause much commotion. Gu Fei, on the other hand, went directly to the city lord's mansion and stood in front of the gate. The aura on his body suddenly released, and a shocking aura immediately soared into the sky. The cultivators in the city suddenly turned pale with fright. a book recommended by a friend. Friends who like it can go and read it. Chapter 1607. Someone actually dares to challenge the city lord? Who's so daring? He's courting death. The city lord is a half-saint. As Gu Fei released his shocking aura, the entire East Royal City was in an uproar. All the cultivators were shocked. This aura had suddenly erupted from the front of the city lord's mansion. Someone was actually challenging the city lord of the East Royal City. This was no small matter. It had been a long time since something like this had happened in the East Royal City. Especially when a great era was about to begin, no one dared to underestimate the Dongfang family of the Eastern Domain, even if there were peerless figures constantly rising up. The Eastern Domain was the world of the three great powers. Even the immortal dynasty of the Central Plains could not interfere. At this moment, all the experts in the East Royal City were alarmed. Divine lights continuously rushed out from all over the city. Some experts rushed up into the sky and looked towards the city lord's mansion. Everyone wanted to know what was going on as soon as possible. Who is that person? Why have I never seen him before? He's so young. I'm afraid he's only been cultivating for a few hundred years. This kid actually dares to challenge Dongfang Yuan? Is he tired of living? When the experts saw Gu Fei in front of the city lord's mansion, they were all shocked because Gu Fei was just too powerful. In the world of cultivation, the appearance of a cultivator didn't mean anything. For example, the primeval child looked like an 11 or 12-year-old child. However, in the world of cultivation, it was still possible to sense a person's cultivation time. This was because one's qi and blood and primordial spirit could explain everything. Gu Fei's qi and blood were incomparably vigorous, like the rising sun. Such a person was definitely not one of those old antiques who had cultivated for countless years. This kid is just an almighty emperor. What gives him the right to challenge Dongfang Yuan? High up in the sky, people were talking. Very soon, someone sensed Gu Fei's cultivation. An almighty emperor was actually challenging a half-saint. Was he crazy? No one was optimistic about Gu Fei because an almighty emperor and a half-saint were on completely different levels. In the eyes of these people, the two were simply incomparable. Who dares to cause trouble in the East Imperial Kingdom? An enraged roar rang out from the city lord's mansion. After that, a young man in purple robes walked out from the city lord's mansion. This was a young expert similar to Gu Fei. This is Dongfang Yuan's son, Dongfang Xian. Didn't he go to the heaven market? Why are you here? Someone recognized the violet-robed young man. It was Dongfang Yuan's son. Dongfang Yuan was a half-saint, so his son was naturally not weak. Dongfang Xian was second only to Dong Wang in the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Many people had seen his silhouette in the sky market. Some people had even seen him enter the depths of the sky market. However, no one had expected him to appear here. The sky market had already become a training ground for the three major forces in the eastern region. Demons also appeared in the sky market. It was extremely dangerous. If the cultivators who entered the sky market were not careful, they wouldn't even know how they died. Who are you? Gu Fei stood outside the gates of the city lord's mansion and stared coldly at the young expert who had just walked out of the city lord's mansion. There was a layer of divine light circulating around this person's body. His cultivation base was extremely powerful. You don't have the right to know who I am. If you don't want to die, get lost. Dongfang Xian was extremely domineering. A powerful killing intent emanated from his body. His eyes flickered with a cold electric light as he blinked. Almighty Emperor, you're not strong enough. Call your elders out to talk to me. Dongfang Xian was extremely arrogant, but Gu Fei didn't care about him at all. He was already invincible among his peers, so such an opponent wouldn't pose a threat to him at all. What an arrogant fool. Dongfang Xian was so angry that he laughed. He took a step forward and a shocking aura surged towards Gu Fei. The entire sky and the void shook. Bam! When Dongfang Xian took a second step, the entire sky and earth trembled along with his footsteps. Dongfang Xian's long hair danced in the wind. At this moment, his aura instantly increased tenfold. This was the power of the sky and earth that was directed towards Gu Fei to suppress him. Oh! Gu Fei frowned. Although this guy was extremely arrogant, his cultivation base was also extraordinary. He was definitely an expert among the almighty emperors. You're courting death. Gu Fei didn't say much to this guy. He directly pushed his palm forward. Many divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on his palm. The surging power of the sky and earth was immediately dispersed by this palm. What? Dongfang Xian was shocked. He had never expected Gu Fei to be so ferocious. He was actually able to disperse the power of the sky and earth that he had mobilized with a single palm. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that his opponent's palm didn't stop after dispersing his power of the sky and earth. Instead, it continued to push towards him. Bam! Without any suspense, under Dongfang Xian's terrified gaze, he was sent flying by a palm. Boom! He crashed into the city lord's palace. How dare you? Who dares to behave atrociously here? A furious roar rang out from the city lord's palace. Then, a group of cultivators clad in relic armor rushed out from the palace. The person in the lead was clad in relic armor and held a bronze spear in his hand. A murderous aura emanated from his body. It was obvious at a glance that this leader was a god of death who had walked out from a pile of corpses. How many people must he have killed for this god of death to gather such a murderous aura? Immortal soldiers and generals of the Dongfang clan? Gu Fei wasn't too surprised when he saw this group of soldiers. One should know that with the Dongfang clan's influence in the Eastern Domain, they could definitely train an immortal soldier and a divine general. He didn't say anything and directly charged forward. Bam! With a single punch, the leader of the divine generals was crushed by Gu Fei's fist. He turned into a bloody mist, and even his Yuan, Shun, couldn't escape. What? Up in the sky! Everyone who witnessed the scene was dumbfounded. This young cultivator's battle prowess was incredible. He killed the second strongest cultivator of the city lord's palace with a single punch. The cultivators of the Eastern Royal City weren't unfamiliar with the general. One should know that the general's cultivation was even higher than Dongfang Xian's. He had reached the peak of the ninth heaven and was the right-hand man of the city lord of the Eastern Royal City. Killing a peak ninth heaven expert with a single punch, Gu Fei's strength shocked everyone. Behind the gate of the city lord's palace, Dongfang Xian, who was sent flying back by Gu Fei, said with a trembling voice, "Who is this person? How dare he commit such a crime here? You what? Do you think you're the Eastern Emperor? Even if the Eastern Emperor is here, I'll kill him with a single punch." Gu Fei strode forward. The group of soldiers charged towards him with spears in their hands. Kill! The dozen or so soldiers roared at the same time, their voices shaking the sky. They raised the spears in their hands and stabbed at Gu Fei, each spear emitting a dazzling divine light. These were all immortals. Among the dozen or so soldiers, there were even some at the ninth heaven, just one step away from becoming an immortal emperor. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, these people were no different from ants. Boom! He threw a punch, and the spears in the hands of the soldiers were all broken. The soldiers were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood. They were dead before they even hit the ground. Gu Fei didn't make a move, but once he did, it was an extremely fierce attack. He killed a group of immortal soldiers with a single move. This kind of battle prowess, this kind of method, made people's hearts palpitate. The enmity between the two sides couldn't be resolved. In that case, Gu Fei could only fight the Dongfang family to the end. Weren't you very arrogant? Now you're not? Gu Fei strode into the city lord's mansion. Dongfang Xian was already scared out of his wits. He constantly retreated, his arrogance completely replaced by terror. "You can't," Dongfang Xian said in a trembling voice. "Can't what? Can't kill you?" Gu Fei smiled. He walked toward Dongfang Xian step by step, his killing intent faintly discernible. He wouldn't let this disciple of the Dongfang family go. If he allowed such a young expert to grow up, he would definitely become a formidable opponent. Gu Fei didn't want to make another enemy in the future. Dongfang Xian was originally a young expert of the Dongfang family, second only to Emperor Dongwang. He thought highly of himself and was usually very arrogant. He didn't even care about people of the older generation. However, The current Dongfang Xian was no longer the old Dongfang Xian. He had suffered a great shock, and his Dao heart was already unstable. Even if Gu Fei didn't kill him, it would be difficult for him to become a supreme expert. It didn't matter if he killed or not. Oomph. At this moment, a cold snort rang out from the depths of the city lord's mansion. Then, a strand of saintly might appeared in the sky. Everyone was stunned by this saintly might. Is he finally coming out? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He walked past Dongfang Xian. "Ha, you're dead. My father is here, and you'll die without a burial. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for." Dongfang Xian suddenly laughed maniacally. Hearing this, Gu Fei's body paused for a moment. He didn't even turn his head back. He pointed out with his right hand, and a beam of divine light shot out from his finger, directly piercing through Dongfang Xian's head. "I didn't want to kill you at first, but you're courting death. Don't blame anyone else." Gu Fei continued forward. The smile on Dongfang Xian's face froze. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead, and red and white matter seeped out. Gu Fei's finger had directly pierced through his Naiwan palace and dispersed his Yuan spirit. Pata! Dongfang Xian's corpse fell to the cold ground. The number 2 figure of the younger generation of the Dongfang clan, who was slightly inferior to the Eastern Emperor, had fallen just like that. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This guy actually killed the son of the city lord. This was equivalent to piercing through the sky. The city lord of the Eastern Imperial City would definitely go crazy. Roar! You deserve to die. Just as Gu Fei killed Dongfang Xian, an earth-shattering roar sounded from the depths of the city lord's mansion. Then, a figure emitting a terrifying aura and ripples rushed out from the depths of the city lord's mansion. This is the last chapter tonight. It will erupt tomorrow. Chapter 1608. Today, the Eastern Royal Kingdom was destined to not be peaceful. In front of the city lord's estate, Gu Fei killed the second most powerful figure in the Eastern Royal Kingdom all by himself. He even killed the son of the city lord. To the cultivators in the Eastern Royal Kingdom, this was tantamount to piercing through the sky. You deserve to die. A furious roar rang out from the depths of the city lord's estate. A peerless silhouette rushed out. As this silhouette appeared, the entire sky darkened. Monstrous killing intent caused even the sky to lose its color. Boom! That person did not waste any words. He directly slammed a palm towards Gu Fei. Boundless immortal energy condensed into a gigantic palm that radiated with boundless divine light. Like the hand of the heavens, it slammed down towards Gu Fei. It's the supreme art of the Dongfang clan, the hand of the firmament. High up in the sky, the cultivators who saw this scene exclaimed. The gigantic palm enveloped the entire sky. Countless Dao runes appeared, interweaving with each other to form an astonishing force. Rumble! The gigantic palm pressed down, causing the space below it to tremble. Then, a series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared, extending into the distance. That person swore to kill Gu Fei. His attacks were merciless. The moment the hand of the firmament appeared, it sealed off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei. He did not even have the chance to dodge. Heaven-encompassing palm. Gu Fei roared. His long hair danced in the wind. He had no intention of retreating. Instead, he directly extended his right palm and slammed upwards. A resplendent golden palm rushed out from his right hand, welcoming the descending hand of the firmament. Bang! After a muffled sound, the heaven-encompassing hand and the hand of the firmament clashed. The entire space shook violently. Then, a terrifying destructive force exploded between the two. The void was being annihilated. Pitch-black spatial cracks extended for tens of millions of feet. The mighty energy fluctuations that spread out between the two of them even dispersed the clouds in the sky. Boom! Gu Fei crushed the hard green brick floor, and Gu Fei's entire body sunk into the ground. The powerful force from his hand caused him to suffer a great impact. As for the peerless figure that rushed out from the depths of the city lord's mansion, he was also sent flying high into the sky by Gu Fei's palm force. What heaven-defying! How is this possible? high up in the sky. The cultivators who had already dodged away were all dumbfounded when they saw this. The young cultivator was actually able to take a blow from that person head-on and not die. This was a miracle. It was already a miracle that almighty emperors and half-saints didn't die in a head-on clash. Who are you? Dongfang Yuan couldn't help but become serious. Although the other party was a great emperor, he could sense the powerful power within the other party's body that made even his heart palpitate. Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't intend to hide his identity. After all, he and He Tian made such a big noise in the Sorcerer's Land and fought with the 3 half-saints in Yin City. Perhaps some people with ulterior motives already knew his origin and identity. What? You are Gu Fei? Dongfang Yuan's expression changed. His eyes flickered as he stared at Gu Fei. His expression kept changing. He was not unfamiliar with the name Gu Fei. It was a name that had disappeared from the human realm. It was not a secret that Gu Fei and He Tian had entered the heaven realm. The experts of the Dongfang family had also participated in the turmoil of the sky market. You didn't expect this, did you? Gu Fei walked out of the big pit in the ground step by step. He was very calm. So what if he was a half-saint? With his current cultivation, he could compete with a half-saint. Didn't you already enter the heaven realm? Dongfang Yuan stood in the sky. He was very surprised. When the turmoil of the sky market happened, the great era had not yet arrived. He was still in a deep sleep. When the sky tower appeared, there were peerless figures who fought for it. Then, the ghost emperor of Fengdu took it away. This was the biggest event in the past 100 years. At that time, the sky tower accidentally opened the heavenly road to the heaven realm. Many people entered the heaven realm, including Gu Fei and the others. Can I come back? Gu Fei had already walked out of the big pit. He looked up, and his eyes flickered like a lion staring at its prey. I can actually come back. Could there be some secret passage between the heaven realm and the human realm? Dongfang Yuan couldn't help but become excited when he thought of this. One of the reasons he slept in the present world was to enter the heaven realm. He couldn't let this person go. Moreover, this person had a great hatred for the Dongfang family. He had just killed his son. No matter what the reason was, this person had to die in the end. Swish! Dongfang Yuan made his move. 9 beams of divine light suddenly rushed out from his body. Each of the 9 beams of divine light was wrapped around a divine weapon. A saint's aura spread out from Dongfang Yuan's body. This aura made all living beings tremble because saints could look down on the world. Dongfang Yuan was not a saint, but he was already a half-saint. He had the aura of a saint. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the 9 divine weapons. They turned into 9 divine rainbows and slashed at Gu Fei below. The terrifying power of the immortal Tao caused the entire city lord's mansion to tremble. A self-refined half-saint divine weapon. Gu Fei could tell at a glance that these 9 divine weapons were not divine weapons refined by ancient sages, but divine weapons refined by Dongfang Yuan himself. Bang! Gu Fei pushed off the ground with both feet and shot up into the sky like an arrow. He directly rushed into the 9 divine weapons and kept clashing with them with his fists. Clang! The clanging sound was endless. Gu Fei actually used his flesh and blood to fight against the divine weapons. His action shocked everyone to the extreme. Kill! Gu Fei was extremely powerful. He directly knocked away the 9 divine weapons and attacked Dongfang Yuan. His battle intent was like that of a supreme war god from ancient times. Such a powerful physical strength. Could it be the person who defeated the chaotic Tao body? Many people had witnessed Gu Fei fighting against the chaotic Tao body in the Sorcerer's Land. Although the East region was far away from the Sorcerer's Land, the cultivators in the East region had heard about it. Very good. It's you who defeated the chaotic Tao body in the Sorcerer's Land. The 9 divine weapons flew back to Dongfang Yuan. Each of them glowed with dazzling divine light and surged with the terrifying power of the immortal Tao. The 9 divine rainbows intertwined in front of Dongfang Yuan and finally stopped Gu Fei. The Tao patterns intertwined, and the power of the immortal Tao was so powerful that even Gu Fei could not break through the barrier in a short time. After all, His opponent was a half-saint. It's only been 100 years, but your cultivation has become so powerful. Dongfang Yuan's voice was trembling. He was not afraid, but excited. Was the legendary heaven realm really a paradise for cultivation? One could become a mighty emperor after 100 years of cultivation. Chapter 1609. Only when the great era of the human realm came, such a heaven-defying figure would appear. In the great era, anything could happen. Could it be that the heaven realm also ushered in the great era? Dongfang Yuan was shocked. He knew a lot about the enemy of the Dongfang family. 100 years ago, this man named Gu Fei was not even an immortal. But 100 years later, Gu Fei, who returned from the heaven realm, was already a great emperor. It should be known that this person cultivated the ancient martial arts, which was much more difficult than the ordinary cultivation system. Although Dongfang Yuan was surprised, he did not dare to underestimate Gu Fei. The 9 great magic weapons were flying, and each of them turned into a bright divine rainbow, exuding the terrible power of a half-saint. Swish! A divine rainbow rushed past Gu Fei, and wherever it passed, the void was silently annihilated, leaving a dark space crack. Half-saint, even in the great era of the human realm, was also a supreme figure. The East Royal Palace had a special position in the East Royal Palace. The Dongfang family also attached great importance to the East Royal Palace and did not hesitate to send a half-saint to guard it. In this great era, even great experts would find it difficult to deter some people. Only half-saints could deter others. Clang! Gu Fei's fists constantly collided with the 9 great magic weapons. The magic weapons that were hit by his fists made a sound of metal shaking, and on his fists, there were constantly Tao patterns appearing. Merging the body with the Tao, you are refining your body as a holy weapon. Dongfang Yuan saw something and was extremely shocked. No wonder the ancient warriors were so powerful, and there was even an invincible, indestructible martial body. It seemed that this was the reason. People of the immortal path would not refine their body as a holy weapon, because they had divine weapons to protect themselves. Dongfang Yuan's 9 great magic weapons were divine weapons to protect himself. At this time, divine patterns of the Great Way began to appear on Gu Fei's body. He was like a human magic weapon, fighting endlessly under the siege of the 9 great magic weapons. This scene was sufficient to shock the world, because no one dared to use their bodies to go against a weapon refined by a half-saint, and even the most extraordinary figure in the mortal dimension was unable to do so. Who is that person? Is it really that person? The chaotic Taoist body and the human martial body have appeared in the land of Sorcerer. These 2 bodies have been recognized as peerlessly powerful in ancient times. This person doesn't have chaotic aura on him, so he must be the human martial body. In the East Royal City, the well-informed cultivators had already guessed Gu Fei's background. Could it be that the human race martial body from 100 years ago has appeared again? Some people thought of many things. 100 years ago, there was a genius in the Taishan sect who cultivated ancient martial arts. He was invincible among the younger generation in the southern wasteland. Even the most outstanding Azure Dragon among the 100 races of the southern wasteland was no match for a human with a martial body. However, only 100 years had passed. Could it be that a human with a martial body had already become a mighty emperor? In the eyes of cultivators, 100 years was just a short period of time. There were some old monsters who would go into seclusion for hundreds of years or even over 1,000 years. There were some old monsters who sealed themselves and slept for countless years, becoming great beings within 100 years. This wasn't impossible. There were such geniuses in the mortal world. However, for a martial artist to become an almighty emperor in 100 years was too heaven-defying, because all cultivators knew that for ordinary cultivators, ancient martial arts was a path of no return. This path was too difficult. Some people could not achieve great success in their entire lives. It was because ancient martial arts were too difficult to cultivate that gradually no one was willing to take this path. Just when everyone was shocked, the battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Yuan changed again. Gu Fei's power was getting stronger and stronger. His Taoist patterns were densely packed. When he punched, the world shook. Dongfang Yuan's 9 divine weapons were gradually unable to resist Gu Fei's attack. Boom! In the end, Gu Fei sent the 9 divine weapons flying with a single punch. He then used the 8 Desolation Void Steps and took a step forward, directly arriving in front of Dongfang Yuan. Damn it! Dongfang Yuan was shocked. He knew very well that he couldn't let a cultivator get close to him. In a battle, it meant death. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei's essence, qi, and spirit climbed to the peak in an instant. He then punched with his strongest power, a mass of chaotic energy emerging from his fist. Although it was just a punch, Dongfang Yuan felt the aura of death. Stars shift. Dongfang Yuan was greatly alarmed. Without a second thought, he unleashed his immortal Dao divine art. With a furious roar, a vast force of immortal Dao surged out from his body. With him, as the center, the space around him suddenly distorted. There seemed to be stars floating around Dongfang Yuan. The world was reversing. What? Gu Fei only felt a force pulling his fist away, which shocked him. A half-step saint was indeed a half-step saint. Even his strongest punch was almost pulled away by this force. However, all abilities and techniques were useless in the face of absolute power. Boom! Gu Fei's fist vibrated. An even more powerful force surged out of his fist. Even the force that could move stars couldn't shake his fist. His fist passed through the chaotic void and landed on Dongfang Yuan. Just as Gu Fei's fist landed on Dongfang Yuan, countless Dao runes surged out of his body. His clothes turned into ashes, revealing a divine armor underneath. Countless Dao runes appeared on the divine armor, dissipating most of the power of Gu Fei's punch. Roar! With a furious roar, Gu Fei still sent Dongfang Yuan flying thousands of meters away. It was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. Such battle prowess was enough to intimidate everyone present. Dongfang Yuan stabilized his body, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was drenched in cold sweat. If he had not worn a piece of holy armor under his clothes, his body would have been blown apart by that punch. This person is only a great emperor now, but he can already fight against a half-step saint. What will happen if he becomes a half-step saint? Dongfang Yuan's killing intent was unprecedentedly strong. Gu Fei couldn't be left alive. Even if he had to use his trump card, he had to kill him. Otherwise, a terrifying enemy would appear in the Dongfang clan. He's also a coward. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel disdain when he saw Dongfang Yuan wearing a divine armor under his clothes. He knew the power of his punch. It could even penetrate a divine armor refined by a half-step saint. Only a true divine tool could dissipate the power of his punch. Chapter 16:10. How dare you kill my son? You're dead. Dongfang Yuan wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, then stared at Gu Fei with a frightening look in his eyes. A powerful wave of immortal power burst out from his body, net in order to avenge his son's death and to eradicate a great enemy of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Yuan could not let Gu Fei go. Only one of them could survive. Gu Fei and the Dongfang family had a great enmity, so he was going to kill an important figure of the Dongfang family to establish his power. This was a situation that would not end until one of them died. Dying. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei let out a roar and executed the 8 Desolation Void Steps, causing his figure to vanish. When he reappeared, he was already above Dongfang Yuan. Bang! He stomped down on Dongfang Yuan's head, and a terrifying sound of wind and thunder rang out under his feet. A powerful destructive force emerged under his feet. This stomp seemed to trample the whole world under his feet. Dongfang Yuan was both shocked and infuriated. Gu Fei's speed was so fast that even he could barely keep up. A terrifying power descended from the top of his head, making him feel a great sense of danger. Carefree beyond the heavens, Dongfang Yuan used a great immortal technique, and countless trigrams rushed out from his body. He walked in the void, and with every step he took, trigrams emerged under his feet, turning the universe upside down. The void distorted under the trigrams, and Dongfang Yuan seemed to pass through the cracks in the void, rushing out from under Gu Fei's feet like a flying immortal above the nine heavens. This great technique, which condensed one's own immortal power into trigrams, was a supreme great technique created by an earth-shattering figure in ancient times. There were some inheritances of this technique in the Taishan sect, which were obtained by Li Lingfeng, the eldest senior brother of the Taishan sect. However, the inheritance that Li Lingfeng obtained was only a superficial one, and could not be compared to the inheritance that Dongfang Yuan obtained. 8 trigrams appear. Dongfang Yuan circulated his half-holy immortal power with all his might, and his hands danced in front of him. 8 types of trigrams appeared in the air, condensing without dissipating. Rumble, the sky changed color, and the 8 trigrams appeared. All the spiritual energy in the world was attracted by the trigrams, and a terrifying power rippled out from the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams were crazily devouring the spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions. The region around the East Royal City suddenly changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. Everyone was shocked. Good heavens! Gu Fei was also secretly startled. He had never imagined that such an ancient inheritance would appear in the hands of a great enemy today. The Dongfang family was incredible to actually obtain such an ancient inheritance. It seems that the Dongfang family is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Gu Fei did not show the slightest trace of fear. He directly struck out with the yin-yang reincarnation fist. This was a martial arts combat skill that he created on the basis of the 5 elements fist. Bam! When he punched out, the ferocious power directly shook the 8 trigrams, causing Dongfang Yuan to be shocked to the extreme. This guy was simply too ferocious. Gu Fei's fists were like the 2 extremes of the moon and the sun. The power of yin and yang interweaved, and yin-yang divine diagrams constantly appear between his fists. The fist force and the divine diagrams constantly collided with the 8 trigrams, and the void was constantly destroyed. Everyone who saw this scene was incomparably shocked. A terrifying power kept spreading out in every direction, forcing the cultivators who were watching the battle to retreat further away. If they were to be affected by the shock waves, they would be in for a terrible time. Your master's battle strength is world-shaking. It seems that there are very few people in the human world who can defeat him. 2 people stood high up in the sky. One of them was a dashing young master with a mischievous smile on his face and a divine fire fan in his hand. The other was a fat middle-aged man. These 2 people were He Tian and Gu Zhong. They were closely watching the battle in front of them. They were not worried about Gu Fei. It should be known that Gu Fei was born to be a warrior. Unless a sage-to-be attacked, a sage-to-be could not threaten Gu Fei's life. With the advent of the human world, everything is full of variables. Gu Zhong said with emotion. In the past 100 years, the human world had changed greatly. The way of heaven was no longer unfathomable. Many people took advantage of this time to break through the bottleneck of their cultivation. Gu Zhong had heard that a peerless figure appeared in the 100 tribes of the southern wilderness. This peerless figure became a sage-to-be within 100 years, which shook the entire cultivation world of the Tonglong continent. Even Gu Zhong had to admire such a peerless figure. It seems that a supreme master will appear in this world. He Tian seemed to have a premonition. Every time a great era came, someone would obtain a great opportunity and become the strongest in the world. Every cultivator who embarked on the path of cultivation wanted to become a supreme master. He Tian was no exception. In this great era, he also wanted to become a supreme master. Becoming a supreme master? I'm afraid my master also has this opportunity. In Gu Zhong's opinion, his master, Gu Fei, was the most outstanding one. Even the peerless genius of the southern wilderness might not be a match for his master. Rumble. At this time, a great destruction took place in the sky above the East Royal Palace. The entire void was collapsing, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread in all directions. It was like black lightning. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Many people didn't manage to dodge in time and were torn apart by the ruptured void. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The 8 trigrams fiercely collided with the yin and yang samsara, turning the void into chaos. Gu Fei and Dongfang Yuan fought in the chaotic void. This battle shook the surrounding area of the East Royal Palace. Soon, the news spread and shook the entire Eastern domain. Soon, some powerful figures appeared in the vicinity of the East Royal Palace. It's really that person. This was the territory of the Dongfang family. Some of the experts of the Dongfang family recognized Gu Fei, but they didn't take action. This was a battle between half-step saints. Even powerful experts couldn't intervene. Although the Dongfang family had an unimaginable foundation, they didn't have many half-step saints. Dongfang Yuan's cultivation represented the strongest power of the Dongfang family. The head of the Dongfang family was only a few small realms stronger than Dongfang Yuan. The people of the Zhao family of the ancient wilderness had also arrived. They also had a great enmity with Gu Fei. In the past, the Zhao family's heaven breaker, Shen King, had died in the hands of Gu Fei. However, when the people of the Dongfang family and the Zhao family saw that Gu Fei was so powerful, they were all dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine that in just 100 years, Gu Fei had grown to the point where he could compete with half-step saints. The Zhao family of the ancient wilderness was very clear about how terrifying a martial artist could be when he grew up. He would become a great enemy. Today, it's midnight. We'll continue tomorrow. Recommend a book to a friend. Those who like it can go and read it. Chapter 16:11. Boom! Gu Fei battled with Dongfang Yuan until the void shattered. The two experts directly entered the shattered void and fought until their eyes turned red. Roar! Gu Fei roared. The entire shattered void trembled. He used a primal chaos fist. His 2 fists were like 2 balls of primal chaos divine light, shaking the heaven and earth. Everything touched by Gu Fei's fists was destroyed. The 5 elements turned into yin and yang evolved into primal chaos. Gu Fei's martial path true force was constantly transforming. Under the state of primal chaos, his martial path true force was extremely violent. The 8 trigrams were constantly being blasted away. However, Dongfang Yuan seemed to have really obtained that ancient inheritance, and it was a complete inheritance. Rumble! The 8 trigrams circled around Dongfang Yuan, emitting a dazzling divine light. It drew upon the 8 powers of heaven and earth: wind, fire, thunder, rain, snow, frost, and the essence of the earth. The 8 powers seemed to be transforming the heaven and earth in the shattered void. This ancient inheritance was incomparably powerful. The trigrams could defy the heavens. 8 trigrams suppress 10 directions. Universe refinement. I will refine you into ashes. Dongfang Yuan used his killer move. The 8 trigrams flew up and sealed Gu Fei inside. The 8 powers intertwined and actually transformed into the 5 elements, which then evolved into yin and yang. This 8 trigrams formation was too terrifying. Its power was enough to refine the heaven and earth. The yin and yang intertwined, forming a destructive power that obliterated Gu Fei. See how I break your universe power. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. He constantly punched out with his fists. The vast chaotic true force turned the void he was in into a region of chaos. Terrifying power ripples spread out from his body. At this time, he had no choice but to use the Heaven Ascension secret art. Boom! A monstrous aura suddenly erupted from Gu Fei. His battle strength instantly soared by 10 times. His clothes were torn to pieces by the martial path true force coming out from his body. This was no ordinary clothes. It was a divine robe. However, in the face of absolute power, even a divine robe couldn't withstand it. The entire 8 trigrams formation was shaken by the power coming out from Gu Fei. What? Dongfang Yuan was shocked. He never thought that Gu Fei would still have some strength left. In the previous battle, he actually didn't use his full strength. How is this possible? Countless Dao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's body, interweaving into mysterious patterns. An extremely powerful force was awakened in an instant, and then it exploded with unstoppable force. Yin-yang chaos. Gu Fei let out a furious roar as he waved his fists in front of him. The yin and yang power that was formed from the 8 trigrams formation was drawn by him, and then devoured by his fists. Kill! Gu Fei punched out with the primal chaos fist. With one punch, the power of the 5 elements formed by the 8 trigrams array was immediately dispersed. This was an indestructible punch that directly shattered the 8 trigrams array. How was this possible? Dongfang Yuan was shocked. One of the divination images was shattered, and he was also affected. His body swayed several times. The immortal Tao divine force in his body was shaken. No matter what divine ability you have, I will break it with one punch. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. He killed his way out of the 8 trigrams array, shocking all the experts in all directions and shocking everyone who witnessed this scene. The 8 trigrams array finally collapsed, and Dongfang Yuan flew out. Gu Fei's body emitted a shocking aura. At this moment, he was incomparably powerful. His whole body was filled with power, and one after another Tao pattern after another appeared on his body. How is this possible? How did his battle power suddenly increase to such a level? When everyone sensed the peerlessly powerful aura on Gu Fei, they were shocked again. Some of the older experts already thought of something. It's one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the secret art of ascension. The experts of the desolate ancient Zhao clan said such words, and everyone was shocked to the extreme. Wasn't the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao a supreme Tao technique that had long been lost? The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, created by the supreme Tao ancestor, was already incomplete in ancient times. Even the orthodox forces of the immortal Tao couldn't collect all 9 secrets. This kind of secret immortal Tao that had been lost for countless years actually appeared again. Could it be that some of the extinct supreme divine arts would appear in this great world? With the rise of the great world in the human world, the mysteries of heaven also became chaotic. No one knew what would happen in this great world, and it was possible that there would be earth-shattering battles. Even saints who were extinct in the human world would jump out. At this time, as soon as the Ascension secret art was used, Gu Fei directly sent Dongfang Yuan flying. His battle power increased tenfold, and he could fight a half-saint head-on. This was Gu Fei's trump card. Die, demon. Just as Gu Fei was about to give chase, a loud shout came from afar, and then a terrifying saintly might came from the direction of the voice. Boom! A divine pearl rushed out and emitted a blinding divine light as it shot toward Gu Fei. This is boundless flames burst forth from the divine pearl. It was like a sun, illuminating the world. A terrifying heat was emitted from the divine pearl, causing the entire space to distort from the heat. It's the divine pearl of 9 yang from the Zhao clan of the ancients. Someone recognized the divine artifact and exclaimed, "Umph, after watching for so long, you finally can't help but make a move." Gu Fei sneered. The powerful saint-level fluctuations had no effect on him at all. He used the universal void steps and rushed out. Since you don't want to abide by the rules, then I won't hold back. Gu Fei's voice rang out in everyone's ears, causing everyone to stare at the scene in horror. The Zhao family's expert had used his saint weapon right from the get-go. Were they planning on killing this person by hook or by crook? In the past 100 years, the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan had formed an alliance to fight against the ferocious demons in the Devil's Den. At this time, Dongfang Yuan was about to be killed by Gu Fei, and the people of the Zhao clan naturally couldn't watch Dongfang Yuan be killed. Fellow Taoists, what are you hesitating for? Let's kill this demon together. The voice sounded again, and a figure appeared in the distant sky. It was this person who was activating the divine pearl of 9 yang, but it was a bit difficult for him to activate the divine artifact alone. I'll help you. Someone responded and rushed towards that person. Then he stood behind that person and pressed his palm on that person's back. This was a reasonable activation of the divine artifact. Rumble. The world shook. Under the reasonable activation of the two experts, the divine pearl of Nine Yang emitted an even more powerful saint-level power, as if a saint was awakening. Everyone was shocked, and then they retreated far away. The fluctuation of the saint level was too powerful, and no one could withstand it. Endless divine light of Nine Yang rushed out from the divine pearl, piercing the world in all directions. Some unlucky people who couldn't dodge in time were swept by the divine light of Nine Yang and turned into ashes on the spot. Even Gu Fei was almost swept by the divine light of Nine Yang, which made him secretly shocked. Chapter 16:12. Boom! No one could withstand the aura of a saint. Everyone retreated thousands of miles away. Only Gu Fei and the two experts controlling the Nine Yang divine pearl were not affected by the saint's aura. There was a faint sword aura on Gu Fei's body. It was this sword aura that blocked the saint's aura, preventing it from getting close to him. What's going on? He's actually not afraid of the power of a saint. How is this possible? The two experts who were controlling the saint artifacts felt uneasy, as if something ominous was about to happen, causing them to feel a sense of trepidation. Clang! Just when the two experts felt that something was wrong, a sword chime rang out. This sword chime was just the sound of an ordinary divine weapon being unsheathed. However, the two experts controlling the Nine Yang divine pearl felt a bone-piercing chill attack their bodies. Go to hell, demon! The two experts used all their strength to activate the Nine Yang divine pearl. Above the Nine Yang divine pearl, boundless flames surged out. It was like a divine sun descending towards Gu Fei. Within the flames, countless Tao patterns were faintly discernible. At this moment, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei. Under the attack of the divine tool, his body and soul would be destroyed. Even the most stunning genius would not be able to withstand this attack. Ha! You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Gu Fei laughed. At the same time, a simple and unadorned divine sword appeared in his hand. This long sword did not look eye-catching at all. However, Gu Fei held this inconspicuous longsword in his hand and slashed at the Nine Yang divine pearl that was descending from the sky. There was no dazzling sword light, nor powerful sword aura fluctuation. It was as if he was holding an ordinary longsword and casually slashed. However, some people saw a transparent ripple that was visible to the naked eye rushing out from the divine sword. The experts who witnessed this scene were incomparably shocked. What was the use of an almost transparent sword aura? However, just when everyone thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, the boundless divine fire that descended from the Nine Yang divine pearl suddenly split into two. It was as if an invisible sword chi had broken through the layers of divine fire. Swoosh! A light sound rang out. The Nine Yang divine pearl suddenly split apart from the middle. Then it flew to the two sides. The saint artifact was split into two halves. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be stunned. As for the two experts controlling the Nine Yang divine pearl, they also turned into two balls of blood mist at the same time. Everything was destroyed, and other than the blood mist, there was nothing left. What happened? I'm not seeing things, right? The Zhao clan's Nine Yang divine pearl was split open by someone. Thousands of miles away, the experts who witnessed all of this were in disbelief. It must be known that the divine pearl of Nine Suns was a saint artifact. When a saint artifact awakened and launched an attack, it was equivalent to the attack of a true saint. The expert from the primordial Zhao family and the other expert were killed by Gu Fei's sword. To be able to split a saint artifact in half, could the divine sword in that person's hand be a great saint artifact? Even a great saint artifact wouldn't be able to destroy a saint artifact with one sword strike. This is at least a quasi-supreme sword. Among the spectators, there were many old antiques who knew a lot of great secrets of the world. Although the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was very inconspicuous, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate it. There were many experts from the Zhao family and the Dongfang family present. At this time, they were all terrified and turned to flee. If they didn't flee now, they wouldn't have a chance to. It's too late to escape now. Gu Fei held the violet gold divine sword in his hand and used the 8 Desolation Void Steps. He displayed the world's fastest speed and chased after Dongfang Yuan. There was no way he would let this half-step saint of the Dongfang family go. Under the state of ascension, even the speed of a half-step saint couldn't compare to Gu Fei. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei caught up to Dongfang Yuan and slashed at him again. Scared out his wits, Dongfang Yuan used a forbidden divine ability to flee. However, even a half-step saint couldn't escape from the violet gold divine sword. A nearly transparent sword wave swept past, turning Dongfang Yuan into a mist of blood. Killing a half-step saint was just that simple. However, Gu Fei had only destroyed Dongfang Yuan's physical body, not his nascent spirit. Dongfang Yuan's nascent spirit was sucked into the violet gold divine sword. The reason he didn't destroy Dongfang Yuan's nascent spirit was because he wanted to obtain the ancient cultivation method Dongfang Yuan used. The 8 trigrams divine art was a supreme divine art created by an invincible sovereign in the primordial era. When cultivated to greater mastery, it could be said to be unparalleled under the heavens. Gu Fei didn't want it to be lost. I'm going to slaughter everyone today. After killing Dongfang Yuan, Gu Fei continued to kill the experts of the primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan. Everyone was dumbfounded by Gu Fei's ruthlessness. He directly swung the violet gold divine sword in his hand, harvesting one life after another. This was a massacre without any suspense. Under the violet gold divine sword blade, no one was a match for Gu Fei. Even though the violet gold divine sword hadn't awakened, its faintly discernible sword chi was enough to kill a saint. Swoosh! Gu Fei swung his sword, turning the last person from the primordial Zhao clan into a mist of blood. Only then did he stop. Dozens of experts from the primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan were killed by Gu Fei. After the recent battles, Gu Fei felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was time for him to go into seclusion and break through to the 6th step. Let's go. After Gu Fei met up with He Tian and Gu Zhong, they directly left the East Royal City. He wanted to destroy the East Royal City with one sword strike, but he felt that the East Royal City was extraordinary. Unless it was the true power of the extreme path, it would be impossible to destroy this ancient city. This battle shook the entire Eastern domain, especially the primordial Zhao clan and Dongfang clan. These two superpowers were infuriated, and the clan master of the primordial Zhao clan immediately declared that he would use everything he had to kill Gu Fei. Compared to the strength of the Zhao clan, the Dongwang clan was unusually quiet. No one from the Dongfang clan came out to say anything. The entire eastern region was in a storm, and all the cultivators felt a sense of oppression. Some people had already predicted that there would be a bloody storm in the eastern region. Many people knew the origin of Gu Fei. This evil star had actually returned from the heaven realm. 100 years ago, there was a rumor that the Taishan sect had been destroyed by the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan. It was no secret that Gu Fei was a disciple of the Taishan sect. He had gone to the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan of the primordial clan for revenge. Everyone was quietly watching. No one wanted to provoke this evil star, but the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan of the primordial clan were facing a great enemy. Chapter 16:13. Just as the storm was about to descend upon the eastern domain, Gu Fei hid in his inner world and went into seclusion. He Tian wasn't someone who could stay idle, so he didn't enter Gu Fei's inner world. He Tian left. He wanted to learn more about the human realm. Although Gu Zhong was already a 9th heavenly layer celestial being, there were too many people who were stronger than him in the human realm. According to Gu Fei, Gu Zhong wouldn't be allowed to roam the world unless he became almighty. As a result, Gu Fei asked Mai Tian to set up a formation in his inner world. Then, he threw Gu Zhong into the formation, leaving him to fend for himself. Gu Fei wanted to use this extreme method to stimulate Gu Zhong's potential so that he could successfully break through the shackles of cultivation and take that crucial step. The cultivators of the Eastern Domain originally thought that a storm of blood would soon set off in the Eastern Domain. However, As the days passed, Gu Fei still didn't appear. An old man from the Dongfang clan went out with the human emperor divine weapon in an attempt to find Gu Fei, but he ended up empty-handed. The old man from the Zhao clan of the primordial clan also took action. No one knew what kind of foundation the Zhao clan had, but no one dared to underestimate them. This was an inheritance that had existed since the primordial era. Since it could be passed down to the present without being annihilated by the river of time, it must have something to rely on. These forces of the primordial era were not to be trifled with. No one was willing to provoke them. What's going on? Why hasn't that person appeared again? Yeah, it's been half a year. Don't tell me that person has already left the Eastern Domain. Many cultivators were watching from the Eastern Royal City. In the entire Eastern Domain, the most well-informed place was the ancient city that was said to have been built by the Eastern Emperor himself. Since Dongfang Yuan was killed by Gu Fei, the Dongfang family no longer sent experts to guard the East Royal City. The death of a half-saint was a great loss for the Dongfang family. In this half a year, the East Imperial City had no governor. Even within the Dongfang family, no one was willing to guard this ancient city. After all, Gu Fei could appear at any time. Even Dongfang Yuan had been killed by Gu Fei. The elders of the Dongfang family knew that they were not as strong as Dongfang Yuan, unless they had the human emperor god with them. If Gu Fei came to them again, they would end up the same as Dongfang Yuan. Another few months passed. The eastern region, which had been on the brink of a storm, gradually calmed down. Someone saw Dong Wang appearing in the East Royal City. This was explosive news. What did it mean for Dong Wang to appear in the East Royal City? Many people were speculating about the motives of the Dongfang family. Since the battle between Dong Wang and the second prince Yan Hao, Dong Wang had not appeared in the eyes of the world. This time, Dong Wang had come to the East Royal City. Could it be that something had happened in the East Royal City? Soon, a piece of news spread. There was movement in the Devil's Den in the East region. The Devil's Den in the East region was a forbidden area in the East region. Some people said that in the depths of the Devil's Den, there was a peerless demon suppressed, and there were many figures of fierce demons walking in the Devil's Denver. When Taishan Mountain collapsed, countless demons rushed out from the ground, causing chaos in the East region. It was a catastrophe. Countless cultivators were killed by those demons. If it weren't for a peerless figure taking action at a critical moment, the entire East region would have fallen into the hands of the demons. Even so, the demons in the Devil's Den still came out from time to time. For nearly 100 years, the cultivators of the entire East region had been fighting with the demons in the Devil's Denver. The Zhao family of the ancients and the Dongfang family were the main forces in the East region. Just as Gu Fei returned and killed in the East Royal City, there was also movement in the Devil's Den in the mountains. The peerless demon in the depths of the Devil's Den was ready to make a move again. Naturally, the demons didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. The demons are coming out again. In a restaurant in the East Royal City, a young man who looked like a playboy was drinking by himself. The wine and dishes on the table in front of him were very ordinary. Have you heard? Dong Wang is here. What do you mean Dong Wang is here? Where is he? Who is Dong Wang? Why did he come to this restaurant? Around a table that the young man was separated from sat 4 young practitioners. The 4 young practitioners were talking in low voices. The content of their conversation was Dong Wang. Dong Wang was not the invincible Dong Wang of ancient times. The current Dong Wang was a peerless cultivator of the younger generation cultivated by the Dongfang family. This number 1 cultivator of the younger generation in the East region was very mysterious. No one had seen his true face. They only knew that he wore a battle suit made of 9th Heaven meteorite iron. It was this 9th Heaven meteorite iron battle suit that covered Dong Wang's entire body, revealing only a pair of eyes. Dong Wang, interesting. The young man was attracted by the conversation of the 4 practitioners. After a while, he stood up and left the restaurant, heading in the direction of the Castellan's mansion. This young man didn't barge into the Castellan's mansion. Instead, he loitered outside. Ever since the Castellan's mansion was breached by Gu Fei, the security of the Castellan's mansion had been tightened. From time to time, the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard coming from inside. These are the soldiers of the Dongfang family patrolling the Castellan's mansion. At this time, Dong Wang was in the Castellan's mansion. No one knew why he was there. Although Dong Wang was strong, He Tian wasn't afraid of him. He Tian was very curious about whether this Dong Wang was a man or a woman. However, after loitering outside the Castellan's mansion for a day, He Tian didn't see Dong Wang coming out. He could only find an outside the Castellan's mansion to stay. At this time, many practitioners had gathered in the East Imperial City. Almost all the inns in the city were full. However, He Tian was able to easily find a place to stay. However, very quickly, He Tian realized that he was being watched. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was surprised that someone could actually watch him. He didn't make a sound. The next morning, before the sky was completely bright, he left the inn and headed straight out of the city. After leaving the East Imperial City, He Tian headed straight for the dense forest that was 100 miles away from the city. When He Tian was walking in front of the dense forest, a person silently walked out of the forest and blocked He Tian's path. "It's you." When He Tian saw this person, he was instantly shocked. He didn't expect that the person who had been watching him would be this person. This person was covered from head to toe in a battle robe. Only a pair of bright black eyes could be seen. The ancient battle robe was covered with marks left by weapons. This person was Dong Wang. Chapter 16:14. The ancient battle robe had a kind of Tao lingering around it. This was a sacred robe refined by an ancient sage, and it contained the power of the ancient sage. He Tian never thought that he would be targeted by Dong Wang. "Who are you?" A cold voice came from the sacred robe. It was a neutral voice, making it impossible to tell whether the speaker was a man or a woman. Dong Wang was very direct. He cultivated a very special magic that could sense He Tian spying on him. So he responded in the most direct way. You're the one who blocked my way. I want to ask who you are." A smirk appeared on He Tian's face as he looked at Dong Wang with some evil intentions. The power of yin and yang intertwined in his eyes. He wanted to use the yin-yang godly eyes to see through the sacred robe, but he did not succeed. Even the strange power of the yin-yang godly eyes could not see through the sacred robe refined by an ancient sage. The sacred robe contained the power of the Great Path, which isolated all auras and also blocked the prying of He Tian's yin-yang godly eyes. "I will know everything after I take you down." Dong Wang did not say much and directly attacked. He stretched out his hand, and his right hand quickly expanded, covering the void in front of him as he grabbed at He Tian. He Tian moved his feet, and his whole body flew backward. In an instant, he appeared thousands of feet away. His speed was so fast that even Dong Wang was shocked. "I have underestimated you." Dong Wang retracted his hand and soared into the sky. He strode through the air, and with every step he took, Tao patterns would appear beneath his feet. In just 2 steps, he had caught up to my Tian. Control of heaven and earth. He Tian shouted and directly used the yin-yang technique. His hands turned into 2 extremes of yin and yang. An yin-yang void appeared between heaven and earth. Rumble, a power that could devour heaven and earth, surged out from the yin-yang void, directly swallowing Dong Wang, who was rushing over, and then wanted to suppress and kill him. "Even heaven and earth can't trap me, let alone the void you've created." Dong Wang was extremely domineering, displaying his powerful battle prowess. With a single punch, he broke through the yin-yang void that He Tian had conjured and rushed out. "What?" This time, He Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Although he already knew that this person was extremely powerful, he realized that he had still underestimated the number 1 person in the eastern region's younger generation. Dong Wang was known to be invincible among the younger generation in the East region, and it was not a lie. "If you're only at this level, I think it's best if you don't resist." Dong Wang's voice became incomparably cold. He had an invincible aura. Damn it! He Tian's expression turned ugly. This guy actually dared to look down on him. It seemed that if he didn't teach him a lesson, he would really think that he was invincible. Void formation. He Tian's voice was equally cold. As he spoke, countless formation runes rushed out from his body, imprinting themselves in the void between heaven and earth. The formation runes attracted the power of heaven and earth from all directions, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. A terrifying wave of energy was emitted from He Tian's body. This is behind the saint robe. Donghuang's eyes flickered with radiance. A starry sky seemed to be faintly discernible in his eyes. His inner force seemed to have the sun, moon, and stars descending, incomparably terrifying. Formation Grandmaster. Donghuang couldn't help but be shocked. This method of creating a formation out of nothing was too shocking. In the entire human realm, there had never been such a person. Buzz! The void vibrated. Lines of formation runes spread out from He Tian's body. With him as the center, a killing formation appeared in front of Donghuang. A terrifying wave of energy spread in all directions, alarming the experts in the entire region. This place wasn't very far from the East Royal City. The cultivators in the East Royal City immediately sensed the movement and rushed towards the place where He Tian and Donghuang were. In a short while, many powerful figures appeared in the sky nearby. The unusual movement in the East Region Devil Cave alarmed all the cultivators in the East Region. At this time, many cultivators had gathered in the East Royal City, and there was no lack of experts among them. It's Donghuang. Who is that person? He's actually fighting with Donghuang, creating a formation out of nothing. This person is incredible. In the distant sky, people were whispering. Donghuang had made a big name for himself in the East region. Even among the experts of the older generation, there weren't many who were Donghuang's opponent. Donghuang's cultivation had already faintly surpassed the experts of the older generation, and the method that He Tian displayed was equally shocking. Creating a formation out of nothing. This was a great technique that only the legendary Formation Grandmaster could use. Since when did a Formation Grandmaster appear in the human realm? Everyone was incomparably shocked. A Formation Grandmaster used formations to increase his combat strength. Such a person could rely on formations to borrow all the energy in the world. At this time, He Tian's killing array emitted a terrifying wave of energy. The entire world seemed to be sinking towards Donghuang, causing him to feel great pressure. This guy is actually a Formation Grandmaster. Donghuang never thought that this person would hide so deeply. The great force of heaven and earth was drawn by the killing array, turning into a terrifying killing force. In the void, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. All the spatial cracks spread towards Donghuang. Even if he was wearing the saint robe refined by an ancient sage, Donghuang had no choice but to retreat at this moment. This was the destructive power produced by the collapse of the void. Donghuang didn't want to be swallowed by the spatial cracks. Rumble, He Tian activated the killing array and suppressed it towards Donghuang. This was an unforgettable scene. Billions of formation runes bloomed with endless divine light, attracting the essence of heaven and earth from all directions. Such a killing array was not He Tian's strongest, but it was enough to shock the world. A terrifying aura spread between the heavens and the earth, intimidating everyone. Within the killing array, there was a faint trace of saintly might. Using this killing formation, Mai Tian had raised his battle prowess to a frightening level. This was similar to the Ascension's secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. Moreover, He Tian's killing array had no time limit. It could continuously devour the essence of heaven and earth from all directions. In theory, the killing array's power could be infinitely increased. Donghuang kept retreating. The power of the killing array made him very wary. The spectators in the distance were all shocked to the extreme. An invincible existence of the Eastern Domain's younger generation was actually forced to retreat. This was something that had never happened before. Who was that person? Everyone was very interested in He Tian's identity. Since when did a person who could compete with Donghuang appear in the Eastern Domain? This was not a small matter. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come and suppress me. He Tian's voice rang out from within the killing array. All the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar could hear his voice. He was doing this on purpose to let everyone know. Hearing this, Dongwang did not say anything. Instead, he flipped his hands, and a spear appeared in his hands. This spear was refined from the same divine material as the holy robe he was wearing. The divine spear and the holy robe seemed to be a complete set. This made He Tian secretly shocked. The saint weapons refined by the ancient sages possessed immense might. The items on Donghuang's body caused even Mahakala's eyes to turn red. He wanted nothing more than to rip off Donghuang's saint clothes and take them for himself. Boom! A shocking aura suddenly erupted from Donghuang's body. The spear in his hands seemed to be coming to life. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on its surface. Swish! Donghuang directly threw the spear in his hand at He Tian's killing array. The spear turned into a destructive divine light and directly pierced into the killing array. What? He Tian was shocked. He sensed a terrible, murderous aura from a spear. This kind of aura made him feel great danger. Rumble! The entire killing formation trembled. Countless formation runes collapsed under the attack of the battle spear. The killing power that emanated from the battle spear destroyed everything in its path, almost destroying the entire formation. Swish! He Tian directly abandoned the killing array, tore the void, and fled. The whole killing array finally collapsed completely. Countless matrix patterns disappeared in the void. The great array collapsed, and the terrible power formed swept out in all directions. The remaining power came down from the sky. The earth was shaking. Rows of trees fell, and countless boulders rolled down from the mountains. The whole area was in chaos. 100 miles away in the sky, a figure directly rushed out from the void. Outrageous! I didn't expect Dongwang to have such a killing weapon. This person was He Tian. It was not that his cultivation was not enough, but that the other party did not follow the rules and used a saint-level killing weapon. Kill! A loud shout came from the sky. At this moment, He Tian once again felt an extremely dangerous aura. 100 miles away, a destructive divine light shot up into the sky and pierced towards him. When a tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I, old He, am a sick cat? He Tian was angry. This Dongwang was too despicable. Did he think that he was the only one with a holy weapon? Without thinking too much, He Tian directly used the secret technique of ascension. His combat ability instantly increased by at least 5 times. Endless yin and yang essence qi burst out from his body. Buzz! A sword chime sounded from his body. An almost transparent sword light rushed out from between his eyebrows. Then, it turned into an almost transparent divine sword that he held in his hand. Eat my sword! My Tian roared furiously. His long hair danced wildly, and the entire world trembled from his roar. He slashed out with his sword with all his might, and a formless sword light soared tens of thousands of feet in an instant, imbued with saint-level power. Swish! The strongest sword instantly broke through the void of heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world was split into 2 halves by the sword. In the entire world, there was only the brilliance of this sword. This, 100 miles away, Dongwang was also shocked when he sensed the power of He Tian's attack. He never thought that the guy he found would also have a holy weapon and that his cultivation was similar to his. The shocking sword light and the destructive divine light formed by the spear were about to collide. At that moment, all the spectators fled far away. This was a collision between holy weapons. No one knew what terrifying things would happen, but the consequences would definitely be severe. Chapter 16:15. Indestructible Martial Saint Main. Text Chapter 16:22. Chapter 16:22 Exit. Indestructible Martial Saint Main. Text Chapter 16:22. Chapter 16:22 Exit. Xianhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint. Main Text Chapter 16:22. Chapter 16:22 Return to Indestructible Martial Saint Main. Text Chapter 16:22. Chapter 16:22 Novel Name. Indestructible Martial Saint. Author Liang Clan, 3rd Young Master Type. Xianhuan/fantastical indestructible martial Saint Donghuang's consecutive attacks caused He Tian to be infuriated. He didn't hesitate to use the Ascension's secret technique to increase his battle prowess to the limit. He then activated the formless divine sword to clash with Donghuang. Shahage. Pure text, the formless divine reef shot out a 10,000 zhang long sword light. This sword light was almost transparent, but it was visible to the naked eye. It was like a transparent water curtain that fell from the sky. Everywhere it passed, a pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void. The void of the mortal world couldn't withstand the sword chi of the formless divine reef. A terrifying saint aura appeared between the heaven and earth. Although everyone was shocked, no one would have thought that He Tian also had a saint weapon. This was a battle between two saint weapons. Even Donghuang was shocked. His opponent also had a saint weapon. This was beyond his expectations. He didn't think that this guy had hidden his strength so deeply. Buzz! His spear vibrated. Donghuang had no choice but to use his full strength. His saint robe resonated with his spear, causing it to display the power of a saint. The two saint auras shook the heavens and earth, shaking the earth. More than half of the Eastern Domain's experts could feel the fluctuations of the saint level. Billions of lives were trembling. The power of a saint had surpassed everything. Even the laws of heaven and earth in the mortal world couldn't suppress this power. One must know that saints were transcendent existences in the mortal world. Everyone was fleeing. No one knew what would happen when two saint weapons collided. There had never been such a battle in the mortal world. In the mortal world, some peerless characters didn't want this level of power to appear too early and cause a great calamity. If a peerless character sensed the fluctuations of this power, they would intervene. Free novel, just like the battle between Donghuang and Second Prince Yin on Luofeng Mountain. At the critical moment, Ghost Emperor Fengdu suddenly appeared and stopped the catastrophe. But now, it seemed like no peerless figure had intervened. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the sword Qi collided with Donghuang's spear. In the instant that the two saint weapons collided, the entire world suddenly became silent. In that instant, no one could hear a single sound. Lian Yang's eyes widened in shock. Afterwards, a terrifying sound wave suddenly exploded. A transparent ripple spread from the point of collision between the two saint weapons. Wherever the transparent ripple passed, the space was directly annihilated. The moment the saint weapons collided, He Tian and Donghuang were blown away. The destructive force caused He Tian to suffer a great impact, causing him to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His physical body is almost shattered. The might of this saint weapon. He Tian flew for 1,000 miles before he stabilized his body. His body was covered with cracks, and yin and yang essence was seeping out from the cracks. He could no longer maintain the state of ascension. His powerful aura disappeared, and his expression became weary. Donghuang didn't have it easy either. Although he had the protection of the saint garment, he still suffered from the impact of the saint force. However, the saint garment on his body had countless Tao runes that dissolved most of the power. Rumble, the void was collapsing and being annihilated. In just an instant, the destructive power that spread out in all directions destroyed everything within a radius of 100 miles, leaving nothing behind. The mighty might that came down from the sky directly erased everything on the ground. Even the tallest mountain peak was instantly turned into dust. This was the result of the confrontation between saint weapons. All living beings within 100 miles were killed. Many cultivators who couldn't escape in time were affected and directly turned into ashes. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Even Donghuang City was affected. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The power of the saint weapon was too frightening. From this, it could be seen how powerful the forces that its saint weapons were. Forces that had produced saints all had deep foundations. No one was willing to provoke them. I'll settle the score with you next time. He Tian recalled the invisible divine sword and took out the matrix platform. He immediately boarded it and left quickly. He was definitely not willing to be at a disadvantage. His opponent had the protection of the saint garment and the saint weapon in his hand. He had both offense and defense. In the end, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. He wasn't a pedantic person. Since he couldn't defeat his opponent, he would leave immediately. He wouldn't fight to the death even though he knew he couldn't defeat his opponent. That would be courting death. Dong Wang also withdrew his spear. This was a powerful opponent. He had miscalculated and provoked such a person. He had made such a great enemy for the Dongfang family for no reason. However, he didn't regret it. As long as he was strong enough, no matter how many enemies there were, he would be able to kill them one by one. Why should he be afraid? I wanted to meet that Gu Fei, Dong Wang said to himself. Dong Wang muttered to himself. The reason why he appeared in the Eastern Royal City was to use himself as bait to lure out Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dark, and then kill him. His move was indeed very bold. It should be known that Gu Fei was not an ordinary powerhouse. However, Gu Fei was in seclusion, and no one knew when he would come out. No one knew that Gu Fei was in seclusion. The Dongfang family did not relax. The Zhao family of the ancients was also on guard. It should be known that back then, it was the Dongfang family and some people from the Zhao family of the ancients who joined forces to break into the Dragon Valley and destroy the Supreme Mystery Sect. This kind of hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. No one thought that Gu Fei would give up on revenge. It was because Gu Fei had not made a move that the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the ancients felt uneasy. They didn't know what Gu Fei was preparing in secret. They didn't know when Gu Fei would suddenly jump out and attack them. At this time, in the Devil's Den, one of the two forbidden areas of the Eastern Domain, there was a continuous flow of devil qi that covered the sky. Even at noon, when the sun was high up in the sky, the entire area around the Devil's Den was gloomy and gloomy. The devil qi that overflowed from the Devil's Den enveloped the entire area. From time to time, there would be devil shadows walking in the Devil's Den, and from the depths of the Devil's Den, there would be heart-palpitating devil roars coming from time to time. A terrifying demonic aura spread out from the Devil's Den. There were many cultivators in the periphery of the Devil's Den. The major forces of the Eastern Domain did not dare to let their guard down because the Devil's Den was a source of devil qi in the Eastern Domain and even the entire Soren continent. Even the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the ancients had sent experts to guard outside the Devil's Den. The unusual movements of the Devil's Den affected the nerves of every cultivator in the Eastern Domain. This was a major event. If the countless devils in the Devil's Den came out again, the entire Eastern Domain would flow with rivers of blood. While the various major forces were keeping a close watch on the Devil's Den, on a dark and windy night, a demonic figure walked out from the depths of the Devil's Denver. That demonic figure was extremely powerful. He directly attacked the experts of the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family, killing all the cultivators who were near the demonic area. His methods were extremely ruthless. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Lord Text Shakar 1622. Chapter 1622 Exorcism is the Liang clan's third young master's indestructible martial revered good. If you haven't finished reading, you can add the Immortal Martial Supremacy. Keyboard, enter key square root. Keyboard, recommended reading. Legend of Swordsman Sing Loudly in Another World Survival Record Playing Playground Flourishing China Swallowing Interstellar Infinite Strong Martial Genius Dr. Infinite Wuxia Dream World Defying Nine Heavens Daphne and Rain If You Like the Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Written by the Liang clan's third young master. Please add it so that you can read it in the future. If you have any suggestions for the Indestructible Martial Sovereign, please send a message to the administrator. Collecting all kinds of Xuanhuan and fantasy novels for you. Providing Indestructible Martial Sovereign Chapter 1622. Chapter 1622 Exorcism. Chapter 1616. The appearance of the Devil's Son had shaken the entire eastern region. In the past few days, experts from the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family had been killed by this devil. A storm was brewing in the entire eastern region. Many people had already guessed that this was just the beginning. For hundreds of years, The Eastern Domain cultivators had been constantly fighting with the devils that came out of the Devil's Den. They had never stopped fighting, and the devils in the Devil's Den were obviously at a disadvantage. The primordial Zhao family and the Dongfang family had joined forces, forcing the devils in the Devil Den to retreat to the Devil Denver. However, in recent years, the devil in the Devil Cave started to become restless again. This caused the ancient desolate powers to feel uneasy. There were rumors that a peerless devil in the Devil Cave was about to break free. One had to know that the 9 peaks of Taixian had been a place of suppression for demons. The peerless ferocious demon had yet to appear, but the demon child had. The demon child was incomparably strong, second only to the peerless ferocious demon. He had once led an army of demons to fight against the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family for a full 10 years. In these 10 years of war, many powerhouses had fallen, and the demons had also suffered heavy casualties. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat to the demon's den to recuperate. This time, the Devil's Son didn't lead the army of demons out of the demon's Denver. Instead, he left the demon's den alone and began to kill the experts of the eastern region. On this evening, in a certain mountain in the eastern domain, demonic chi soared into the sky. A terrifying demonic figure intercepted an old man. This old man's body shone with immortal light, and there was a Tao aura flowing around him. This was an old man, a peak expert. "You demon, the experts of my clan are looking for you everywhere. You actually dare to appear here?" A divine sword floated above the old man's head. The old man was very nervous because the other party was the demonic son. "Humph! When those fellows find this place, they will only find your dried corpse." The demon's son laughed coldly. This was a young man who looked no different from a human. However, his body was surrounded by demonic energy, and there was a terrifying demonic aura emanating from his body. After saying that, the Devil's Son pounced at the old man. The surrounding void seemed to collapse from the mighty demonic power that came from the Devil's Son's body. Buzz! The divine sword above the old man's head let out a roar and emitted a sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long. Then it slashed towards a devil child that was pouncing over. This was a mighty figure of the sword Tao. His offensive prowess was definitely at the pinnacle of those of the same cultivation level. With a single strike of his sword, all techniques were broken. The layers of demonic aura were split apart by this sword light as it headed straight for the demon child. The light of a star dares to compete with the radiance of the moon. The Devil's Son stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword beam. Boundless demonic power erupted from his hand, and the sword beam immediately dimmed. The old man was shocked. That was his natal sword, and he had cultivated it for countless years. It had long become a part of his body. At that moment, the divine sword was being corroded by the demonic chi. The spiritual chi was rapidly being converted into demonic chi. The demonic son was devouring the essence within the divine sword. "What? Don't tell me you've mastered that kind of demonic technique?" The old man was shocked. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had actually damaged his own Tao power and severed all connections between himself and the divine sword. At that moment, the old man's face turned extremely pale. His connection with the divine sword had been severed by himself. This caused his Tao foundation to be impacted. Swoosh! The old man turned into a sword beam and rushed into the sky. He wanted to escape. He didn't dare to stay in this place anymore. The opponent was too strong, and he was no match for him at all. "Oomph! You still want to escape in front of me?" Crack! The divine sword in the Devil's Son's hand quickly dimmed. With a jolt of demonic power, the divine weapon broke into several pieces and became a few pieces of scrap metal. Then, the Devil's Son chased after him unhurriedly and struck out with his palm. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. Endless demonic chi quickly condensed into a pitch-black demonic hand. It slapped towards the sword beam in front of him. The space was shattering, and the giant hand instantly covered the entire sky. Without any suspense, the sword beam that the old man had turned into was slapped down from the sky by the giant hand. Then it was grabbed by the demonic hand, and all his Tao power was sucked away. He became a dried-up corpse. This kind of demonic technique was extremely domineering. It could devour the essence, qi, and spirit of a cultivator. Even the primordial spirit couldn't escape. After devouring the old man's Tao power, the devil's son was about to leave when he suddenly felt something. He turned around and looked at the space in front of him. "You've been watching for so long. Do you still want to keep watching?" The devil's son's voice was extremely cold. With his cultivation, it took him so long to sense that someone was hiding and spying on him. This really annoyed him. "Oomph. I didn't expect you to notice me like this." Following the voice, an extremely weak ripple appeared in the space. Then, a figure walked out as if he had directly walked out of the space. "You didn't run after seeing me. Very good of you." After the devil's son saw this person, his pupils constricted. This was a guy who was covered in godly items, especially the fan in this guy's hand. It was actually made from the feathers of a rare golden bird. Hee hee, what a joke. I've met demons who are much stronger than you. You? Oomph. This person glanced at the devil's son, and a faint look of disdain appeared on his face. Ew. The devil's son was furious. Ever since he started his cultivation, no one had dared to look down on him. This guy was just a powerful emperor. Why did he have to be so arrogant? What about you? If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then I'm leaving. He Tian was extremely relaxed and didn't look nervous at all. It was as if he didn't care about the devil's son at all. One should know that the devil's son had been in the limelight in the East region recently. Many strong cultivators in the East region had already died in the hands of the devil's son. Roar! You're courting death. The devil's son couldn't take it anymore. He roared angrily, and 2 beams of evil blood light shot out from his eyes. His long hair turned into a demonic dragon and rushed towards He Tian. Whoosh! He Tian directly fanned forward. A divine fire rushed out from the fan in his hand and burned towards the demonic dragon that was rushing towards him. The terrifying heat caused the void to distort. A burning smell immediately spread in the void. The moment the demonic dragon that was formed by the devil's son's long hair came into contact with the divine fire, it quickly shrank back. Damn it! The devil's son roared angrily. Ever since he started his cultivation, he had never suffered such a loss. A lot of his long hair was actually burnt. This shocked and angered him. Who was this guy? How could he have such combat strength? Heaven Transformation Hand. The devil's son was furious. He stretched out his hand, and a black hole appeared in his palm. A heaven-devouring force erupted from the black hole, and even the void was pulled into the black hole. He Tian only felt his body tighten. He was actually being sucked in by this suction force. Then, he flew towards the devil's son's hand and was about to be sucked into the black hole. He Tian was shocked. Chapter 16-17. The demon son of the East region appeared and attacked aggressively, constantly killing the experts of the various races in the East region. For a time, all the experts of the major forces in the East region felt threatened. But right at this moment, the demon sun met with a strong opponent. The sunset glow was like blood. In the depths of the mountains, there was a desolate killing intent. High up in the sky, a black hole suddenly appeared, devouring everything in the world. A figure was sucked into the black hole. Rumble, the world shook. The black hole in the sky seemed to be connected to a demonic domain. It emitted a demonic power that made one's heart palpitate. There was a power to devour the heavens, devouring everything. You want to transform the sky with one hand? You're still too young. He Tian's face revealed a look of disdain. Then the power of yin and yang surged out from his body. The power of yin and yang intertwined, and an yin-yang diagram emerged from his body. The diagram vibrated and actually blocked the power of the Heaven Transformation Hand. It allowed He Tian to stabilize his body, no longer being sucked in by the Heaven Transformation Hand. Yin-yang technique? The demon son of the East region was taken aback. The Heaven Transformation Hand that he cultivated could transform all the power in the world, but at this time, it was useless against this guy. What's your relationship with that person in the extreme North demonic domain? The demon son put away the heaven transformation hand. His figure flickered, and in an instant, he retreated thousands of feet away. The speed was so fast that even Tian was stunned and secretly shocked. The demons did not want to miss this opportunity. The appearance of the demon son was enough to explain everything. The demons were also going to take action. Tian wanted to eliminate a few experts among the demons first and extinguish the flames of arrogance of the demons. However, the strength of this demon son was beyond his expectations. I don't know what you're talking about. Tian's left hand turned into a black moon, and his right hand turned into a blazing divine sun. The power of yin and yang was vast, and it evolved into a yin-yang diagram. The most primitive power in the world erupted from his body. Boom! The yin-yang divine diagram suddenly became countless times larger, covering the entire sky and obliterating the devil child. This was a Tao diagram formed by the interweaving of yin and yang Tao energy. In an instant, it sealed the heaven and earth in all directions, enveloping the devil child. The devil son was taken aback. The other party was much stronger than he had imagined, and this caused him to become serious. The other party's killing technique was too powerful, and even he felt a sense of danger. Universal demonic palm. The demonic child hollered out as he struck out with the unparalleled killing skill that he had cultivated. At this moment, the entire power of the heaven and earth seemed to be under his control. Within the entire void of the entire world, he was the only one. Like a demon lord who could destroy the world, the devil son's long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes flickered with blood light. Tao patterns that emitted a heart-palpitating aura of the devil Tao were imprinted in all directions, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. The two powers collided very quickly. It was a huge collision. The yin-yang divine picture unleashed an endless amount of yin and yang power, which continuously canceled out the demonic power of the demonic child. The void between the two of them was silently annihilated. In the end, neither of them could truly suppress the other. The yin-yang divine diagram dissipated, and the power of heaven and earth that the demonic son had attracted was also obliterated by the diagram. The first head-on clash between Tian and the devil son was only a draw. Good fella, you are worthy of me using my true strength. The devil son's heart trembled. This opponent was much scarier than ordinary opponents, and he had no choice but to get serious. Very good, you are also worthy of me using my full strength. That frivolous expression on Tian's face disappeared. Within his eyes, the power of yin and yang interweaved, and it was as though the sun and moon were sinking in his eyes. Kill! Demonic aura filled the sky as the devil's son roared in anger. He turned into a beam of demonic light and pounced towards Tian. A terrifying demonic power surged forth, causing the entire world to tremble. Is it really the infinite demonic art? Tian couldn't help but be moved. He could feel that the moment the devil's son turned into a beam of demonic light, all the essence chi in the void was drawn towards that beam of demonic light. This demonic art could convert all the essence chi in the world for one's own use. It was extremely domineering. I don't believe that you can convert my power as well. Tian's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He directly used the yin-yang grand art, and the yin-yang Tao diagram condensed on his body once more. The power of the great Tao curled around him as he directly met the demonic light. Pung! Tian's hands danced, and the yin-yang Tao diagram appeared in front of him. It blocked forward and collided with the demonic light formed by the devil's son. Just as the yin-yang Tao diagram collided with the demonic light, Tian felt the yin and yang essence chi in his body showing signs of being affected. Even the essence chi condensed by the yin-yang Tao diagram was shaken. Transform the heavens and earth. I am the only one. The devil's son used the infinite demonic art with all his strength. Endless essence chi crazily gathered towards him, and his combat strength rapidly increased. A terrifying aura began to emanate from his body. Good heavens, he wants to raise his combat strength to the Saint realm. He Tian was taken aback. His opponent was too terrifying. This kind of demonic art was famous in ancient times. It was said that it could transform any expert and was invincible. The Devil Son's performance made He Tian feel great pressure. This guy was most likely the descendant of that fierce ancient demon. His demonic art made even He Tian wary. This demon was like a black hole that could devour everything. However, He Tian was not so easy to bully. The Yin-Yang Grand art was mysterious and unfathomable. For a moment, even the infinite demonic art couldn't shake it. Endless demonic chi shrouded the depths of the mountain. Within the demonic chi, there would be yin-yang divine light piercing through from time to time. The terrifying aura caused the nearby creatures to panic. Good demon, you forced me to do this. He Tian roared. His opponent's combat strength was constantly increasing, making him feel danger. This kind of demonic art was terrifying. This Devil Son was only at the Almighty Emperor realm, but with the support of this demonic art, the Devil Son's combat strength was gradually approaching the Saint realm. This was definitely not good for He Tian. Oomph. You're dead. After devouring your yin-yang essence chi, my cultivation will definitely rise to the next level. The Devil Son's voice came from within the demonic chi. Lines of demonic patterns were constantly imprinted in the void. The Devil Son attracted the essence chi of heaven and earth to suppress the surroundings, trapping He Tian in the demonic chi. He wanted to slowly refine He Tian. However, He Tian would definitely not sit and wait for death. He had no choice but to use the Heaven Ascension secret art. A shocking power suddenly erupted from his body. Boom! The whole world shook. Countless array patterns rushed out from He Tian's body, instantly covering the entire void. A towering murderous aura appeared between heaven and earth. The Devil Son was shocked. He never expected that this guy still had some strength left. This was a type of array pattern that broke through the seal of his demonic chi and imprinted in the void, creating an array out of nothing. You are an array master. Only now did the Devil Son realize his opponent's identity. He actually encountered an array master. He couldn't help but be surprised and happy. In this case, he couldn't let this guy go. Buzz. At this moment, the void shook. The killing array laid down by He Tian was activated. A towering murderous aura seeped out from the killing array, dispersing all the demonic chi in the surroundings. Swish! Rays of destructive killing light appeared from the killing array and pierced through the void towards the Devil Son. The killing intent was so shocking that even an existence like the Devil Son couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Heaven Transformation Hand. The Devil Son pressed his right hand forward. A black hole appeared in his palm. Countless rays of destructive killing light that pierced towards him were all devoured by the black hole. Oomph. Be careful that you don't explode. He Tian's cold voice rang out from within the killing matrix. Matrix techniques were his forte. Streaks of yin and yang Dao patterns continuously emerged from his hands and were imprinted into the matrix. The power of yin and yang intertwined. In the middle of the killing array, a yin-yang diagram was faintly discernible. Powerful energy waves shook the entire area. A battle like this startled everyone. Very soon, silhouettes of experts appeared in the distance. Roar! Just at this moment, a furious roar rang out from the sky as a peerlessly powerful figure appeared in the sky. The moment that person appeared, he took out a godly bow, knocked an arrow, and shot it at the Devil Son. Demons were the greatest enemies of all cultivators in the world. This sudden appearance of an expert didn't require any hesitation. He attacked the Devil Son directly. The divine arrow pierced through the void, shattered the heaven and earth, and emitted a terrifying energy wave of the Saint realm. What? The Devil Son was shocked. His body flashed and turned into a black hole. He used the infinite demon transformation art and actually wanted to melt the divine arrow. Even He Tian was shocked to see such an action. PFFF. The divine arrow flew from the sky and shot into the black hole. Endless demonic chi was annihilated. Then, with a boom, the black hole exploded. A figure flew out, and a large amount of demonic blood splattered from the sky. This was the power of a saint realm. How could it be melted so easily? The Devil's Son suffered a huge impact, and his physical body almost collapsed. He didn't stop. Using this energy, he used the demonic blood escape art and turned into a bloody light, instantly leaving. This escape art that used one's own blood as a guide was so fast that it was comparable to Gu Fei's extreme speed of 8 steps. Even if the person in the sky wanted to shoot another arrow, it would be too late. That person came with a holy weapon and directly chased in the direction where the Devil's Son disappeared. Seeing this, He Tian hurriedly put away the killing array and followed. This demon cultivated the infinite demon transformation art, and it was very likely that he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. This kind of demonic art could turn the essence of a cultivator for his own use. This demon walked out of the demon's lair and probably wanted to devour the essence of a cultivator to break through the shackles of his current cultivation. If that was really the case, all the cultivators in the East region would be the Devil's Son's target. Some of the experts in the East region had already thought of this possibility. Therefore, all the major forces sent out their experts to kill this Devil's Son. However, the Devil's Son was extremely cunning. Not only did they not kill him, but many cultivators from the major forces died in the hands of the Devil's Son. He Tian was very clear about the characteristics of the infinite demon transformation art. This demon had to die. Otherwise, there would be big trouble. Chapter 16:18. The news that the Eastern region's Devil's Son cultivated the myriad demonic transformation technique shook the entire Eastern region and even the entire cultivation world. The myriad demonic transformation technique was a forbidden technique. This kind of demonic technique could transform all the essence energy in the world for its own use. Therefore, the Devil's Son who cultivated this technique was definitely the enemy of all the cultivators in the world. Many great powers sent out experts with holy weapons to chase after the Devil's Son. However, the Devil's Son was extremely cunning. Ever since he was injured by a holy arrow, he never showed himself again. Everyone knew that the Devil's Son had hidden himself to heal. The holy arrow's attack caused a great impact on him, causing his demonic body to almost collapse. This kind of injury wasn't easy to recover from. Everyone, including He Tian, wanted to find this Devil's Son. Some even invited the experts of the Grand Development Gate from the human realm to use the Grand Development Divine Technique to deduce the Devil's Son's location. The human realm's Grand Development Gate was a special existence. This gate used the Grand Development Divine Technique to steal the Heaven's secret. Therefore, all of its members were punished by the heavens, and their disciples withered. In this generation, the Grand Development Gate only had 3 successors. If all 3 of them were killed, then the gate would be exterminated. Old Man Xianxia was the current gate master of the human realm's Grand Development Gate. He had 2 disciples who had already obtained 60 to 70% of his true teachings. This time, an expert from the Eastern region invited one of the 2 disciples of Old Man Xianxia. This disciple of the Grand Development Gate was indeed impressive. He spent half an hour and paid the price of a mouthful of essence blood to deduce the Devil's Son's location. Stealing the heavens' secret was an act that would incur the jealousy of the heavens. The people of the Grand Development Gate usually didn't want to deduce the fate of others in order to avoid being punished by the heavens. After knowing where the Devil's Son was hiding, the experts from the Eastern Clan, the Zhao Clan, and the experts from the Central Plains acted together. The Sky Market was definitely a forbidden area in the Eastern region or even the entire Tonglong continent. According to legend, the Sky Market was formed when a small piece of the heaven realm fell into the human realm during the dark chaos of the late prehistoric era. Although countless years had passed, it was still difficult for the heaven and earth law in the Sky Market to merge with the heaven and earth law in the mortal realm. The heaven and earth aura in the Sky Market was different from that of the mortal realm. Furthermore, although the Sky Market was filled with danger, there were also many ruins. There had been people who had picked up fragments of holy weapons from these ruins. At this moment, demonic chi lingered in a hidden valley in the periphery of the heavenly market. All the plants had already withered and lost their vitality. The demonic energy devoured all the life essence energy in the valley. Many beasts' corpses were lying on the withered grass, leaving only their skins behind. All their blood essence had been drained away. In the depths of the valley, at the source of the demonic chi, there was a demonic shadow looming there. Demonic patterns lingered in the void, emitting a demonic light that made one's heart palpitate. The fiend's son hid in this nameless valley to recuperate. At this moment, 3 figures appeared outside the valley. These 3 figures silently approached the nameless valley from 3 different directions. The prediction of the brilliant disciple of the Grand Development Gate was very accurate. Although the valley was incomparably quiet without any demonic chi, this kind of silence was rather abnormal. One had to know that the spiritual energy in the area where the sky market and the mortal realm intersected was much denser than other places. In these areas, vegetation flourished, and there were even many ferocious beasts roaming about. The surrounding of the valley was incomparably quiet, which in itself did not match this region. I would like to see how this guy is going to escape this time. A figure appeared in the distant sky, watching the scene coldly. This person was none other than Erebus. He did not want to miss out on this mission. Among the 3 experts, 2 were from the Dongfang family and the desolate Zhao family respectively. The last one was wearing a dragon crown and an official robe. Obviously, he was from the royal family of the Central Plains. Judging from his attire, he should be from the Great Qi dynasty in the eastern region of the Central Plains. The Great Qi dynasty had also sent a royal expert to the eastern region. The 3 experts all carried holy weapons with them. They could use the holy weapons to conceal their aura. Unless it was a quasi-sage, no one would be able to sense their presence. Obviously, the fiend's son was not a quasi-sage. Boom! All of a sudden, 3 waves of sage aura exploded. Countless Saint-Tier Tao patterns intertwined and formed an inescapable net that enveloped the entire valley. Countless Tao patterns were imprinted on the ground. In an instant, the sky and the ground were completely sealed by the Tao patterns that rushed out from the holy weapons. Roar! A furious roar came from the valley. Countless demonic patterns appeared in the void around the valley. A demonic formation was activated. However, in the face of the Saint-Tier power, the demonic formation set up by the fiend's son was nothing. Countless demonic patterns were directly obliterated by the mighty power of the 3 holy weapons. These 3 guys. Seeing this scene, even He Tian was shocked. The 3 holy weapons were actually reviving. It was obvious that these 3 experts had made full preparations beforehand. They were going to kill the fiend's son. The 3 experts activated the holy weapons and pushed forward. The valley was collapsing. Under the peerless sage aura, everything was about to be obliterated. It was extremely terrifying. The 3 holy weapons were a dragon saber, a huge flag, and a bronze cauldron. Roar! A series of dragon roars came from the dragon saber. There seemed to be a dragon's soul sealed inside, emitting endless dragon might. In the sky above the dragon saber, there was a vague shadow of a huge dragon. The Great Qi dynasty's Heaven Dragon Saber? At this moment, many cultivators had already arrived nearby. Witnessing this shocking scene, everyone was stunned. Endless sage aura erupted, and no one dared to approach. Someone recognized the dragon saber. It was the Great Qi dynasty's holy saber. They didn't expect the Great Qi dynasty to use such a trump card. One had to know that a complete and flawless holy weapon was enough to intimidate all the forces in the human world. Despicable. In the valley, the fiend's son was shocked and angry. At this moment, the holy weapons sealed the heaven and earth and laid out an inescapable net. Unless he was a demon saint, otherwise, even a half-sage would have to suffer. Rumble. The mighty dragon might, the huge flag, the bronze cauldron, and the 3 holy weapons displayed their Saint-Tier power, turning the void into chaos. The destructive power caused the heaven and earth to change color. The Saint-Tier Tao patterns shattered everything. Layers of demonic chi were constantly being obliterated. The three experts were emitting endless divine radiance. They didn't hesitate to consume their essence chi to obliterate the fiend sun. Three pinnacle experts came with holy weapons. You guys really think highly of me. The fiend sun roared. At this moment, a demon diagram rushed out from his body, emitting endless demonic light. Demonic patterns emerged on the demon diagram. This was a demon diagram refined by a half-demon saint. There was a terrifying demon saint aura on the demon diagram. However, if the fiend sun wanted to use this demon diagram to protect himself, it was definitely not enough. This is a last-ditch struggle. The expert from the Great Qi dynasty was incomparably powerful. He directly activated the Heaven Dragon Saber and slashed at the demon diagram. The resplendent saber light seemed to split the heaven and earth in half. Chapter 16:19. The Devil's Son was trapped in the valley, and the three sacred weapons had sealed off all his escape routes, forcing him to risk his life. Rumble. A devil diagram rushed out of the Devil's Son's body and emitted destructive waves. Countless demonic patterns emerged. This was the powerful power of a quasi-sage. However, in front of true saint-level power, the power of a quasi-sage couldn't change anything. The Devil's Son was already in a desperate situation. As long as the three sacred weapons worked together, they would be able to destroy his body and soul. A deathbed struggle. The Great Qi royal family was incomparably domineering. They immediately activated the Sky Dragon Saber and slashed at the Devil diagram. A dragon-shaped saber, Qi instantly soared tens of thousands of feet and fell down. No one was optimistic about the Devil's Son. If he could escape from the encirclement of the three sacred weapons, then he would be too heaven-defying. Just as everyone thought that the Devil's Son was about to fall, He Tian felt a trace of unease. His premonition had always been accurate. He didn't think much and immediately retreated 1,000 miles. Boom! Just as He Tian was retreating, an earth-shattering explosion came from the valley. That devil diagram actually collapsed by itself. Billions of demonic patterns were destroyed and formed a peerlessly terrifying power. The self-destruction of a quasi-sage demonic Tao treasure was earth-shattering and shook the heaven and earth. Even the three sacred weapons were shaking and the saint-level Tao patterns were flickering. On the ground and in the void, many saint-level Tao patterns were collapsing. What? No one expected the Devil's Son to self-destruct his devil diagram. The vast power from the devil diagram even broke through the seal of the three sacred weapons and gushed out from the center of the valley. This was definitely a disaster. The self-detonation of the demonic diagram of the quasi-sage level erupted with a terrifying power that surpassed the quasi-sage level. The released destructive power caused everything within a radius of several hundred miles to turn into ashes. The ground sank. Even with the saint-level Tao patterns, the entire ground was shaved off and a huge pit appeared in the outer region of the sky market. Many people were affected and exploded into clouds of blood mist in the void. Under this destructive power, even an almighty would be destroyed in body and soul. Boom! Another loud explosion rang out. A demonic energy even more powerful than the explosion of the demonic diagram exploded. This time, the Great Qi imperial family suffered a great impact. His heavenly dragon saber was hit twice and was almost blown away. The Sky Dragon Saber of the Great Qi dynasty was one of the treasures of this immortal dynasty. It was a divine saber refined by the ancestors of this dynasty. Compared to other saint weapons, the imperial experts of the Qi dynasty could better control their own saint weapons. Only in the hands of the imperial experts of the Qi dynasty could the heavenly dragon saber display its greatest power. Roar! The expert from the royal family of the Great Qi dynasty let out a furious roar. The draconic aura around his body was vast and mighty. His hands, which were holding the sacred blade, were already drenched in blood. His wrists had already cracked open over a dozen times. He circulated the great dragon Qi in his body with all his might and barely managed to hold onto the heaven dragon saber, preventing it from flying out of his hand. After exploding two demonic path magic treasures of the quasi-sage level, the inescapable net laid out by the three sacred weapons was torn open by the two demonic path powers. Swoosh! A ray of bloody light rushed out from the torn hole. The Devil Son was using the demonic blood escape technique. Using his own blood as a guide, he turned into a ray of bloody light in an attempt to escape. What? The three pinnacle experts were shocked. At this moment, they had to defend against the terrifying power produced by the explosion of the magic treasures of the demonic path. It was difficult for them to stop the Devil Son. I will definitely repay this debt tenfold. The Devil Son left a ruthless sentence before rushing towards the Sky Market. At this moment, the Sky Market was the only path of survival. There were experts coming from other directions. Swoosh! Just as the bloody light that the Devil Son had turned into was about to rush into the Sky Market, an arrow flew from the sky and shot towards the bloody light. The bloody light was shot by the sacred arrow and immediately dissipated more than half of it. The Devil Son let out a blood-curdling scream. In the end, he still rushed into the Sky Market and disappeared. The expert who had shot the Devil Son with the arrow had arrived. However, because he was too far away, he could only shoot the arrow from afar. Once again, the Devil Son was severely injured. How is this possible? Three experts came with saint weapons, but he still managed to escape. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't believe what they had just seen. The self-destruction of the demonic diagram and the self-destruction of the mysterious demonic weapon. This Devil Son's methods were really ruthless. When the three experts had completely destroyed the power of the demonic path produced by the explosion of the two magic treasures of the demonic path, the demonic light that the Devil Son had turned into was long gone. At this moment, Tian had also disappeared. The Sky Market was a forbidden ground in the eastern region of the human realm. In this great era of the human realm, there were cultivators in this forbidden ground in the eastern region. Many cultivators entered the Sky Market when the Great Era arrived. Many young disciples of the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity were cultivating in the Sky Market. However, on this day, the cultivators in the Sky Market welcomed a disaster. A bloody demonic light appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the Sky Market. Every time this bloody demonic light appeared, it would bring about a massacre. Many places where the demonic light appeared were left with dried corpses. These dried corpses were cultivators whose essence, spirit, and even their flesh and blood had been devoured. It's the myriad devil transformation technique. At the place where the bloody demonic light appeared again, a few dried corpses were left behind. Just as the demonic light left, a figure appeared in this place. It was a handsome young man with a jade-like face and a divine fire fan in his hand. This Devil Son is already half dead, but he still dares to do evil everywhere? Tian muttered to himself. He was the only one who had chased after the Devil Son. The three experts who had grasped sacred weapons had also lost him. Swish! Tian's figure disappeared into the void. He had followed the aura of the Devil Son all the way. He was an expert in tracking, and few could escape from his pursuit. Of course, if the Devil Son hadn't been seriously injured, even Tian would have found it difficult to track him. This Devil Son had the treasures of the demons on him that could conceal his aura. However, at this time, the Devil Son had exploded the treasures of the demons on him. It was no longer possible for him to hide his tracks. In a place where Xianxia gathered, a devil shadow was floating in the Xianxia. This devil shadow was swallowing the surrounding Xianxia, trying to form a devil body. Damn it! The devil shadow emitted a devil consciousness. This wasn't the Devil Son's devil body, but an essence spirit. The Devil Son's devil body had already been destroyed. To think that the Devil Son of the East region would actually end up in such a state. The devil shadow was indignant. The other party had actually used a sacred weapon and didn't abide by the rules at all. However, he couldn't do anything because the demons and the human race were irreconcilable races. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. You really made me look for you. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the void. Upon hearing this voice, the Devil Son's essence spirit in the Xianxia was shocked. Chapter 16:20. The sudden appearance of He Tian shocked the devil child to the extreme. This was a powerful opponent, and with his current state, he was no match for this person at all. Roar! The devil child's primordial spirit emitted a strong wave of divine will. All the Yin Qi in the Yin land immediately gathered towards the devil child's primordial spirit. A strong demonic power was condensing, and within the demonic Qi, demonic patterns were faintly discernible. It attracted the essence of heaven and earth from all directions, and a demonic body was condensed. The devil child was rapidly reconstructing his demonic body. Soon, a demonic shadow walked out of the demonic Qi, and its blood-red eyes emitted an evil gaze. It's just a last-ditch struggle. What's the use of this? He Tian did not stop the devil child from reconstructing his demonic body. He just stood in the distance and watched the scene quietly. At this moment, the devil child was no longer the devil child who could look down on everyone. Kill! The devil child was still strong. Even though he knew that he was at a disadvantage, he still took the initiative to attack. Endless demonic Qi rushed out of his demonic body, condensing into more than 10 demonic spears, and pierced towards He Tian. On each demonic spear, there was a demonic pattern faintly discernible. He was fighting with his life, and did not hesitate to use the source of demonic power to brand the demonic patterns on the demonic spears. Swoosh! Without hesitation, He Tian directly used the invisible divine sword. An almost transparent sword light rushed out from between his eyebrows and rushed forward. A wisp of holy might was emitted from the almost transparent sword light, which shocked the devil child. This guy had a holy weapon. This time, the devil child was afraid that he would not be able to survive. Without any suspense, He Tian's invisible sword light directly crushed the dozen demonic spears and then slashed towards the devil child. It was as easy as breaking dry weeds, and there was no way to stop it. The devil child turned into a demonic light and dodged. However, no matter how fast he was, the almost transparent sword light still hit his left arm. Pung! The demon child's entire left arm exploded. His muscles, bones, and flesh all turned into a bloody mist in an instant, dissipating into the void. The smell of blood immediately filled the air. The reconstructed demonic body could not compare to the demonic son's original demonic body that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. His demonic body was severely injured after being swept by the invisible sword beam. Die! He Tian pressed forward, and the invisible sword light flew back to him. At this moment, the yin-yang divine power on his body was vast and mighty, and in his divine eyes, there were yin-yang Tao patterns interweaving. Buzz! The formless divine sword trembled, and a transparent sword wave spread out from it. Everywhere the sword wave passed, the void space was shattered, and everything was destroyed. Pooh! The demonic son was forced to retreat once again. Demonic blood splattered all over his body. The demonic body that had just been reconstructed was almost shattered by the sword wave emitted by the invisible divine sword. Roar! The devil child roared, and his voice was filled with unwillingness. The demonic blood that splashed out from his body was all blooming with an almost immortal demonic light. Burning the demonic blood was releasing the strongest demonic power. The terrifying power of a mighty emperor was increasing almost infinitely. There was actually a wisp of holy might in the demonic blood. What He Tian was shocked. This devil child was not simple. He had actually cultivated such a forbidden divine power. He was burning his own power source. Once his power source was exhausted, this demon would be destroyed in body and soul. Demonic fire burns the heavens. I will die with you. The devil child roared. At this moment, not only was the demonic blood outside his body burning, but the demonic blood in his body was also burning. His entire body was emitting terrifying demonic fire. This madman, He Tian, did not want to fight the devil child to the death. The other party had been seriously injured, and he was in peak condition. There was no need for him to fight this demon. Swish! He used the yin-yang steps and quickly retreated. The invisible divine sword constantly emitted waves of sword waves that protected him. Endless demonic fire burned towards him. Wherever the demonic fire passed, the void was silently annihilated. This kind of demonic fire that was formed from the devil child's demonic power source was too terrifying. An extremely terrifying demonic power spread between heaven and earth. The demonic fire instantly enveloped the void for thousands of miles. Buzz! The invisible divine sword vibrated. The saint-level sword chi wave isolated the terrifying demonic fire that was surging towards He Tian outside of He Tian's body. Even so, He Tian still felt great danger. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Although the demonic power was mostly weakened by the invisible divine sword's sword chi, there was still a small part that penetrated through the sword light. This demonic power made He Tian feel restless all over. His spiritual soul was shaken, and his mind was almost lost. This kind of demonic power could demonize all living beings. If it was an ordinary almighty emperor, his mind would have been disturbed by this power, lost his mind, and demonized. But who was He Tian? He had been through reincarnation continuously. His mind was so firm that no one in the human realm could compare to him. It was impossible to demonize him. Formation in the void. He Tian roared. A strong wave exploded from his body. Lines of formation patterns began to condense on his body and imprinted themselves in all directions. In just an instant, countless formation patterns flew out from He Tian's body and interweaved to form a shocking killing formation. The killing intent soared into the sky and caused the sky to change color. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth shook. The killing formation was in operation. A total of 108 killing lights rushed out from the killing formation and pierced towards the devil child. The supreme killing lights shattered the void and broke through the layers of demonic fire. It pierced towards the devil child who was in the center of the demonic fire, displaying great power. In the middle of the killing formation, a saint-tier power was gathering. This was a one-corner saint formation that had been set up by Erebus. Ancient runes interwove to form a mysterious and unfathomable formation diagram, and a supreme killing light circulated within it. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. The devil child's voice came from within the demonic fire. An even more powerful demonic fire burst forth from his body. The moment the 108 beams of killing light met the demonic fire, they were refined into nothingness by the demonic fire. Seeing this, He Tian couldn't help but feel shocked. This demonic fire could even refine the saint-tier killing lights. It was really terrifying. If this demonic fire burned one's body, even a half-sage would be destroyed. Very well, I'll let you see what a formation master is. He Tian made up his mind and opened up the world of formations in his body. Countless Tao patterns rushed out from his world of formations and interweaved to form a killing formation. 10 ultimate formation, heaven punishing formation, earth fire formation, 5 elements formation. Great formations appeared one after another, emitting terrifying killing intent and suppressing the devil child. Chapter 16:21. He Tian was determined. This was the first time he used the world of array formations that he had cultivated. It was a world formed by endless array patterns, like a treasure trove of array formations. The endless array patterns could interweave into killing arrays. Countless array patterns rushed out of He Tian's world of array formations, and killing arrays appeared in the world, emitting terrifying waves. Kill! He Tian used his trump card this time. He roared and controlled the killing arrays to attack the demonic air and the demonic fire. Boom! The 10-terminal formation erupted with endless terrifying power, obliterating the void. A large area of demonic fire was dissipating, and within the demonic fire, the demonic patterns were collapsing. However, the endless demonic fire produced by the demonic air burning his demonic power was too much. The power of the 10-terminal formation was only able to break a corner of it. However, He Tian had more than one killing array. The entire world was shrouded by the killing arrays. After the 10-terminal formation collapsed, the Heaven Punishment Array attacked again. Rumble, the Heaven Punishment Array, triggered the power of the heavens. Terrifying lightning descended from the sky and bombarded the demonic air in the demonic fire, bringing with it the destructive power of the 9 heavens. This was a kind of heavenly punishment. It was extremely terrifying, but it was still difficult to suppress the demonic air. Layers of demonic fire swept out from his body. Even the heavenly punishment was annihilated in the demonic fire. Roar! The demonic air roared angrily. Demonic patterns collapsed in his body, releasing extremely terrifying demonic power. The collapse of each demonic pattern weakened the demonic air's life force. The collapse of the demonic patterns was irreversible. The demonic air's Tao foundation had been destroyed. These were the demonic patterns that he had comprehended, the foundation of achieving the Tao. He was personally destroying his own hope of achieving the Tao. You want to drag me down with you even if you destroy your own Tao foundation? You can play by yourself. I won't accompany you. He Tian suddenly sneered. He smashed out more than 10 killing arrays, then used the invisible divine sword to protect himself. He rushed into the sky, broke through the suppression of the demonic fire, and rushed out. When the fiend heir saw He Tian leave without a fight, he was so angry that he almost fainted. He destroyed his Tao foundation because he wanted to fight He Tian to the death. He wanted to use his life to kill this opponent. However, He Tian looked through the void with his yin-yang divine eyes and saw the changes that were happening in the demonic sun's body. The demonic sun's Tao foundation had been destroyed, and he had no fate with the great Tao in this lifetime. At this point in time, killing the fiend heir no longer mattered. Although the myriad demon transformation art was terrifying, a crippled demon son wouldn't be able to cause much trouble unless that peerless demon from the East Region demon lair came out. He Tian was very decisive. After knowing the situation of the devil child, he immediately retreated. This caused the devil child to almost go crazy. This fellow was simply too despicable. The devil's son wanted to go all out, but it was impossible for He Tian to really go all out against him. He Tian was extremely cunning, and he would definitely not do a losing business. Damn it, you want to escape? It's not that easy. The devil's son was like a crazy demon as he set off a monstrous demonic fire, chasing after He Tian. At this time, he was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Anyone who met him would be unlucky. He Tian used the yin-yang steps, and his speed was extremely fast as he rushed toward the horizon. The terrifying demonic fire enveloped half the sky and burned towards He Tian. This was a terrifying scene. Everywhere the demonic fire passed, all living beings would be burned to ashes. Even the mountains that were burned by the demonic fire silently turned to ashes. The area that the devil's son passed through was truly a place where he could kill everything. Very soon, the two of them chased for thousands of miles. The demonic fire burned the sky, alarming many cultivators. Some people recognized the devil's son, and before long, experts with holy weapons took action. At this time, He Tian had already escaped to a mountain gate. This area was filled with spiritual energy, and there was a white jade gateway outside the mountain gate. The words Xianxia were engraved on the gateway. This was where the East Region's major sect, Xianxia sect, was located. Xianxia sect was one of the few major sects in the East Region other than the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the primordial ancients. When the great era of the human world arrived, Xianxia sect was also extremely prosperous. However, this major sect was attached to the Zhao family of the primordial ancients and hitched a ride on the chariot of the Zhao family. The reason why He Tian escaped here was because he had a purpose. Who goes there? Someone shouted from within the mountain gate. However, He Tian could not be bothered with that person and directly rushed into the mountain gate. Someone tried to stop him, but He Tian merely flicked his sleeves, and that person was sent flying hundreds of miles away. Boom! At this time, the devil's son arrived. Endless demonic fire swept down from the sky and the white jade gateway at the mountain gate of Xianxia sect collapsed. Enemy attack. The alarm in Xianxia sect rang, and a strong aura rushed out of the pavilion in Xianxia sect. An old man walked out of the pavilion. "Oh no, it's the devil's son." Someone recognized the devil's son and exclaimed. The reputation of the devil's son was earned through fighting. With his strength alone, he had shaken the entire East region and caused everyone to feel insecure. Everyone in the Xianxia sect was horrified by the demon son's attack. Monstrous demonic fire shrouded the entire area and plunged the area into absolute darkness. The demonic fire swept down from the sky and burned everything in its path. The entire Xianxia sect was shrouded in demonic fire. This was a calamity. The demonic fire formed from the power of the demonic path was too domineering and terrifying. Even a semi-sage would be destroyed in body and soul if they were to be burned by it. The sect master of Xianxia sect was a pinnacle mighty figure and could take that step at any time to become a semi-sage. However, at this moment, the devil's son arrived. The Xianxia sect master who had just walked out of the pavilion was unable to resist the demonic fire at all. He struggled in the demonic fire for a while before turning into ashes. Rumble, the entire area was shaking. Countless rays of divine light rushed out from various parts of Xianxia sect and interweaved into countless formation patterns in the sky. This was the Xianxia sect's mountain guarding formation. Someone had activated the mountain guarding formation of Xianxia sect. A terrifying pressure surged out from the mountain guarding formation, and a wisp of saintly might appeared between heaven and earth. The mountain guarding formation of Xianxia sect was not a saint-level formation. However, when it was activated, it could display a wisp of saintly might because it was a quasi-sage formation. This sect in the East region had once produced a quasi-sage, and this mountain guarding formation was set up by that quasi-sage. It was also because of the existence of this formation that the sects in the East region did not dare to underestimate Xianxia sect. The quasi-sage level formation was activated. This formation was much more powerful than the killing formation that Tian had set up. One had to know that this was a flawless quasi-sage level formation. The power of the quasi-sage level formation surged and dispersed the demonic fire that swept down from the sky. Even the devil's son was shocked that the power of a quasi-sage could hurt him. This despicable and cunning fellow. At this moment, the devil's son gritted his teeth. He realized that he could no longer sense Tian's aura. Tian seemed to have disappeared, and those experts with holy weapons were already nearby. Chapter 16:22. Tian had tricked the devil's son and the Xianxia sect of the Eastern region. The current sect leader of the Xianxia sect had been burned to death by the sky-burning demon fire, and the sage-to-be mountain guarding formation had gradually dimmed under the erosion of the demon fire. This was not a good thing. If the mountain guarding formation could not withstand the demon fire, and the demon fire swept down from the sky, the entire Xianxia sect would be wiped off the face of the human world. Even though the sage-to-be mountain guarding formation had temporarily blocked the sky-burning demon fire, the terrifying demonic aura still managed to seep into the formation. Roar! A loud roar came from within the Xianxia sect. The eyes of a Xianxia sect disciple suddenly turned blood red, and a crazed look could be seen in his eyes. Traces of demonic aura seeped out from his body. The immortal chi in this Xianxia sect disciple was turning into demonic aura. He was about to turn into a demon. What's going on? Why would he turn into a demon at this moment? The Xianxia sect was in chaos. None of the Xianxia sect disciples had expected that one of them would turn into a demon, even though the demon had been stopped outside the sect. Quick, kill him. It will be terrible if he turns into a demon, someone shouted. However, they were all from the same sect after all, and no one was willing to take action. They were all at a loss and did not know what to do. Swoosh! Just then, a beam of divine light shot out from one of the halls of the Xianxia sect and killed the Xianxia sect disciple who was about to descend into a state of madness. A white-robed, middle-aged man walked out from the hall on the mountain peak. Everyone, focus your energy and focus your mind to resist the demon. The middle-aged man shouted loudly, and some of the people who were already irritated and had their minds wavering immediately sobered up as if they had been hit in the head with a stick. All the disciples of the Xianxia sect sat down cross-legged and began to use the Xianxia sect's mantra to focus their minds to resist the demon. However, the demonic aura was pervasive. Even though they had taken precautions, some of the Xianxia sect disciples who did not have sufficient cultivation were still on the verge of turning into a demon. Many of the Xianxia sect disciples were eventually affected by the demonic aura and went completely crazy. All their immortal chi was converted into demonic aura, and their combat strength increased by 10 times. Roar! More than 10 disciples of the Xianxia sect who had fallen into the demonic path attacked their fellow disciples like mad demons. Their demonic chi soared into the sky, and many disciples of the Xianxia sect lost their lives immediately. For a time, blood and flesh splattered all over the Xianxia sect. Screams of agony, cries of alarm, and shouts of anger filled the air. Kill! The middle-aged expert immediately attacked. A beam of divine light shot out from his body and instantly flew forward, killing the dozen or so disciples of the four-star sect who were frantically attacking the disciples. Demon, where do you think you're going? Just then, a loud shout came from outside, the mountain protecting formation, and a terrifying wave of energy that made even mighty figures tremble was transmitted into the mountain gate of the Xianxia sect. Even the great mountain guarding array of the quasi-sage level was shaking. Under this pressure, the great array was on the verge of collapsing. The only thing that could cause the great mountain guarding array of the quasi-sage level to collapse was the true might of a saint. An expert wielding a holy weapon appeared. Oomph! A cold laugh rang out from within the boundless demonic flames. Then, demonic runes began to appear within the demonic flames, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy from all directions. All the spiritual energy within a radius of thousands of miles was completely devoured in an instant. Boom! With a deafening bang, a ball of demonic fire that looked like a black demonic sun fell from the sky and smashed a huge hole in the great mountain guarding array of the quasi-sage level below. Lines of quasi-sage level formation inscriptions dissipated between heaven and earth. The mountain gate of the East region's Xianxia sect had been breached by the fiend's sun. The white jade plaque outside the mountain gate was instantly turned into ashes. This plaque contained a Tao pattern of the Great Tao and was actually an array core. With the collapse of the eye of the array, the entire great mountain guarding array of the quasi-sage level came to a halt. The ball of demonic fire also exploded in the sky above the Xianxia sect, engulfing everything in all directions. Even the middle-aged expert from the Xianxia sect did not manage to escape. He was engulfed by the demonic fire and only managed to struggle for a while before his body and spirit were destroyed and he turned into a pile of ashes. Experts of the mighty realm could not withstand such terrifying demonic fire, let alone the other disciples of the Xianxia sect. The entire mountain was enveloped by the demonic fire and turned into ashes. The thousands of disciples of the Xianxia sect were all refined by the demonic fire. The essence, chi, and spirit of thousands of cultivators were all devoured by the demonic fire. With the replenishment of this powerful energy, the Devil Son's almost broken body was rapidly restored. Even his left arm, which had been swept by the invisible sword light, was reborn and a new left arm was formed. The Xianxia sect of the Eastern region could not escape this calamity after all. Thousands of disciples, and even their sect master, who was at the pinnacle of the mighty realm, were all killed. This was definitely a major event that had not happened in the past 100 years. This was because in the past 100 years, other than the Taishan sect of the Eastern region being destroyed, this was the second time that a large sect of the Eastern region had been destroyed. The forces that could become a large sect of the Eastern region were all forces that had existed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Such a heritage naturally had a deep foundation. This Xianxia sect had once produced a sage-to-be. However, even if the Xianxia sect had produced a sage-to-be, they could not avoid the fate of being destroyed. The destruction of the Xuanji sect was equivalent to cutting off an arm of the Zhao family of the ancients. What a ruthless devil! A loud shout was heard, and an immortal holy light pierced through the demonic fire from afar. This was the power of a sage-to-be. Someone was attacking the devil's son with a holy weapon. Demonic blood transformation. The devil's son spat out a mouthful of blood and then turned into a beam of bloody light. He displayed the extreme speed of the demonic way and shot up into the sky, evading the immortal holy light that pierced through him. Buzz! The void shook and a divine mirror appeared in the distant sky. It emitted millions of rays of divine light and shone down on the devil's son. A terrifying holy aura emanated from the divine mirror and shocked the heavens. The layers of demonic fire were like snow under the scorching sun under the illumination of the mirror. They quickly dissipated in the void and turned into nothingness. This was a holy weapon that displayed a wisp of holy aura. Although it was only a wisp of holy aura, it was enough to make the entire world feel like it was about to collapse. The devil's son had destroyed the Xuanji sect and angered a super force of the eastern region. Someone was using a divine mirror of the ancients to kill the devil's son and destroy his body and soul. Whoosh! The divine mirror shone, and the endless demonic fire collapsed. Even though the devil's son had displayed the extreme speed of the demonic way, his lower body was still illuminated by the light. The devil's son felt his body become light, and the lower half of his body disappeared from his waist. The destructive power spread up from his waist. His flesh and blood were turned into dust and dissipated in the void. In the end, only his head was left and shot up into the sky. Chapter 16:23. After destroying the Xuanji sect, the devil child did not escape. Instead, he displayed his demonic movement technique and headed for the next sect. However, someone appeared with a holy weapon and attacked him. Buzz! The divine mirror vibrated and once again emitted a dazzling divine light that shone towards the devil child's head. As long as the devil child was hit by this light, his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Boom! Endless demonic power surged out from the devil child's head. Countless demonic patterns interweaved to form a demonic diagram. The void collapsed, and this demonic diagram broke through the barrier of heaven and earth. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar resounded from the void that the demonic diagram had torn open. Then, a demonic light rushed out from the unknown void and directly met the light that the divine mirror had shot over. Boom! The void was shattered, and the demonic light wrapped around a demonic weapon. The demonic weapon collided with the power of the divine mirror, shattering the light emitted by the divine mirror. What? Someone in the dark exclaimed. This demonic weapon could actually compete with a holy weapon. This demonic weapon was definitely a peerless demonic weapon refined by the Devil Saint. A peerless demonic weapon had finally appeared in the eastern region. The people in the dark were very shocked. Could it be that the peerless demon in the depths of the devil's den was really going to break free? Everyone's expression changed. In the great world of the human world, nothing was impossible. Even the peerless demon did not want to miss this opportunity. The demons that were lurking in the human world were already ready to make a move. You still want me to make a move after all? A voice came from the void that the demonic diagram had broken. Then, a demonic figure walked out of the void and reached out to catch the peerless demonic weapon that flew back. This was a pitch-black spear that emitted a terrifying demonic aura that made all living beings tremble. This was a peerless demonic weapon refined by the Devil Saint. The spearhead of this spear was suffused with a bloody light, as if the immortal blood of a saint was flowing on it. This was a demonic spear that had once killed a saint. The person holding this demonic spear was a young man full of demonic aura. This young man seemed to have just come out of the devil world and was very interested in everything in the outside world. He looked around and took a deep breath. This world is changing. I can feel the aura of an ancient, desolate land. The young man was muttering to himself. From beginning to end, he did not even look at the devil child. At this moment, a suction force came from the void where the demon diagram had broken through, sucking in the head of the demon child. Losers, even if they obtain great power, are still losers. The young man whose body was shrouded in demonic chi said. After that, he shook his head. He didn't care about the devil child's failure at all. He didn't seem to have a good impression of the devil child at all. A demon with a peerless demonic weapon? A figure appeared next to the divine mirror in the sky. It was a young woman dressed in white. Her face was covered by a veil, so no one could see her face. The goddess of the primordial Zhao clan? Far in the sky, the cultivators who saw this woman were shocked. They never imagined that the person who was chasing after the devil child with a divine weapon was the goddess of the Zhao clan. In the eastern domain, other than Dong Wang of the Dongfang clan, the Zhao clan of the primordial clan also had a goddess. Some people said that the Zhao clan's goddess had a great background. She was the youngest daughter of the primordial human emperor, the first clan leader of the Zhao clan. Others said that the primordial goddess was a genius that the Zhao clan of the primordial cultivated for nearly 100 years. After cultivating for 100 years, she had already become a peak expert. Moreover, the bottleneck of the primordial goddess cultivation had reached a stage where she was about to break through. She could take that step at any time and become a half-saint. With this level of cultivation, the primordial goddess strength was no weaker than Dong Wang's. However, the Zhao clan of the primordial clan and the Dongfang clan were currently in an alliance. Dong Wang and the primordial goddess had never truly fought against each other. However, many people believe that Dong Wang was slightly stronger than the primordial goddess. This was because Dong Wang wore a divine robe and was innately undefeatable. Moreover, he also had a divine spear. Dong Wang had a divine spear for offense and a divine robe for defense. He was well-versed in both offense and defense. Even the primordial goddess would find it difficult to suppress such an existence. The Zhao clan's goddess? In the distant sky, He Tian had not truly left. The appearance of the Zhao clan's goddess made his eyes light up. However, even he found it difficult to see the Zhao clan's goddess' true appearance. Outrageous! She's the same as Dong Wang. Both of them are hiding their heads and showing their tails. He Tian couldn't help but curse. However, it was precisely because of this that he became curious about the Zhao clan's goddess. There were only two reasons for a woman to cover her face. One was that she was too ugly and didn't dare to show her face. The other was that she was too beautiful and didn't want others to see her peerless beauty. Was it because she was too ugly or too beautiful? It's actually a woman. Is there no one else in the Zhao clan? The demonic youth stared at the woman in white who was holding the divine mirror and said coldly, "How dare you?" The Zhao clan's goddess tone was equally cold. Moreover, she didn't even bother to speak to the demonic youth. She directly attacked him. Swish! The divine mirror's runes intertwined. An immortal holy light rushed out from the divine mirror, shattering the void and shining towards the demonic youth. Buzz! The demonic youth's face revealed a cold smile. He shook the demonic spear in his hand and rushed towards the Zhao clan's goddess. On the pitch-black demonic spear, demonic runes were awakening. A terrifying demonic aura appeared between heaven and earth, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. No one knew the demonic youth's origin. However, since this great demon dared to ignore the devil child, his status must be even higher than the devil child's. The demonic youth was incomparably powerful. With the demonic spear in his hand, he directly shattered the divine mirror's light and rushed forward. Boom! The divine mirror radiated an even brighter divine light that shot forward. The terrifying power caused the devilish youth to be startled. The Zhao clan's goddess was actually able to use her own strength to cause the divine mirror to display saintly might. Roar! The demonic youth's long hair danced in the wind. A monstrous wave of demonic energy erupted from his body. The demonic spear in his hand seemed to have awakened as it emitted a wave of demonic energy that wasn't any weaker than the divine mirrors. The two saintly divine weapons collided. The demonic youth and the Zhao clan's goddess were both sent flying. The two divine weapons didn't truly collide, but the power emitted by the two divine weapons still caused the two of them to suffer a great impact. The demonic youth's hands that were holding the peerless divine weapon were bleeding. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. As for the Zhao clan's goddess, she didn't have it easy either. The gauze that covered her face had traces of blood. The two experts' attacks had injured each other. Chapter 16:24. The goddess of the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity held a divine mirror and fought against the demonic youth. Although the two saint weapons didn't really collide, both of them were shocked. "Who are you?" The goddess' cold voice resounded. In the entire eastern domain, there were only 3 superpowers: the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity, the Dongfang clan, and the eastern devil Denver. Who didn't know about the devil son of the east region? However, this demonic young man had never appeared before. Even so, the battle prowess displayed by this demonic young man was enough to make everyone feel fearful, especially the demonic youth who had a peerless demonic weapon. One should know that even the devil son of the East didn't have a peerless demonic weapon. It could only be said that this demon's status in the demons was even higher than the devil's son. "You don't have a right to know my name." The demonic youth was very strong, but the goddess of the Zhao clan had a saint weapon. He also had some scruples and didn't want to fight her head-on. One should know that the collision of saint weapons could destroy the entire domain. Some experts who had saint weapons usually fought in the starry sky. Battles in the infinite universe wouldn't affect the Tung-Long continent. Swish! The demonic youth held the demonic spear and soared into the sky, flying towards the starry sky. "Those who want to kill me, come at me." The demonic youth's voice spread throughout the entire domain. At this moment, the cultivators of the entire domain were in an uproar. A great demon actually wanted to challenge the experts of the entire eastern domain. This guy is even more terrifying than the devil's son. In the distant sky, He Tian quietly watched this scene. He had a bad premonition that a great change was about to happen in the eastern domain. The demons of the eastern devil den were about to make a move. "I'll kill you." The goddess of the Zhao clan was the first to chase. She wanted to fight this demon in the starry sky. She had a saint weapon. She could only use it in the starry sky. Many people also soared into the sky and flew towards the starry sky. These people didn't plan to make a move. They were just going to watch the battle. A battle of this level wasn't something they could see every day. No one wanted to miss this battle. Even He Tian flew into the starry sky. Boom! The starry sky trembled as the great battle began. Endless divine light blossomed from the divine boundary in the hands of the Zhao clan's goddess. It was like a resplendent star, releasing blazing divine light. Hundreds of millions of divine rays shot out from the divine mirror and shone toward the demonic young man. The entire starry sky trembled as a true sacred might was awakening. Buzz! The demonic spear in the demonic youth's hand let out a trembling sound. Countless demonic runes appeared on the surface of the demonic spear, interweaving into runes of the Buddha world. Kill! The demonic youth's long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes emitted 2 rays of black light that were dozens of feet long. His battle intent soared to the heavens. With the demonic spear in his hand, he charged forward. Streaks of divine light were shattered by his demonic spear. He closed in on the Zhao clan's goddess step by step. His demonic might was matchless, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Too strong. This devil, with a spear in his hand, actually had the power to pierce through the sky. This devil was exceptionally strong, even stronger than the devil's son. Rumble! The 2 sacred weapons were gradually awakening. 2 saint-level powers collided. This was a great destruction. Saint-level power broke the laws of this world. Even the laws of heaven and earth could not suppress this power. The void collapsed. Countless stars were shaking as if they were about to fall. The 2 experts attacked with their sacred weapons. However, the Zhao clan's goddess and the demonic youth were very careful. They did not let the sacred weapons in their hands truly collide with the other's sacred weapons. If the 2 sacred weapons really collided, even if they had incomparably strong physical bodies, they would most likely suffer injuries that they could not recover from. Even a saint would be in trouble if they were injured by a sacred power. Not to mention that the Zhao clan's goddess and the demonic youth were not supreme existences of the saint level. The Zhao clan's goddess was also incomparably powerful. With the divine mirror in her hand, even the void was collapsing. This divine mirror was one of the trump cards of the primordial Zhao clan. At this time, the battle between the demonic youth and the Zhao clan's goddess had already alarmed the entire Eastern Domain. All the experts of the great sects of the Eastern Domain had come. In the starry sky, there were constantly figures flashing. The news of the Eastern Domain's great sect, the Xianxia sect, being destroyed shook the entire Eastern Domain. All the great sects were terrified, afraid that they would be next. There were even people who said that the peerless demon in the Eastern Domain's devil lair was about to come out. The entire Eastern Domain would probably sink and become a demonic domain. At this time, the appearance of the demonic youth undoubtedly made people feel that the rumors were probably true. The peerless demon in the Eastern Domain's devil lair was really about to come out. The place where the Zhao clan's goddess and the demonic youth fought was shattered by the saint-level power. The place had already become a chaotic place. The two experts with sacred weapons were engaged in a life-and-death battle. From time to time, there would be Dao patterns striking out from that chaotic place and then dissipating in the void. These were saint-level Dao patterns. If one was hit by such Dao patterns, it would be an injury of the great Dao. Unless one was a saint, it would be impossible for them to recover. All the spectators hid far away, not daring to approach at all. At this time, He Tian, who was mixed in the crowd, suddenly felt a familiar aura. A figure silently appeared in the starry sky. This was an expert shrouded in a battle robe. The material of the battle robe was also rare in the world. It was a battle robe refined from the ninth heaven meteorite iron. In the entire Eastern Domain, or even the entire human world, there was probably only one such battle robe. And there was only one person wearing the ninth heaven meteorite iron battle robe, and that was Dong Wang. Dong Wang had arrived. Someone noticed Dong Wang and exclaimed. After that, all the cultivators stayed far away from Dong Wang. One had to know that he was also a ruthless character. Not long ago, many people had witnessed Dong Wang's attack. He was a peerless existence. Dong Wang seemed to have no intention of making a move. He just stood under the starry sky, watching the battle in front of him. At this time, there were not many people who could see the battle between the two great experts. The power of the sacred weapon spread out, blocking everyone's divine will. Very few people could perceive everything in that chaotic place. No one knew who won and who lost. However, the appearance of Dong Wang was definitely a variable. Not long after, another person appeared under the starry sky. It was a tall, middle-aged man. This middle-aged man held a divine bow in his hand. It's him. It's the expert who shot the devil's son with an arrow. Someone recognized this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the one who shot the devil child that day. The divine bow in his hand was a saint bow. This saint bow was engraved with ancient Dao runes. There was a boundless ancient aura emanating from the bow. Yet another saint weapon-wielding expert had arrived. Chapter 16:25. In the starry sky, ferocious people kept appearing, causing the atmosphere to be extremely tense. No one knew if these ferocious people would attack. If they used their holy weapons, it would definitely be a terrifying battle. It had been many years since so many holy weapons appeared at the same time in the eastern region. At this time, there were already 4 holy weapons in the starry sky. The goddess of the Zhao clan and the demonic youth both had holy weapons. The power of the holy weapons was gradually awakening, and they began to display a terrifying pressure that could shock the heavens. The holy weapons were branded with the mark of the great Tao. If the holy weapons were completely awakened, the mark left in the holy weapons by the saints would awaken. This was equivalent to the descent of a saint. Rumble, the entire starry sky trembled. The goddess of the Zhao clan and the demonic youth gradually fought with all their might. In the starry sky, they could attack without any scruples. Roar! The demonic youth roared. The peerless demonic weapon in his hand bloomed with endless demonic aura, as if a peerless demon was awakening. The entire demonic spear seemed to have a life of its own. Swish! The demonic spear emitted a boundless demonic light, directly shattering the light of the divine mirror. Then, it pierced towards the goddess of the Zhao clan. Within the demonic light, demonic patterns could be faintly seen. This attack shook the starry sky, causing several nearby stars to explode. A destructive storm, with the demonic youth as the center, swept out in all directions. This, seeing the demonic young man's unparalleled battle prowess, the experts who could see through the void couldn't help but feel shaken. This demon's demonic might was unparalleled, but why had he never appeared in the eastern region before? Could it be that this demon was actually a great demon from ancient times? It wasn't a secret that there was an ancient great demon sealed in the eastern region's Devil's Den. When the Devil's Den appeared, many experts of the eastern region had entered it. However, with the loss of the seal's power, the demonic power that permeated the depths of the Devil's Den became stronger and stronger. Only then did the experts of the eastern region stop. In particular, when the Devil Child led an army of demons out of the depths of the Devil's Den, it was even more shocking. That demonic chaos swept through the entire eastern domain, causing the Taishan sect in the eastern domain to almost be destroyed, and almost all of its experts were buried in that demonic chaos. Otherwise, the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family would not have taken advantage of the time when the Supreme Profound sect was at its weakest to join forces to break through the Dragon Valley and destroy this great sect of the eastern domain that had existed for thousands of years. No one knew the origin of this devilish youth who was even more terrifying than the Devil's Son. There was only one possibility. This devilish youth was most likely an ancient devil. In the depths of He Tian's memories, a devilish face appeared. That face was somewhat similar to this devilish youth. That great demon was a peerless powerhouse of the Devil Dao in ancient times. The Devil's Son cultivated the infinite demon transformation technique. Although this demon didn't have the heaven-defying aura of the infinite demon transformation technique, the Devil's Spear in his hand gave He Tian a familiar feeling. What's going on? He Tian really wanted to awaken all of his deep memories, but he was constantly going through reincarnations. He didn't know just how many times he had experienced life and death. In the countless cycles of life and death, Mahakala would seal the most important memories of each life in the depths of his soul. Only when his cultivation was strong enough could he awaken those memories in the depths of his soul and recall the most unforgettable things he had experienced in each cycle. His cultivation method was very special. He was walking a path of cultivation that no one had ever walked before. It was extremely difficult, and not all of the memories of each life could be preserved. Although He Tian was already an almighty emperor, the memories of countless reincarnations in the depths of his soul were still difficult to completely awaken. How dare he? He Tian couldn't help but feel very angry. This demon probably had some karma with him, but he couldn't remember it. This feeling made him very unhappy. The demon was the earth of the world. He Tian knew that in his countless reincarnations, he would definitely meet this demon in one of them. This demon must be the earth of his previous life. At this thought, He Tian's eyes couldn't help but sharpen. Enemies should be eliminated by any means necessary. This was He Tian's style of doing things. Since he had determined that the other party was his enemy, there was nothing more to say. At this moment, no one knew that He Tian was also a fierce person. He stood with a dozen cultivators, but no one could tell that he was an almighty emperor. A nearly transparent sword light began to appear in his right hand. Boom! At this moment, the Zhao clan's goddess had no choice but to fully activate the divine mirror in the face of the demonic youth's unparalleled attack. With a tremble, countless Dao runes appeared on the divine mirror, interweaving into ancient patterns. Countless Dao runes directly turned into divine light that rushed out from the divine mirror and attacked the demonic youth. The divine mirror had also awakened, and a terrifying aura spread out from it. The two great experts attacked with all their might, hoping to overwhelm the other with a single strike. Swish! At this critical moment, a nearly transparent sword light directly broke through the void and slashed into the battlefield, descending on the demonic youth's head. What? The demonic youth was shocked. Although he was already prepared, he was still startled by this sudden attack. The invisible sword light was as easy as breaking dry weeds. Even the power of a saint-level attack was broken with a single slash. Someone was attacking with a holy weapon. At this moment, the demonic youth was fighting with all his might against the Zhao clan's goddess. He could only dodge, but the sword light was extremely fast. It directly slashed by the side of his face, cutting off a strand of hair. Where the sword light passed, the demonic youth's right arm was also shaved off a piece of flesh. A wave of killing intent directly drilled into his body, destroying his vitality. Roar! The demonic youth roared. He held the demonic spear in his left hand and directly chopped off his entire right arm from the shoulder. That severed arm's vitality was completely severed in an instant, and it turned into flying ash. What a terrifying killing intent. Even the demonic youth was secretly shocked. Bam! At this moment, a divine light pierced through, and the demonic youth was sent flying tens of thousands of zhang away. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. If he had not used the demonic spear to block for a moment, this divine light would have pierced through his demonic body. Who is it? The Zhao clan's goddess was very unhappy. She wanted to use her own strength to defeat this demon, but someone had interfered. This made her very angry. Outrageous. Only one of this guy's arms was cut off. He Tian directly walked out, caught the flying invisible sword light, and then rushed towards the demonic youth. It's him? When Dongwang saw He Tian, he was shocked. It's you. Didn't your body and soul already perish? When the demonic youth saw He Tian, he was extremely shocked. As if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world, his body began to tremble. Chapter 16:26. In the starry sky, He Tian took advantage of the moment when the demonic youth and the goddess of the Zhao family were clashing. He wanted to slay the demonic youth with his sword. However, that devilish young man was truly amazing. If it had been an ordinary almighty emperor who was suddenly attacked like this, he would have been killed on the spot by Ma Kala. Even the devil's son, who had shaken the eastern region, would have been fatally injured by such an attack. How could he be like the demonic youth, who had only lost an arm? The murderous aura contained within the sacred weapon was no small matter. As long as this murderous aura entered the body, it would sever one's vitality and corrode one's primordial spirit, resulting in instant death. However, the demonic young man was able to make a prompt decision to cut off his right arm to stop the invisible sword's murderous aura from spreading. How could it be you? When the demonic youth saw He Tian, he was shocked to an indescribable degree. He found it hard to believe, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. You look familiar too. He Tian's voice was very calm. In the depths of his memory, there was a blurry image of this demonic youth. When he saw the demonic youth's reaction, he was already certain that this demonic youth was the great demon he had encountered in one of his lifetimes. He had constantly reincarnated. Even if he was slain, his life imprint would not leave him. He would only escape into the world and wait for his next reincarnation. In the reincarnation cycle, He Tian could not possibly remember everything that had happened in every lifetime. He could only choose the most important memories and seal them in the depths of his soul. Only when his cultivation continued to increase would his sealed memories be gradually awakened. Are you really that person? The demonic youth seemed to be truly frightened. He held the demonic spear in his left hand and stared at He Tian nervously. At that moment, demonic patterns interweaved at the spot where his severed arm had been. Flesh and blood were rapidly regenerating. Demonic light flickered. In just an instant, the demonic youth's right arm had been completely restored. It was as good as new. Kill. He Tian did not say much. He immediately activated the invisible sword and slashed at the demonic youth. A nearly transparent sword light rushed out of his hand. Swoosh! Wherever the invisible sword light passed by, it left behind a pitch-black crack in space. Although the saint weapon had yet to awaken, The sword chi it gave off was extremely sharp. Buzz! The demonic spear in the demonic young man's hand began to vibrate. It transformed into the shadow of a dragon and flew towards the invisible sword light. It was as if a demonic dragon had appeared between the heavens and the earth. The formless sword light collided with the demonic dragon in an instant. The space around them was destroyed. The demonic young man was extremely domineering. He directly shook the demonic spear, breaking through the layers of destructive power, and attacked Mahakala. He Tian used the yin-yang steps and retreated. Devouring heaven, the devilish young man shouted and grabbed at the retreating He Tian with his right hand. A pitch-black hole appeared in his palm, and a heaven-devouring power surged out. The demonic runes intertwined on the demonic youth's right hand, and the heaven-devouring demonic power instantly enveloped He Tian, pulling him towards the black hole in the demonic youth's hand. It's the myriad demonic transformation art again. You are. He Tian was shocked when he saw the demonic youth using the myriad demonic transformation art. In ancient times, there was only one demon who managed to cultivate such a heaven-defying demonic art. Have you really forgotten about me? The black hole in the demon-like young man's hand released a heaven-devouring power that was extremely powerful. The void in front of his palm collapsed under this demonic power and was devoured by the black hole in his palm. At this time, the Zhao family's goddess had already retreated. She did not want to join forces with He Tian to deal with this demon. Dong Wang and a middle-aged man with the Saint Bao were also watching. He Tian's battle prowess shocked everyone, especially Dong Wang. One had to know that Dong Wang had fought with He Tian before. He knew very well that He Tian had not displayed his true strength in that battle. Yin-yang fusion. He Tian's hands emitted a yin and yang divine light, like two divine suns. Then, they followed a mysterious trajectory and collided together, releasing a myriad of divine radiances. The power of yin and yang intertwined. A chaotic world seemed to be evolving between He Tian's hands, emitting a powerful fluctuation. Boom! A huge yin-yang diagram rushed out from He Tian's body. Yin and yang intertwined, creating a power that directly blocked the heaven-devouring demonic power emitted from the demonic youth's right hand. I remember now. You are the demonic sky. How is this possible? The scene of He Tian using the yin-yang grand technique to fight with the demonic youth was very familiar. The name of a great demon flashed through his mind. The peerless great demon who created the myriad demonic transformation art in ancient times was called the demonic sky. The moment He Tian's words came out, everyone's expressions changed. This demon was actually the ancient great demon, demonic sky? Impossible. Everyone then shook their heads. It was a known fact that the ancient great demon, demonic sky, was an unparalleled genius among the demons. He created the myriad demonic transformation art and nearly became a demon ancestor. How could such an existence be this demon's youth before them? If demonic sky really descended, he would only need to extend a finger to pinch everyone to death. Why was there a need to risk his life against the Zhao clan's goddess lady and He Tian? Nothing is impossible. Back then, I personally refined your essence chi and primordial spirit. How could you still be alive? Demonic sky looked at He Tian and was still in disbelief. Boom! Bam! As the two experts conversed, they fought at the same time. The yin-yang diagram intertwined with yin-yang sword light, piercing through the void and constantly cleaving at demonic sky. Meanwhile, demonic sky was also using the devil Dao technique to shatter the sword light that rushed out from the yin-yang diagram. The devil spear in his hand constantly stabbed at He Tian while a wisp of devil Dao saint might lingered. There are plenty of people that can kill me, but it definitely won't be you. He Tian was very confident. His cultivation technique was very special, and it could be said that no one had walked this path since the ancient times. Even if he was killed, he wouldn't truly die. Clang! Above the yin-yang divine diagram, there was a heart-palpitating sound of metal clashing. Numerous yin-yang divine swords condensed above the diagram. They were like real, peerless divine weapons, emitting powerful waves of sword chi. Is that so? If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Demonic Sky sneered. His hands were gripping the devil's spear tightly, and every thrust would pierce through the void. This Devil Dao's peerless devil weapon had yet to fully awaken, but the saint-class devil power that it emitted was enough to make the world lose its color. Kill! He Tian roared with rage. The thousands of Yin-Yang Dao swords that were floating around his body immediately shot out. In an instant, the thousands of swords flew out and turned into a supreme sword light that pierced the demonic sky with shocking, killing aura. Chapter 16:27. Boom! There was a loud explosion that echoed in the starry sky and echoed throughout the eastern region. He Tian and Mo Tian were going all out. Saint Might had appeared in the starry sky and was descending mightily. Billions of lives in the eastern region were trembling. All the cultivators in the eastern region felt a shiver that came from the depths of their soul spirit. All the cultivators raised their heads to look at the starry sky. A saint had descended. The appearance of the Saint Might had alerted all the cultivators in the eastern region. Even ordinary mortals could feel a hair-raising crisis approaching. Devil Light and Saint Light flickered in the starry sky. He Tian and Mo Tian's eyes were red from the killing. These two experts were enemies, and their eyes were exceptionally bloodshot. During the ancient era, one of He Tian's previous incarnations had encountered Mo Tian and engaged in a great battle. That battle had razed a region of the desolate lands to the ground, and countless lives were affected. Now that the battle was in the starry sky, the two experts could make their moves without any restraints. PFFF. A nearly transparent sword light pierced through Mo Tian's chest. Large amounts of devil blood, broken bones, and flesh were brought out by that sword light. On Mo Tian's chest, there was a huge hole that went through the front and back. Roar! Mo Tian roared towards the sky. At the same time, the devil spear in his hand pierced through He Tian's shoulder, lifting He Tian's entire body up and nailing him onto the devil spear. Bam! The devil spear vibrated, and He Tian's entire left shoulder exploded while he flew backwards. He executed the yin-yang steps, and with every step, there would be yin-yang Dao patterns surging beneath his feet. He instantly retreated 30 kilometers away and evaded another attack from Mo Tian. A horrific devil aura invaded He Tian's body and severed his vitality. He had no choice but to guide the invisible divine sword's sword aura into his body to extinguish the devil aura. Meanwhile, Mo Tian's injuries weren't any lesser than He Tian. His devil body was pierced by the invisible divine sword, and the killing aura that was condensed by the invisible divine sword had invaded his body. This killing aura was even more horrific than the devil aura that invaded He Tian's body. The killing aura spread from his injuries to his entire body. Everywhere the killing aura passed through, all vitality would be severed. Buzz! The devil spear in Mo Tian's hand was vibrating while traces of devil aura rushed out from the devil spear and entered Mo Tian's body. He was also guiding the power of the devil weapon to expel the killing aura in his body. Both He Tian and Mo Tian were injured by the saint weapon, and it was impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. However, after the two of them absorbed the power of their saint weapons and stabilized their injuries, they charged at each other once again. He Tian and Mo Tian began an intense battle. God blood and demon blood continuously rained down from the starry sky. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar was shocked to see this scene. This battle was too tragic. He Tian's body was pierced by the demonic spears one after another. If he didn't have a divine artifact like the invisible divine sword, his body and soul would have been destroyed long ago. Mo Tian and said, Mo, and Mo and Tian, Mo body and in, and of the everyone's hearts palpitated when they saw this scene. In the end, the He Tian and Mo Tian's bodies were already in tatters, and there wasn't a single part of them that was intact. If they didn't die in such a state, they were truly heaven-defying. In the end, we'll just end up dying together. Once I recover my cultivation base, I'll look for you and have a great battle. Emotion finally couldn't hold on any longer and felt that things weren't looking good. He had fought with this lunatic to the point where both sides were injured. If those people with saint weapons were to make a move, he would probably be out of luck. Swoosh! After Emotion forced Xianxia to retreat, a devil light suddenly rushed out from his glabella. Within the devil light, a devil diagram was branded in the void. Not good, he's escaping. Xianxia wanted to stop him, but he was already heavily injured. It was difficult for him to stop this demon. Right at this moment, the man who had been observing the battle had already drawn the saint bow in his hand. Endless starlight was drawn and converged towards the saint bow in a frenzy. A divine arrow appeared on the saint bow. This was a divine arrow that was condensed from heaven and earth essence. There were divine patterns of the great Tao that were faintly visible on the divine arrow. It might not be a real arrow, but it was definitely more terrifying than a real arrow. Swoosh! The middle-aged man shot the arrow at Emotion, who was rushing towards the devil diagram. There was a layer of wave-like ripple on the devil diagram. Emotion immediately rushed into the devil diagram and passed through the layer of ripple before vanishing inside. At this moment, the divine arrow had also shot over and penetrated into the array diagram. Roar! A furious roar echoed from the devil diagram. Subsequently, the devil diagram instantly vanished, and the spatial fluctuation vanished as though it had never appeared. A pity. Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the situation. However, he was very doubtful as to why Emotion's cultivation had fallen to the almighty sovereign realm. Could he be the same as that heartless old turtle? He had been suppressed for countless years, and his cultivation was almost obliterated. At this moment, Xianxia felt danger. He immediately crushed the jade amulet that Gu Fei had given him. A surge of heaven and earth power rushed out from the jade amulet and instantly enveloped him. Subsequently, his figure vanished into the void. Inner world. Sensing that special heaven and earth fluctuation, even Dongwang and the goddess of the Zhao clan couldn't help but be moved. This person was truly too mysterious. He actually cultivated an inner world. One had to know that not everyone could cultivate an inner world. It was equivalent to splitting the heaven and earth apart. Moreover, cultivating an inner world depended on one's fated chance. Some people had cultivated for their entire life and were unable to cultivate an inner world even after becoming a patriarch. Some immortal sovereigns and Shun King were able to cultivate an inner world due to fated chance. Was this a guy with a great fated chance? Just now, Donghuang's killing intent was sensed by Xianxia. Hence, he decisively entered Gu Fei's inner world. His action caused Donghuang and the others to misunderstand, thinking that he was hiding in his own inner world. The battle ended just like that. Everyone thought that Donghuang and the others would also take action. However, Donghuang and the others who wielded saint weapons didn't do anything in the end. Devils were the greatest enemy of the world. Even if Donghuang and the others joined forces, no one would say anything. However, since they were able to wield saint weapons, they had their own pride. They disdained to join forces with others. Mother Aster's those bastards, after entering Gu Fei's inner world, Xianxia couldn't help but curse. Those bastards would only watch from the side. If they attacked together, Emotion would have already been turned into ashes. At this time, Xianxia's injuries could only be stabilized by the invisible divine sword. As long as he withdrew his saint weapon, his body and soul would immediately perish. The power of the devil spear wasn't something someone in his realm could endure. Just when Xianxia wanted to enter the depths of this world and borrow the power of the divine spring of life to expel the devil chi in his body, a peerlessly powerful life fluctuation suddenly burst out from the depths of this world. This is when Xianxia sensed this shocking life aura. He couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. Those who want to communicate with Xianxia can join the group. 274673223. Chapter 1628. The battle between Tian and Tian resulted in both sides suffering. Tian used the devil diagram to break open the void and escaped into a pitch-black devil region. Tian had also crushed the jade amulet that Gu Fei had given him and returned to Gu Fei's inner world. Rumble. Just as Tian returned to Gu Fei's inner world, a rumbling sound came from the depths of this divine land. The entire world was shaking. Spiritual chi of heaven and earth crazily gathered towards the depths of this world. Beams of divine light flashed across the sky. It was spiritual chi that could be seen with the naked eye. Archaic has succeeded. Tian was pleasantly surprised. If Gu Fei succeeded in advancing, it would definitely be a major event. A 6th celestial layer martial artist would probably be able to contend with a half-sage. A successful cultivator was definitely a nightmare for his opponents. Every time a cultivator advanced, their cultivation and battle prowess would increase to an unbelievable level. It was as if all the spirit chi in the world had been sucked out in an instant. Tian felt a great pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, on top of a mountain in the depths of this world, an endless amount of worldly essence condensed into a ball of light, wrapping a figure within it. The sound of wind and thunder came from the ball of light, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Inside the ball of light was a young cultivator. The young cultivator was undergoing a metamorphosis. His muscles and bones were vibrating, his blood and chi were soaring, and his vigorous life force spread in all directions. He was like an ancient dragon in human form. This young man was none other than Gu Fei. At this time, a ball of divine light also appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Within the divine light sat a small person. This small person looked exactly like Gu Fei. This was Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Above the small primordial spirit, there was a mighty fluctuation of immortal spirit power. This was the immortal Tao primordial spirit. The reason why Gu Fei was able to use all kinds of great immortal Tao techniques was because of his immortal Tao primordial spirit. On the immortal Tao primordial spirit, divine runes of the great Tao were faintly discernible. The Tao runes that Gu Fei cultivated were also imprinted on the primordial spirit. This was a type of metamorphosis. With Tao runes imprinted on the primordial spirit, it could achieve immortality. This was the supreme, great technique of the immortal Tao. It could make the primordial spirit immortal. Even if the physical body was destroyed, it could still be reconstructed. To the supreme immortals, the physical body was just a place for the primordial spirit to reside in and could be abandoned. However, this wasn't the path that Gu Fei wanted to take. He didn't cultivate his primordial spirit, but his martial body. His great path divine marks were imprinted in his martial body. Since then, Gu Fei was the first martial artist to cultivate a primordial spirit. Naturally, the Tao runes he cultivated were also imprinted on his primordial spirit. As such, he had already embarked on a different path of cultivation. With the martial body as the main and the immortal Tao primordial spirit as the supplementary, his battle prowess was greatly enhanced. Endless spiritual energy gathered towards him from all directions and entered his body. All of the Tao runes emitted a dazzling radiance. At this moment, all of the Tao runes on Gu Fei's body were awakened. They all lit up and interweaved into natural marks. Tao runes circulated around them. The spiritual energy within 1,000 miles was all devoured by Gu Fei's martial body. This was a vast and boundless spiritual energy. One had to know that there was more than one divine spring of life in this divine land. This divine land was nourished by the divine spring of life. The spiritual energy here was incomparably dense. After devouring the endless spiritual energy, Gu Fei only felt that his entire body was swelling. His muscles and bones trembled, making a popping sound. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain peak. He felt a strong pressure from the void. He had successfully broken through the bottleneck of cultivation. The heaven and earth had sensed it and was about to send down a heavenly tribulation. This was the 9 minor heavenly tribulations in the Almighty realm. It was the heavenly tribulation of the Almighty Sixth Heaven. However, Gu Fei suppressed the aura of the Almighty Sixth Heaven. He didn't want to undergo the heavenly tribulation in his own inner world. He had to suppress his cultivation. The turbulence in this divine land gradually calmed down. And Gu Fei sensed something and turned around. When he saw He Tian, he was immediately shocked by his injuries. This guy was too miserable. Half of He Tian's body was shattered. His wounds were a bloody mess. Other than that, other parts of He Tian's body seemed to have been pierced by something. He Tian's physical body was on the verge of collapse. If it wasn't for the invisible divine sword protecting him, he would have died long ago. He was using the power of the holy weapon to prolong his life. The aura of the demonic Tao. Gu Fei took a step and instantly crossed the void. He crossed 100 miles and appeared in front of He Tian. This is when Gu Fei sensed the demonic Tao power in He Tian's body. He couldn't help but change his expression. This was definitely caused by a peerless demonic weapon. Saint-tier power was hidden in He Tian's body. This wasn't a good thing. If he wasn't careful, He Tian's life would be at stake. Boss! At this time, He Tian's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. He only felt that his vision turned black, and he almost fainted. What kind of demon is this? How could he hurt you like this? Gu Fei was very surprised. One should know that He Tian was a formation grandmaster. His attainments in formations were extremely profound. Ordinary almighty emperors were no match for him. Moreover, He Tian had the invisible divine sword in his hand. Demonic Sky, a super old man. He Tian said weakly. At this time, he was almost unable to hold on. I will send you to the divine spring of life first. Then I will ask the ancestral dragon, Immortal Herb, for a drop of immortal divine liquid. Gu Fei said and lifted He Tian. He took a step forward and came to the side of the divine spring of life. Plop! Gu Fei directly threw He Tian into the divine spring of life. Only the vigorous vitality could save He Tian's life. Only the ancestral dragon Immortal Herb's divine liquid could completely heal He Tian. Boss, you are murdering. He Tian only had time to say this sentence before he was thrown into the divine spring of life by Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't care about He Tian. He directly walked into the depths of the inner world and came to the side of the divine spring of life with the strongest vitality. This divine spring was the best divine spring in the entire inner world. The ancestral dragon Immortal Herb took root here and absorbed the vitality essence day and night. On a rock next to the divine spring of life, a divine herb shaped like an ancestral dragon was fluttering in the wind. A medicinal fragrance filled the void, making one's pores open up. The ancestral dragon Immortal Herb was an immortal divine herb. It contained fragments of the great Tao and could exist forever with heaven and earth. A drop of divine liquid was enough to make a dying person recover immediately. This was especially true for cultivators. As long as they refined a drop of immortal divine liquid, even if their body and soul were on the verge of being destroyed, they would still be able to survive. He Tian's injury was caused by a peerless demon weapon. With ordinary means, it was impossible to recover from such an injury. If it was someone else who suffered such an injury, they would only end up dead. Even with the protection of a saint weapon, it was only a temporary measure. It couldn't last long. Old dragon, here I come again. Gu Fei laughed as he walked towards the divine herb shaped like an ancestral dragon. This was not the first time he had asked for immortal divine liquid from the ancestral dragon Immortal Herb. You damn brat. Your ancestor hasn't even recovered, yet you're asking for my essence blood again. Absolutely not this time. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. The stalk of Immortal Herb that was rooted on the rock began to sway. Then it actually stood up from the rock, as though it was about to run away. Don't run. It's just a drop of divine liquid. Gu Fei smiled. This was a rare, immortal divine herb in this world, so it was definitely worthy of his flattery. a drop of divine liquid. The ancestral dragon, divine herb, almost fell from the rock. That was its essence blood. The most precious part of an immortal divine herb was its essence blood. It was a supreme treasure that contained the secret of immortality. Don't be so stingy. Gu Fei continued to walk towards the ancestral dragon, divine herb. The ancestral dragon, divine herb, had long gained sentience and even possessed a divine soul, allowing it to communicate with others. This was how Gu Fei communicated with it. Stingy, that's my essence blood. Do you know how long it will take for me to recover? The ancestral dragon, divine herb, wanted to run away. This time, it wouldn't give it up no matter what. This is my inner world. You should be very clear about this since you followed me, an extreme great utmost being. Gu Fei laughed. How could the ancestral dragon, divine medicine, escape from his inner world? This ancestral dragon, divine herb, had lived for a long time. It was once obtained by a supreme, so it naturally knew a lot of things. In fact, each immortal herb was a living dictionary that had experienced countless things and followed a supreme. Thus, it knew many secrets of this world. The ancestral dragon, divine herb, hesitated. It had lived for a long time, so how could it not understand the current situation? It didn't have a choice. Ever since it entered this world, it had lost its freedom. All right, this is the last time. Oh, the last time. In the end, the ancestral dragon, divine herb, compromised. A drop of essence blood flew out from the ancestral dragon, divine herb, which Gu Fei took out and stored in a jade bottle. Thank you. Gu Fei thanked and left. This guy, although the ancestral dragon, divine herb, was angry, there was nothing it could do. In this world, the spiritual qi was extremely dense. This was definitely a suitable place for immortal herbs to grow. This guy's luck is not bad. It's not a bad thing to follow him. After all, the ancestral dragon, divine herb, had once followed a supreme, so it had a good eye for people. Gu Fei had a supreme sacred weapon. Anyone who could obtain a supreme sacred weapon had heaven-defying luck. Such a person was favored by the heavens and had a chance of becoming a supreme. The immortal herb was no ordinary herb. To be recognized by it, it was enough to prove that Gu Fei was extraordinary. Chapter 16:29. No, the hand-flying ancient is fine, but the recovery energy is not absolutely right. For the cultivation of oneself, rely on others. The injury to receive the sky is dark. Only the medicine dies, not the dragon ancestor, using kinetic energy, only flying ancient. In the present, what use is there is no injury healing right. The injury control energy, only the strength of the weapon's saint movement guide. That's right. First of all, it's very interesting. First of all, it's about the sky demon. The sky is dark, and the head demon is injured. It's hard to think about it. $. The pure essence of qi, vitality, life, emptiness, 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 spring, life, spring, life, the dissipation of qi, yuan, and life force in the inner body of life is not limited to the protection of the body. The dissipation of qi is slow in the inner body of life force. Miraculously, the sky darkens. $. The heavenly black corrosion of life birth, the soldier demon of force might. The soldier demon of force might. The level of the soldier demon is equivalent to the formless void, the soldier demon of world, peerless middle hand sky devil there. $. The wonderful thing about balance is that when the lost vital energy is replenished in the internal body, the vital energy and vital energy are completely gone. The spring deity's vital energy and vital energy are born to guide him. Even if he obtains it, the sky will turn dark. $. Vital essence life birth great mass contains every divine way of light, coiling around divine way of light, rising vital essence life birth spring divine life birth. Time comes flying through, time $. Half of the immortals will be formed. When the people are all calculated, the people can be born. The fate of the immortals is not all. Once the Tao is reached, the light of the God of life is like this. $. Interwoven in the light of the divine birth of the innumerable nothingness yet appearing, the spring of the divine birth of the spring of the divine birth here. Dollar. Turning evil into harm will not stop. Injuring the enemy will stabilize the situation. Helping the enemy when it gets dark can only help, and not saving them when it gets dark. Just seeing the life of a god is rare is enough. Dollar. The god of medicine should not die with an embrace of flying ancient Tao. Knowing him is the cause, because the original heavenly demon risked his life because the sky demon dared to go dark. Is this also because the sky demon should save the god of medicine, should not die with an overestimating his own strength? Is this dollar sigma wounded Xianxia Bing Sheng heals? But medicine deities do not die healing him as the hand of the devil. The peerless level saint of the world will get rid of any trouble. The fate of worry will come to him. The god of medicine will not die. The sky devil does not matter. The war saint will suffer the same as the sky devil. Dollar. It was not possible for the holy devil to appear, but the holy devil of earth and sky was here. A drop of water is like that. Don't be like that. The color of body fluid is non-existent. Once a drop of water is like that, the god of liquid will not drop that out. The bottle of jade is taken out, and then flies straight to the ancient. Flowing in the rhythm of the Tao, the unique breath of the Qi. Once opened, there will be emptiness in the middle. When a liquid god dies, does not drop that, does not pass. Dollar. Because the origin exists forever, the medicine god will not die. This is not the reason why the medicine god will not die in the fragmented Tao accumulation. Dollar. After refining myself, I'll take the divine liquid drop now. Dollar. The god of spring in the sky went crazy. This kind of summoning is like the god of light's life. The god of spring in the sky was born. After that, the god of liquid's life in the sky was born. After that, the god of liquid's life in the inner body flew straight to the ancient. Dollar. Roar. Dollar. Feeling like a crack in collapse. The soul and the body's flesh have his command. The god of light's life in the inner body gave birth to the Tao. Roar in the dark sky. Dollar. Like the recovery of the traces, there's the fragmentation of the flesh, the seeping pores of the dark sky. From the beginning to open the Qi black threads, the resistance is in the strength of the Tao devil's inner body. Dollar. The Tao great Tao immortal's hole is not going to walk him. It is very heavy. Speaking of his body, the damage to life is not the same. The broken body is half a small dark sky. Dollar. The void formation of him, after the whole process, is not to the body, the pattern of the upper body imprinted on the bones, tendons, flesh, blood, every part of the upper body, the void formation of him to open the inner body. Dollar. His ability was not that. His body and flesh were to abandon the sky and the dark. Once there was no chanting of the Tao, there was no image of the Supreme Being, the divine Tao of sound came out. He who had opened his upper body, the earth of power moved, causing the sky to darken, causing the god of medicine to die. It is obvious that he is overestimating his own strength. The inner body of the Taoist demon, when he sets up a cage, he will give birth to the god of light, and there will be no more god of light, while the outer body of the god of light dollar. Shattering the inner body of the sky dark in the pattern of the Tao devil has come out to force the Tao devil to overestimate his strength. Dollar. Very good. Dollar. Go out, fight inside the earth and sky. Go straight to him, then to him, nodding his head and having no choice but to fly to ancient times. The medicine god of strength medicine will not die. Move quickly. See you when the sky is dark. Dollar. But heaven tribulation is small. Heaven tribulation is big. 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 Heaven tribulation is small. Heaven tribulation wants him. Waiting for this dollar divided by can be compared to heaven smiting. Come to this. Heaven smiting's martial arts. Cultivation and research. Heaven smiting's great strength will also fall to the earth and sky. When the time comes to overestimate his own strength, compared to the Tao martial arts without difficulty, the Duke of Peace is heaven. Dollar. The shadow body, Tao, stood upright. The peak of the mountain is 1. The middle of the mountain is in the east. $. Family Zhao Guhuang is gone. Family Fong Dong is gone. $. Is not equal to, can be compared to heaven's smiting. The stronger and stronger pressure comes from the earth and sky. The realm's self-control presses on him. The words fly to ancient times. $. Swoosh. The great earth-shaking and heaven-startling meeting was about to occur. The appearance of the ground was about to take him. Yes, but where was the appearance of the ground was about to take him to know whether he was there or not. The peak of the mountain was about to disappear. The shadow of the flying ancient. $. Near the cave demon domain east, the shadow body appears very quickly. $. The body bone demon beast is this. The black-colored strange species appear. The frame bone is this. The frame bone is big and not scattered, surrounding the cave demon. $. Inside this fall and the survival of the strong few years, the bone demon beast god is this. The bone demon beast god is not few in the middle of it. $. Once the great demon head killed and beheaded, the demon cave entered the depths of the former emperor's east, came for 100 years. This was enough to involve the easy light will of the earth taboos, Xiao domain, east into a holy $. Xiao comes to the outside. The earth forbidden Xiao domain here, waiting for the time to come here. $. The prize point is paid to the demon clan. The sun is like that. The sky dark will dare $. Chapter 1630. Swoosh. A terrifying sword light tore through the dark world. The demonic sword in the demon's hand, which looked like a spirit snake, was vibrating, emitting a terrifying sword chi fluctuation. This chapter was uploaded by a netizen. In the void, the afterimages were cut down by the sword light. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps, increasing his speed to the limit. Every step he took seemed to distort the void, and the world changed in an instant. The void steps blended into the void. This was a direct void shifting technique. It was untraceable. Even with the peerless demonic weapon in the hands of the young demons, it was difficult for them to hurt Gu Fei. What a good movement technique! Even the young demons with the peerless demonic weapon was secretly shocked. He knew that the person who dared to break into the demon cave was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. This human cultivator was so powerful that the young demons felt a great pressure. Bang! Gu Fei dodged the sword light of the peerless demonic sword while attacking. His big hand turned into a hand that covered the sky, slapping at the demons continuously. The void shook. The inheritance of the martial ancestor? When the young demons saw the combat skills displayed by Gu Fei, they couldn't help but be shocked again. In ancient times, the world had not changed, and there were many strong cultivators. It was a great era, and there was no lack of peerless cultivators. Among them, the martial ancestors' bloodline might be few in number, but every cultivator was peerless and powerful. They were not to be trifled with. In particular, the peerless cultivators who had cultivated the indestructible martial body could compete with the supreme demon lords. They ran amok in ancient times and were almost invincible. You have a good eye. Gu Fei's voice was incomparably calm as he struck out with a heaven-shrouding hand, clashing with the sword light from the young demon's hand. One after another, the huge hands were split apart by the sword light before dissipating into the void. In front of the peerless demonic weapon, Gu Fei's attack seemed insignificant. Even though he had become a great emperor, it was still difficult for him to fight against the peerless demonic weapon. Furthermore, Gu Fei still had to suppress his own cultivation. If he completely released his aura, the sixth heaven's heavenly tribulation would immediately descend. This was not an important place for the demons, so the heavenly tribulation could not be wasted. So what if it's the martial ancestors' inheritance? I'll still kill him. The young man was full of demonic nature. When his demonic eyes opened and closed, a strange bloodlight that made people's hearts palpitate shot out. Many demonic patterns appeared on his body. It wasn't you who injured He Tian. You demons really have a deep foundation. Gu Fei hadn't used his saint weapon yet. He wasn't in a hurry to use his trump card. The 8 desolate void steps was too mystical. He was actually able to break through the sword light of the young demons. Swoosh! With just a single step, Gu Fei disappeared into the distance in an instant, disappearing into the surging demonic qi. This had the young devil race being taken aback. The strength of the other party seemed to have exceeded his expectations. However, he had the peerless demonic weapon in his hands. He was not afraid of anyone, so he directly chased after Yi Futian. Gu Fei's 8 desolate void steps was the fastest in the world. With just a few steps, he had already left the young demons far behind. He directly rushed into the depths of the demon's Denver buzz. The void trembled, and the shadow of a huge cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body. He drew a wisp of the mountain and river cauldron's power to protect himself. Even in the demon's den, he had no scruples. Below the demon's den was a nearly boundless demonic domain. 100 years ago, Gu Fei had been here. However, 100 years later, this demonic domain had become even more terrifying. From time to time, one could see a huge figure walking in the demonic aura. Heavy footsteps could be heard. Gu Fei didn't conceal the powerful aura of an almighty emperor. Along the way, he alarmed countless demons. There were also powerful demonic beasts chasing after him. Who is it? How dare you barge into my race's territory? He's simply courting death. I'm going to tear him apart. Powerful divine senses swept across the sky, sweeping towards Gu Fei. Some demons released their divine senses to probe Gu Fei's situation. They could attack Gu Fei at any time. However, Gu Fei's speed was simply too fast. Before the divine senses of the devil race's powerhouses could even reach him, he had already disappeared from the area. See the latest update. Come now. List. Chapter 1631. The 2 demons made their moves. All the novels were fighting for Gu Fei. In the eyes of the demons, Gu Fei had become a hot commodity. Everyone wanted to have a bite. The 2 demons didn't hesitate to fight. The law of the jungle. It was vividly displayed between the demons. In the demons, whose fist was harder? Who was the boss? Whose fist was not hard enough? Then they would be killed by other great demons. Or they would submit to other great demons. Roar! A monstrous demonic aura erupted. A demonic wolf appeared in the demonic aura. That was the patriarch of Heavenly Wolf. He displayed his great divine power. He wanted to swallow Gu Fei in one bite. At the first moment, you old wolf. The other patriarch of Raging Fire was furious. His entire body was emitting a demonic flame. It was so hot that the void was distorting. A human-shaped demonic flame. He pounced forward. Buzz! At this moment, the shadow of an ancient cauldron surged out from Gu Fei's body. A ripple that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from Gu Fei's body. The demonic wolf was sent flying. The endless demonic aura was dispersed. Even the human-shaped demonic flames collapsed and dispersed. The patriarch of Raging Fire also suffered a great impact. He retreated in panic. This is a holy weapon? The patriarch of Heavenly Wolf and the patriarch of Raging Fire were both shocked to the extreme. No wonder this human dared to break into this place. It turned out that he had a holy weapon with him. A human expert who had a holy weapon. It wasn't that easy to suppress. The 2 demons felt that it was extremely troublesome. They wished they could swallow Gu Fei alive, but they didn't dare to go forward. Let's see where else you can run to. At this moment, an angry shout came from behind Gu Fei. The young demons finally caught up. The demonic sword in his hand instantly surged tens of thousands of feet. It charged towards Gu Fei. Shua! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps. He dodged the sword light. He continued to rush towards the demon mountain. He wanted to undergo his tribulation on the devil mountain. He wanted to pull all the devils on the devil mountain to transcend the tribulation together. However, things did not develop as he had expected. He had just approached the demon mountain. On the demon mountain in front of them, then there was a fluctuation of magic power. On the pitch black mountain, demonic patterns appeared one after another. A super demonic formation that enveloped the entire demon mountain was rapidly recovering. A terrifying demonic might appeared between the heaven and earth. Gu Fei was shocked. He had to stop. Rays of demonic light rushed out of the formation. They formed a net of light. It blocked Gu Fei outside the mountain. Sovereign. Both Patriarch Heavenly Wolf and Patriarch Raging Fire were taken aback. They had never expected this. The Lord of the Demon Mountain had actually activated the demonic formation. It protected the entire Demon Mountain. Could it be that the human expert in front of them, could he actually endanger the entire Demon Mountain? The Lord of the Demon Mountain. He was also the Lord of the Demon Cave. He was a supreme existence. He was suppressed in the Demon Mountain. Countless years had passed. He had yet to escape. As for the demons in the Demon Cave, there were also the great ancient demons that were sealed deep underground. Most of the great demons had been suppressed to death. Only a few survived. However, these great demons that had survived, his cultivation base was exceedingly high. They had almost been completely destroyed. They could survive. They were already very lucky. The arrival of Gu Fei, it made the Lord of the Demon Mountain feel danger. This was a great formation that came from the ancient demon path. It had definitely surpassed the saint level. Even if Gu Fei had an extreme path sacred weapon, it was impossible to break it. How dare you? You actually alarmed the sovereign. You deserve to die. The young demons charged over with a peerless sacred weapon in his hand. The saint-level sword light. It tore the void of heaven and earth. It destroyed everything. Even Patriarch Heavenly Wolf and Patriarch Raging Fire dodged it. At this moment, the mighty army of demons charged over. Thousands of demons and demonic beasts charged towards Gu Fei. They couldn't wait to skin Gu Fei alive. One had to know the vast life force on Gu Fei's body. To every great demon, they were all great supplements. To the demons, Gu Fei was simply a peerless divine medicine. He was simply a peerless divine medicine in human form. Swoosh! A great demon made a move. He raised a big net. It enveloped Gu Fei, who had dodged the sword light. This was a demon net. There were demon prints interweaving. The great demon who made a move. He was at least a great emperor. Only a great demon of this level. He could get a share of the pie. As for Patriarch Heavenly Wolf and Patriarch Raging Fire, who had rushed out of the Demon Mountain, their cultivation levels were terrifying. These were two half-sage demons. Umph! Gu Fei sneered. He directly reached out and grabbed the demon net that was enveloping him. Then he separated his hands. He directly tore a big hole in the demon net. Then he rushed out. Bang! Just as Gu Fei rushed out of the demon net, a big hammer. It smashed towards his head. A terrifying demonic might spread out. A peak almighty realm demons made a move. Boom! Gu Fei punched upwards. His right fist released a dazzling divine light. The entire dark world was illuminated. The big hammer was sent flying into the sky by his punch. Then it collapsed. A demon weapon of a peak almighty realm. He actually smashed it with his bare hands. Such combat power. All the experts of the Devil Clan who witnessed this scene were incomparably shocked. The physical body of this demon warrior. It was even stronger than the demon weapon refined by the peak almighty realm. All right, those who should come have come have come. Then let's begin. Gu Fei saw the surrounding demon shadows colliding. He knew it too. It was time. However, he did not sense the aura of the demon path holy weapon that injured He Tian. The demon path rancor that injured He Tian did not appear. But thinking about it, it made sense. Even He Tian was severely injured. The injuries of the great demon that injured He Tian, it was definitely not lighter than He Tian's. At this moment, that great demon was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate. Everyone, let's attack together. No one knew who shouted it. Then, almost all the demons who were qualified to make a move made a move. All sorts of demon weapons soared into the sky. They attacked Gu Fei. The peerlessly terrifying demon path power exploded. Rumble! The entire demon domain shook. The demon path power that exploded from these demon weapons gathered together. It was earth-shattering. Even Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. At this moment, Gu Fei's body emitted an even more powerful aura. Then, There were no signs. An extremely oppressive force suddenly descended. It was as if the entire world had suddenly collapsed. All the demons felt a palpitating wave coming from the void. Then, bolts of lightning seemed to appear directly in the void. Boom! Silver snakes moved randomly. The aura of destruction. It swept across the sky and the earth. The endless demonic aura was dispersed by this destructive force in an instant. Countless demon weapons attacked Gu Fei. They were all submerged in this sea of lightning, with Gu Fei as the center, within a radius of 10 miles. They were all shrouded by lightning, within a radius of 10 miles. It had all turned into a sea of lightning. At this moment, all the demons were dumbfounded. Endless lightning enveloped them in an instant. Many demons were destroyed in body and soul at the first moment. If you want to see the latest update, come, list. Chapter 16:32. As the heavenly tribulation descended, the void within a radius of 10 miles turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. Bolts of lightning with a destructive aura wreaked havoc. Even the void was torn apart by these bolts of lightning. This was a minor heavenly tribulation of a sixth heaven expert. However, even a minor heavenly tribulation was enough to shake the world. At the moment when the heavenly tribulation descended, many powerful demons were instantly killed by the tribulation lightning. In the sea of thunder, many figures fell one after another, and the heavy layers of devil chi were dispersed. At this time, all the experts of the demons were desperately recalling the devil weapons they had shot out, using them to protect themselves and resist the sudden arrival of the heavenly tribulation. What's going on? How can there be a heavenly tribulation? How is this possible? Cries of alarm and shouts rang out everywhere, accompanied by the screams of death. The entire depths of the demon domain was in chaos, and even the demon mountain was affected. Rumble, the demonic formation was operating, and a vast amount of devil chi was triggered. The heavenly tribulation that descended from the sky was all blocked outside the demonic formation. It could actually resist the heavenly tribulation. It's this guy who triggered the heavenly tribulation. In the heavenly tribulation, a ball of devil fire was burning, and countless tribulation lightning were dissipating. The power of the demonic path at the half-saint level was mighty. For a moment, even the power of the heavenly tribulation could not hurt Raging Fire Ancestor. The ancestor of the demons was extremely powerful. If this great demon was in his heyday in ancient times, he would probably be able to kill Gu Fei with one slap. However, even an ancient ferocious demon's cultivation was almost obliterated after being suppressed for countless years, just like the old tortoise. These demons in the East Demon Cave had all grown up in the past 100 years. Raging Fire Ancestor, the Heavenly Wolf Ancestor, and the other demon experts were the first batch of demons to break free. Kill, the young demon, holding a peerless devil weapon, directly broke through the layers of tribulation, lightning, and rushed toward Gu Fei. At this moment, he finally understood why this human took the risk to break into the depths of the demon cave. This guy wanted to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to severely injure the demons. Oof. I've tolerated you for a long time. You're not the only one with a saint weapon. Gu Fei snorted coldly. With a flip of his right hand, an ancient long sword appeared in his hand. It was a simple and unadorned ancient sword. Buzz! Gu Fei shook the long sword in his hand and met the young demon's peerless demon weapon head-on. The long sword in his hand didn't emit any brilliance at all. On the other hand, the peerless demonic weapon in the hands of the young demons burst forth with a dazzling demonic light, turning into a terrifying sword light that slashed through the void, as if it could destroy everything. A wave of saint-class sword energy spread out from the young demon's hands. It's just an ordinary weapon, and you actually used it to block a saint weapon. You really don't know what's good for you. The young demons laughed. He couldn't sense any sword energy coming from the sword in Gu Fei's hand. It was a normal weapon, and a normal one at that. Crack! The long sword in Gu Fei's hand collided with the peerless demon weapon in the hands of the young demons. The smile on the young demon's face instantly froze. The two powerful figures passed by each other in an instant. How is this possible? The young demon seemed to be dumbfounded. There was only half of the demon weapon left in his hand. This was a peerless demon weapon that could compete with a saint weapon refined by a human sage. However, such an indestructible, peerless demon weapon had been cut in half. How was this possible? The young demons couldn't believe what he had just seen. Then, a bloodstain spread out from the middle of the young demon's eyebrows. The young demon's eyes began to lose their luster, and the divine light in their eyes began to dissipate. It turned out that the moment the two of them passed by each other, not only did Gu Fei use the longsword in his hand to cut the peerless demon weapon in the hands of the young demons, but he also injured the young demons. An extremely terrifying, murderous aura penetrated the young demon's eyebrows and destroyed his spirit. The murderous aura filled the air. In just a few breaths, the powerful young demons had fallen. The terrifying demonic aura cut off all the vitality in the young demon's body. There was only one ending for the young demons, and that was death. If you think it's good, please bookmark it on this site so that you can read it in the future. See the earliest updates coming soon. List. Chapter 1633. Gu Fei started a massacre with the purple gold divine sword in his hand. More than a dozen demons died under his sword. Even the young demons who held the peerless demonic weapon was killed by him. This caused the two half-saints of the devil race to be both shocked and furious. After all, the devil race would still suffer heavy losses even if they killed that human expert. Moreover, it was hard to say if they could kill this human expert. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated, and the raging fire ancestor was forced to retreat. This was a killing sword, and it was extremely terrifying. Even an existence like the raging fire ancestor did not dare to let the killing sword get close to him. The raging fire ancestor sensed a peerless killing intent from the purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. This frightened him, and he did not dare to fight against it. Where are you going? Gu Fei used the universal void steps and increased his speed to the limit. With just one step, he was already close to the raging fire ancestor. Then, he waved the divine sword. Roar! The raging fire ancestor roared angrily. He used the half-saint demonic weapon that he had cultivated to block the attack. However, although the half-saint demonic weapon was extremely powerful, it was still vulnerable in front of the purple gold divine sword. The Heaven Luo umbrella, which was filled with demonic flames, was cut in half by the purple gold divine sword. The endless demonic flames dissipated and the half-saint demonic weapon turned into scrap metal. The raging fire ancestor used several half-saint demonic weapons in succession and even used a broken holy weapon. However, this still could not stop Gu Fei. Although the purple gold divine sword had not recovered, it was still invincible. Any demonic weapon that was touched by the divine sword would be destroyed. Even a half-saint could not catch up to Gu Fei's speed, especially when he had successfully broken through the bottleneck of cultivation and stepped into the sixth minor step of the Almighty. The reborn power was so strong that the speed of his universal void steps increased a little. Swoosh! In the void, there were constantly afterimages. Gu Fei forced the raging fire ancestor into a sorry state. The raging fire ancestor was almost cut by the purple gold divine sword several times. Relying on a killing sword is nothing. If you have guts, then don't use this sword and fight me. The raging fire ancestor was extremely aggrieved. The other party did not rely on the killing sword. If he did not have the killing sword, he could kill this hateful guy with one slap. If you don't use the killing sword, I can kill you with one finger. Raging Fire Ancestor continued to provoke him. How could Gu Fei not know what Raging Fire Ancestor was planning? He smiled and then stopped. He really put away the purple gold divine sword. I want to see how you can kill me with a single finger. Gu Fei said disdainfully. He had seen the existence of a semi-sage. How could he be afraid of these semi-sage demons? However, although he said so, Gu Fei did not dare to take it lightly. He knew that these demons had lived for countless years, especially this Raging Fire Ancestor. Such a half-saint was not comparable to an ordinary half-saint. You're courting death. Raging Fire Ancestor couldn't help being overjoyed when he saw Gu Fei really put away the Divine Illness Sword. This guy was really tired of living. He was just a sixth heaven martial artist. Could it be that he was really so heaven-defying that he could challenge a half-step saint? Even though he knew that a warrior with success in cultivation was far stronger than a cultivator at the same level, Raging Fire Ancestor did not believe it. Boy, you're really too stupid and naive. The figure of Raging Fire Ancestor loomed in the demon fire. This kind of demon fire was the natal demon fire that he cultivated. It had great power. Even if a semi-sage was enveloped by the demon fire, he would also die. Thousands of incarnations everywhere. Raging Fire Ancestor shouted. The demon fire on his body soared with a boom sound, sweeping the world in all directions and dispersing the tribulation thunder in the surroundings. A terrifying aura of a devil saint spread out from the devil race's half-step devil saint's body, shocking everyone. Ancestor Raging Fire is making a move. My race's semi-sage is making a move. That guy is still alive. All the devil race experts trapped by the tribulation lightning were pleasantly surprised. As long as they killed the human expert who triggered this tribulation, the tribulation would naturally dissipate. The East Region Demon Cave was a special place. There were demonic patterns laid down by a supreme demon venerable here. It was a demon domain opened up by that supreme demon venerable. In the past, this supreme demon venerable was defeated and then sealed here. He was worn down by the power of suppression day and night, and his cultivation was almost gone. However, a rotten ship still had 3 pounds of nails. This supreme demon venerable did not die and lingered on until the present. Taking advantage of the great changes in the world, when the power of suppression was at its weakest, he broke through the seal. Such a supreme demon venerable was extremely terrifying. However, this supreme demon venerable had not yet been born, and the seal on his body had not been completely unlocked. It was difficult for him to truly break free. At this time, Gu Fei had already started fighting with Raging Fire Ancestor. His fists shook the void, and a large amount of demon fire dissipated under his fists. How is this possible? Raging Fire Ancestor was shocked to the extreme. A warrior at the sixth heaven of Almighty could actually challenge a semi-sage. A warrior who had achieved success in cultivation was really heaven-defying. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided with a human-shaped demon fire. The human-shaped demon fire was shaken away, and Gu Fei himself was also affected. His whole body was instantly swallowed by the demon fire. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and a powerful force that made Raging Fire Ancestor's heart palpitate burst out from his body. It directly shook off the demon fire on his body. Demon Fire Prairie Fire. Raging Fire Ancestor roared and displayed a great technique of the demon path. A terrifying holy power spread out from his body in all directions, and the whole world was shaking. Countless tribulation thunder around him collapsed, and even the extreme demonic shadow fell from the sky. Raging Fire Ancestor was furious, and a pitch-black demon fire rushed out from between his eyebrows. Just a wisp of that kind of demon fire could turn the whole void into a sea of fire. This was the source of the demon fire, and it was released by Raging Fire Ancestor. Boom! The pitch-black demon fire instantly enveloped the world, and screams were constantly heard. Many demons who could not escape in time were burned by the demon fire, and their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Raging Fire, are you crazy? The voice of the heavenly wolf old ancestor sounded out from afar. He was incomparably furious. This raging flames was too excessive and lawless. In order to annihilate this human race expert, he actually didn't hesitate to sweep the nearby devil race experts into the devil flames, causing them to lose their lives in vain. Even Raging Fire Ancestor did not dare to touch this demon fire of the origin. He hurriedly dodged to the distance. At this time, the power of heaven's retribution had begun to weaken, and it was about to pass. Seeing that heaven's retribution was about to dissipate, Gu Fei opened his mouth and sucked in all directions. Thousands of tribulation thunder were swallowed into his stomach, and then he opened his mouth and spat it at Raging Fire Ancestor in front of him. Please share. Chapter 1634. In the battle between Gu Fei and Raging Fire Ancestor, he did not rely on the purple gold divine sword. Instead, he used his own cultivation and strength to fight against this semi-sage demons. Phew! He opened his mouth and sucked in all the lightning around him. Then he opened his mouth and spat it at Raging Fire Ancestor. Countless tribulation thunders and lightning rushed towards Raging Fire Ancestor like a Milky Way. This Raging Fire Ancestor was shocked. This human warrior was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He dared to swallow tribulation thunders. The strength of his martial body was really abnormal. After the tribulation thunders and lightning were swallowed by Gu Fei, all the demons were shocked and angry. They all rushed into the distance. At this time, no one knew how many experts of the demons had died under the tribulation thunders. The experts of the demons who were still alive were stunned when they saw that Gu Fei was swallowing the power of thunder and lightning. It should be known that this was the power of heaven's tribulation. This human was not afraid of the destructive power of heaven and earth. He even used this destructive power to attack his opponent. This kind of method was really scary. Ordinary people would not dare to let the heaven's tribulation get close to them. But this guy not only let the heaven's tribulation attack him, but also used the destructive power of heaven's tribulation. Dazzling lightning and tribulation thunders were blooming, and the destructive aura rushed over. Raging Fire Ancestor's source of demonic fire was shaken, and the black demonic fire instantly dissipated by half. Roar! Raging Fire Ancestor roared. As he waved his hands, black lightning suddenly appeared in the demonic fire, and the black demonic thunder struck forward. Rumble! The tribulation thunders and the demonic thunder collided in an instant. The whole void was shaking, and the strong divine light tore the heaven and earth apart, destroying everything. The terrible destructive aura spread between heaven and earth. After all, the tribulation thunders that Gu Fei spat out were limited, while the demonic power of Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic path of the semi-sage level seemed to be endless. In the end, the power of heaven's tribulation was blown away by the demonic thunder and disappeared completely. Demonic thunder suppresses 6 paths. Raging Fire Ancestor rose into the air. Then, billions of black demonic thunder exploded in the air around him. The entire demonic realm seemed to be turning over. Boundless demonic thunderbolts accompanied by towering demonic flames descended from the sky toward Gu Fei, shrouding the entire space. It was a terrifying sight to behold. This was the power of a half-saint. A single demonic lightning bolt could destroy a mountain. Millions upon millions of demonic lightning bolts blasted towards Gu Fei at the same time, turning the world into chaos. It was as if the demonic lightning bolts really did have the power to stun the 6 paths. Chaos shatters the void. Gu Fei also let out a furious roar. His aura instantly doubled. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched upward with all his might. Streaks of chaos Dao patterns appeared on his fist, and a shocking chaos fist force rushed out from his fist. It was like a chaos dragon soaring into the sky, unstoppable. Boom! Gu Fei's fist force directly broke through the layers of demonic thunder and demonic flames, rushing towards Raging Fire Ancestor behind the demonic thunder. The void was directly annihilated by the chaos fist force. It was as if this punch had punched a huge hole in the heavens and earth. Bam! Raging Fire Ancestor was sent flying. He was extremely shocked. It was hard for him to accept that a warrior at the 6th heaven of Almighty Realm could actually repel him. Sirius, why don't you come to help me at this time? Raging Fire Ancestor roared. This expert of the human clan was too abnormal. He felt danger, as if he was facing a terrifying ancient beast. Roar! The demonic wolf howled. In the distant sky, a demonic wolf the size of a mountain roared at the sky. Then, it directly leaped into the sky and pounced on Gu Fei. A domineering aura swept across the sky and the earth, and a terrifying demonic power spread out. You're courting death. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. His entire body was surrounded by chaotic aura, and his long hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were filled with sharp divine light, and chaotic Tao patterns were faintly visible on his body. One hand to cover the sky. Gu Fei directly displayed this martial arts combat skill. He stretched out his hand, and a large chaos hand immediately rushed out from his hand, emitting a terrifying wave of martial arts power, and grabbed at the demonic wolf that swooped down from the sky. Rumble. On the large chaos hand, Tao patterns appeared faintly. In an instant, it covered the whole world, grabbed the demonic wolf in the hand, and wanted to crush it. This was a scene that made all the demons dumbfounded. A demonic wolf the size of a mountain was actually caught by a large hand. It was too shocking. Serious ancestor. The demons of the demonic wolf lineage were shocked. The demonic wolf that was caught by the large chaos hand was struggling violently and seemed to be at a disadvantage. This was a scene that none of the demons wanted to see. Boom! The demonic wolf that was as big as a mountain exploded in an instant. It was not the real body of the demonic wolf, but a kind of Dharma form of heaven and earth. When the Dharma form exploded, it formed an extremely powerful destructive force. Gu Fei's heaven-covering hand could not withstand this burst of demonic power, and the large chaos hand stopped in the void. A demonic shadow rushed out of the chaotic devil chi, and a beast claw reached down from the sky, grabbing at Gu Fei's head at an extremely fast speed. Bam! Gu Fei punched upward and collided with the beast claw. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the beast claw was shattered by Gu Fei's punch. What a powerful martial body! In the void, the voice of Sirius, ancestor, sounded. A demonic wolf figure appeared high in the sky, looming in the devil chi, and a pair of blood-red eyes swept out from the devil chi. The demonic wolf's right claw was recovering rapidly. At this level of cultivation, physical injuries were not fatal. For the existence of the half-step saint realm, no matter how serious the physical injuries were, they could recover in an instant. Come with me together. Gu Fei stood in the void and glanced coldly at the two half-step saints of the demons in front of him. A powerful aura surged from his body. He wanted to challenge the two half-step saints of the demons at the same time. Old wolf, since he wants to die, let's fulfill his wish. Raging Fire Ancestor said to the demonic wolf. He turned into a human-shaped demonic fire, looming in the void. Very good. The demonic wolf nodded. The combat strength of this human warrior in front of him could be said to be heaven-defying. He must not be allowed to continue to grow. Otherwise, all the demons would be in big trouble. The two half-step saints of the demons moved toward Gu Fei with tacit understanding. Raging Fire Ancestor and Sirius Ancestor exuded a monstrous, murderous aura. The surrounding demons knew that the two ancestors were serious, and they all retreated to the distance, not daring to approach. Kill! Gu Fei did not hesitate. He used the 8 Desolation Void steps, as if he was passing through the cracks in the void. In an instant, he arrived in front of the two half-step saints of the demons, and struck his strongest blow. Chapter 16:35. Yin and Yang converged and turned into primal chaos. The chaotic true power in Gu Fei's body became more profound after he broke through to the 6th heaven of Almighty. At this moment, he was fearless even when facing the two half-sages of the demon race. He charged forward and threw a punch forward. The terrifying chaotic fist energy enveloped the two half-sages of the demon race. Gu Fei was extremely powerful when he punched the two demi-saint demons. This was his first battle after breaking through. He wanted to use this battle to consolidate his cultivation. In the face of Gu Fei's all-out punch, the two demi-saints of the demon race felt a great pressure. It was as if a primordial divine mountain was crashing down on them. The whole world was collapsing. The power of this punch was so powerful that it could shake the world. All the demons watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. When did such a human expert appear in the eastern region? The two demi-saint demons were shocked by Gu Fei's combat strength. However, they were demi-saints after all. Their cultivation was also extremely powerful. Such existences would not be scared off by Gu Fei. Kill. Fight. Celestial Wolf Ancestor and Raging Fire Ancestor attacked almost at the same time. The two demi-saint demons displayed their worldly Dharma form. The devil chi in the whole demon domain immediately gathered toward the two demi-saint demons. Roar! An incomparably huge demonic wolf appeared in the world. This demonic wolf was almost as tall as the sky. One of its claws was even bigger than a mountain. The demonic wolf roared angrily. The nine heavens shook. It displayed a supreme devil might, as if it had recovered to its peak. This worldly Dharma form was too shocking. It gave people an illusion and shocked them to the extreme. Even Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this worldly Dharma form. The demonic wolf opened its mouth and swallowed the world. It rushed toward Gu Fei. If your cultivation and strength were the same as this avatar of heaven and earth, I would turn around and leave. Gu Fei knew that this demon wolf's true cultivation wasn't frightening. It was only the universal Dharma idol that he had displayed that was frightening. However, it was also because of this universal Dharma idol that the demon wolf's battle strength had been greatly increased. Rumble. The space above Gu Fei's head immediately collapsed and was swallowed by the giant wolf. At the same time, Raging Fire Ancestor also displayed the Devil Sky Dharma Laksana. A huge human-shaped demonic fire appeared in the void, as if a supreme fire demon was about to walk out of the void. Boom! The gigantic demonic figure opened its mouth and spewed out pitch-black demonic flames, which burned towards Gu Fei. The void was silently destroyed by the demonic flames. The Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic fire of the origin was too terrifying. Even Gu Fei was unwilling to let this kind of demonic fire touch him. He directly stepped in the void and quickly retreated. Chi into swords. Gu Fei shouted. Chaotic real power surged all over his body. Beams of chaotic divine light rushed out of his body and turned into chaotic divine swords, floating around him. Go! Gu Fei waved his hands. Thousands of chaotic divine swords floating around him immediately pierced forward. The scene of tens of thousands of swords flying together was extremely spectacular. Shocking sword chi appeared between heaven and earth. Beams of chaotic sword light split the layers of demonic fire and slashed towards the gigantic demonic figure. Even Raging Fire Ancestor was shocked. Chaotic Fist. After striking out thousands of chaotic sword light, Gu Fei directly rushed up to the sky and attacked the giant wolf in the sky. His fists seemed to have turned into two chaotic divine suns, blooming with chaotic divine light. Bang! The giant wolf head that was about to devour Gu Fei was directly smashed by his fists. He rushed over and shook the real body of the demonic wolf out of the worldly Dharma form. Without using the 9 secrets of the immortal way, Gu Fei completely relied on his own strength to fight against the demons. With his current strength, he could already compete with the demonic saints. The worldly Dharma form is nothing more than this. Gu Fei's voice spread throughout the devil's den, causing the demons to turn pale. No one dared to refute him because Gu Fei's combat strength was there for all to see. Anyone who was not convinced could attack. However, none of the demons who were watching the battle dared to attack. No one wanted to die, especially in this great era. Only by staying alive could they go further in this great era. If they died now, everything would be gone. Clang! Countless chaotic sword light shattered. The Raging Fire Ancestor was ruthless. He did not hesitate to consume his primordial chi to shatter the chaotic sword light that Gu Fei struck out, and then he attacked Gu Fei. The demonic fire Dharma form was incomparably huge, and the human-shaped demonic fire slapped down on Gu Fei. The terrifying power of the demonic way caused the void to collapse and be annihilated, making it impossible for anything to exist. Bang! Gu Fei stretched out his palm to meet the giant hand that was surrounded by demonic fire, and it collided head-on with the raging fire ancestor's worldly dharma form. Countless demonic patterns rushed out of the demonic hand, interweaving with the demonic saint power, and slashed at Gu Fei. He wanted to withdraw his palm, but he found that there was an extremely strong suction coming from his opponent's hand, sucking his palm in. This guy, Gu Fei, was taken aback. He had already expected that the raging fire ancestor would not be so simple, and he actually attacked him like this. The demonic patterns were interweaving, and the demonic saint power could destroy everything. He suffered a great impact. His entire arm turned black in an instant, and the vitality of his muscles, bones, and flesh was quickly lost. The demonic patterns were actually branded into his arm. This kind of attack was too terrifying. The demonic patterns were branded into his flesh, bones, and flesh. Every demonic pattern was emitting demonic fire, burning his flesh, bones, and flesh. It was extremely painful. Gu Fei's entire arm was shaking, and the divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on his arm. Wisps of black aura seeped out from the pores on his arm, and the demonic patterns were dissipating. The black aura on his arm was quickly dissipating, and the demonic patterns that were branded into Gu Fei's arm were dissipating. The demonic chi and demonic fire were forced out of his arm by Gu Fei. Boom! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's palm was separated from the huge hand of the heavenly demon form. Gu Fei was sent flying hundreds of feet away by a powerful force, and he suffered a small loss. Very good. Gu Fei was furious. This guy was too insidious. He had almost fallen into his trap just now. Kill! In the next moment, Gu Fei turned into an invincible god of war. He raised his combat capability to the limit. With a few steps, he had already reached the side of the heavenly demon form transformed by the raging fire ancestor and punched the right shoulder of the heavenly demon form. Bam! The entire right arm of the heavenly demon form collapsed, and a demonic shadow fell out of the void. Endless demonic fire was being extinguished. The huge heavenly demon form blurred for a moment, and then collapsed in the void. Again, there was a hint of madness in Gu Fei's eyes. He attacked with all his strength, using the 8 directions void steps and displaying the fastest speed in the world. He kept attacking the 2 semi-saints demons. Soon, the 2 semi-saints demons were suppressed by Gu Fei. They kept retreating, and demonic blood dripped from the sky. This is against the natural order. That human actually, seeing this scene, all the fiends were shocked to the extreme. Chapter 1636. Gu Fei's battle prowess was heaven-defying. His primal chaos fist shattered the void and suppressed the 2 demons' half-saints. All the demons who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Kill! Gu Fei's entire body was surrounded by primal chaos chi. His long hair fluttered wildly. His shocking battle intent made even the half-saints' hearts palpitate. His fists forced the 2 demons to retreat continuously. Heavenly Wolf howls at the moon. Old ancestor Heavenly Wolf once again evolved the Heaven and Earth avatar. A huge demon wolf appeared between heaven and earth. It opened its mouth and howled at Gu Fei. Rolling sound waves spread out from the Heavenly Wolf's mouth. The void in front of the demon wolf was directly shattered by this howl. This howl could shatter mountains and rivers. It was terrifying to the extreme. Many demons who were watching the battle from afar fell from the sky the moment the sound-killing technique was cast. They were knocked out by the demonic howl, especially the demons behind Gu Fei. More than a dozen of them instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed by this terrible sound wave. In order to kill Gu Fei, old ancestor Heavenly Wolf attacked without any scruples. He didn't care about the lives of the demons around him. This was the law between demons. As long as one was strong enough, no demons would dare to provoke him. If they were killed by other demons, they could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. The law of the weak being prey to the strong could be fully reflected in the demon race. Buzz! Gu Fei, who bore the brunt of the attack, only felt a tingling pain in his ears. Then, he couldn't hear anything. He temporarily lost his hearing. A trace of blood seeped out from his ears. Roar! Gu Fei roared. The powerful killing power of the sound made him feel like he was hit by a primordial demon mountain. His whole body was sent flying thousands of feet away. Old ancestor Heavenly Wolf displayed his terrible killing technique. The roar shattered the heaven and earth. If it was any other almighty, they wouldn't be able to survive even if they had 100 lives. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary expert. His martial body was so strong that it could compete with a half-sacred weapon. Although he was attacked by the sound killing technique, it was difficult for him to be seriously injured. Rumble. At this moment, Raging Fire Ancestor used his trump card. Thousands of beams of demonic light shot out from his human-shaped demonic fire body. Countless demonic patterns interweaved, and a pitch-black demonic bow appeared in his hand. Raging Fire Patriarch tried his best to pull the bow open. Countless demonic tattoos crazily gathered on the bow, and a demonic arrow completely made of demonic tattoos appeared on the bow. Swoosh! Raging Fire Ancestor let go, and the demonic arrow immediately shot toward Gu Fei, leaving a residual shadow in the void. This was a great path demon arrow, completely formed from interweaving demonic glyphs. Saint-level power emanated from the demon arrow, causing even Gu Fei's expression to change. Two half-sacred demons attacked him at the same time. The situation seemed to be reversed in an instant, and Gu Fei was at a disadvantage. Even in this great era, the existence of a half-sacred realm could absolutely do whatever they wanted in the human realm. As long as the existences in the forbidden areas didn't take action, they were almost invincible. Damn it! Gu Fei knew that if he didn't use his trump card, he would definitely lose. The joint attack of two half-sacred demons was not a joke. It should be known that these were not ordinary half-sacred demons. Old Ancestor Heavenly Wolf and Raging Fire Ancestor had lived for countless years. They were ancient demons. When the two ancient demons attacked, even a half-sacred realm would have to suffer a grievance, let alone Almighty Emperor. The demonic arrow was extremely fast. The demonic light transformed from the demonic arrow shot at the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. A cold aura had already penetrated into Gu Fei's Mudpill Palace. Raging Fire Ancestor wanted to blow up Gu Fei's head with one arrow. Shing! At this moment, a sword cry rang out from within Gu Fei's Mudpill Palace. A small person walked out of the Mudpill Palace. With a flash of his body, he turned into a streak of sword light and shot out from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. Essence Spirit Dao Sword. Without thinking, Gu Fei used the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao. The Essence Spirit turned into a Dao sword that contained an unparalleled power of Dao. This was a supreme secret skill of the Immortal Dao that possessed immense power. The Essence Spirit Dao sword tore through the void and clashed with the demonic arrow. Bam! The demonic arrow exploded instantly. Countless demonic patterns were destroyed. The Essence Spirit Dao sword rushed through and destroyed the demonic arrow. It then continued on its way towards Raging Fire Ancestor. What? Raging Fire Ancestor was taken aback. How could this be? Wasn't this human the successor of the martial ancestor? How did he cultivate the supreme secret skill of the martial ancestor as well? Sure. The Essence Spirit Dao sword arrived in front of Raging Fire Ancestor in an instant. The horrifying sword Qi was neither strong nor weak. The layers of demonic fire were destroyed by the sword light. It was countless times stronger than the demonic arrow. With a flash of the sword light, the demonic bow in Raging Fire Ancestor's hand was split into two. The demonic fire in human form was swept by the sword light and dimmed down instantly. Essence Spirit Dao Sword. Seeing that Raging Fire Ancestor was injured, Heavenly Wolf Ancestor could not help but be shocked. He recognized the secret skill that Gu Fei had displayed. Once the Dao Sword was unleashed, it was almost invincible. Wong. The Dao Sword vibrated, and a figure appeared indistinctly on the sword light. The Dao rhythm of the Great Dao spread out. Raging Fire Ancestor's core was injured by the Dao Sword, and he was scared out of his wits. The primordial spirit, Dao Sword, flew back to Gu Fei and entered his glabella. Boom! At the same time, a shocking aura burst out from Gu Fei's body. His entire aura changed drastically, and the entire void trembled under this pressure. This is... Heavenly Wolf Ancestor and Raging Fire Ancestor were taken aback. They felt extreme danger. Kill! Gu Fei shouted. His voice shook the heavens and the earth. Many demons who were watching the battle from afar were roared down from the sky. The demons' faces changed, and they were horrified. Swish! With just one step, Gu Fei appeared in front of Raging Fire Ancestor in an instant. Wang, the essence spirit Dao sword rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and directly twisted Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic fire real body into two pieces. Then, Gu Fei slapped down and shattered the two pieces of Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic fire real body. The powerful force directly shattered Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic fire real body and vital spirit. What? Everyone was shocked. They never expected such an ending. Raging Fire Ancestor was killed in an instant, and both his body and spirit were destroyed. That was a sage-to-be demons. Everyone was shocked, especially Heavenly Wolf Ancestor. At this time, he decisively fled towards Devil Mountain. The combat strength of this human had skyrocketed by 10 times in an instant. Such combat strength was enough to kill a sage-to-be. Where are you going? Gu Fei stretched out his hand and directly displayed the heaven-covering hand. A huge hand descended from the sky and directly smashed a demon wolf below into a cloud of blood mist. There was no suspense. Gu Fei, who had used the Heaven Ascension secret skill, displayed invincible divine might. Even a sage-to-be was not a match for him, and was killed by the absolute power. Rumble. At this time, the entire Devil Mountain shook. A peerless and powerful demonic aura spread out from Devil Mountain, as if a supreme demon lord was awakening. Chapter 16:37. Gu Fei displayed the secret art of ascension, and his combat strength increased tenfold. With absolute power, he killed the two half-step demons, shocking the other demons. Just as Gu Fei slapped old ancestor Heavenly Wolf to death, the mountain in front of him shook, and a terrifying demonic aura spread out from the mountain. Gu Fei felt his hair standing on end. This was his reaction to danger as a martial artist. Under the cover of the demonic grand formation, there was a power recovering. Could it be that the peerless demon venerable sealed in the Devil Cave is in the mountain? Gu Fei had a feeling of fear. Although he displayed the secret art of ascension and his combat strength increased tenfold, in front of this demonic power, he felt that he was not much stronger than an ant. Let's go. Gu Fei was very decisive. He still knew about the legend of the Eastern Region Devil Cave. In the depths of the earth, there was a peerless demon venerable sealed in the ancient times. In the Devil Cave, only the power of the demon venerable could threaten him. The rumor that the peerless demon venerable had not completely broken free was also confirmed. Otherwise, if the peerless demon venerable had really broken free, he would have jumped out long ago after causing such a huge commotion while fighting the two demon venerables here. Taking advantage of the time limit of the secret art of ascension, Gu Fei directly retreated back the way he came. No one dared to stop him. One should know that he had just killed two half-step demons. Although there were many powerful existences among the demons present, these experts knew their own strength. No matter how strong they could not be stronger than the two half-step demons. Swish! With just a few steps, Gu Fei's figure disappeared completely. Under the state of the Ascension secret technique, he displayed the world's fastest speed. Perhaps in the entire mortal world, besides the sovereigns of the few forbidden lands, no one could catch up to him. Not long after Gu Fei retreated, a demonic shadow appeared on the peak of the Devil Mountain. When the demonic shadow appeared, all the demons in the entire Devil Cave prostrated in fear, kneeling in the direction of the Devil Mountain as if they were worshipping the supreme demon venerable. A supreme demonic aura pervaded the entire Devil Cave. At this time, Gu Fei had already rushed out of the Devil's Den, but he still felt that terrifying demonic aura. Peerless fiendish demon, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He didn't stay any longer and directly left the range of the Devil's Denver. This was an existence that was strong enough to contend with the supreme beings of the mortal world. After this battle, the originally restless demons calmed down again. The demons couldn't ignore the fact that a peerless powerhouse had appeared in the human race. After all, two of their great demons had died in the hands of this human race powerhouse. The two semi-sage demons were the confidants of the demons. Originally, with such strength, the demons would definitely be able to kill their way out of the Devil Cave and fight against the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family. However, at this time, the demons weren't thinking about attacking the two major forces of the eastern region. Instead, they were closely monitoring the movements of the human race. The eastern region Devil Cave was sealed by the supreme demonic marks. Although Gu Fei was fighting against the semi-sage demons in the Devil's Den, the people in the outside world didn't feel anything strange. Gu Fei returned to his inner world. He Tian was still refining the drop of Immortal God liquid. This guy benefited from a disaster. With the help of the Immortal God liquid, his cultivation base might rise to another level. Gu Zhong, who was thrown into the killing array by He Tian to temper himself, also calmed down. He used the power of the killing array to temper himself, using this extreme method to improve his cultivation base and combat strength. After a series of battles, Gu Fei's cultivation base had stabilized at the 6th heavenly layer. I'm still too weak. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain and let out a long sigh. Although he could compete with the semi-sage now, compared to the worldly supremes in the forbidden areas of the human world, he was at best a little stronger than an ant. He wanted to become stronger as soon as possible, but the path of cultivation was difficult to achieve in a short period of time. Strength needed to be accumulated over time. It was not something that could be improved overnight. I wonder how Xiaoqing and the others are doing in the heaven realm. Gu Fei couldn't help but think of Xiaoqing and the others. They should be doing well in the heaven realm. After all, they had the old turtle to take care of them, and the old turtle had the supreme demon weapon Tai Huang seal. In the heaven realm, there weren't many people who dared to provoke the old turtle. How many of my former fellow disciples survived? Gu Fei returned to the human world because he wanted to find those missing fellow disciples. When he returned to the Dragon Valley that day, he didn't see the bodies of the important figures of the Taishan sect. Zhao Zairu and the others were most likely still alive. The Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the ancients, on the top of the mountain, Gu Fei's eyes gradually became fierce. Since he had already made a trip to the Devil's Den, it was time to visit these two families. Gu Fei's thinking was very simple. He would repay kindness with kindness and take revenge with hatred. The hatred of the destruction of the family couldn't be let go just like that. Even if he killed until rivers of blood flowed, he would seek justice. With the breakthrough of his cultivation, Gu Fei no longer needed to hide. This time, he wanted to openly kill his way to the door. So what if they were the forces of the ancients? Could they be stronger than the great demons in the Devil's Den? Swish! Gu Fei's figure directly disappeared from the mountain peak. A few days later, a figure appeared outside the divine city of the Zhao family of the ancients. This was an ancient divine city that floated high in the sky. It was connected to the qi of the earth below and the power of the stars above. The entire divine city showed a great atmosphere. Who are you? How dare you break in here? At the gate of the divine city, there were two soldiers dressed in divine armor guarding. When they saw Gu Fei approaching, one of the middle-aged soldiers immediately took a step forward and shouted at Gu Fei, "Hand over those who attacked the Taishan sect back then." Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these soldiers and directly stated his purpose. Only those who participated in the destruction of the people of the Taishan sect back then would know what happened in the Dragon Valley back then. I don't know what you're talking about. Hurry up and get lost. Don't you know where you are? The soldier was very impatient. At this time, Gu Fei didn't release a powerful aura, so the soldier guarding the city thought that Gu Fei was here to cause trouble. Daring to be so presumptuous in the Zhao family of the ancients, this guy was simply tired of living. Slap! At this time, Gu Fei waved his right hand and directly slapped the soldier in the face, causing blood to flow from the soldier's mouth. The left side of the soldier's face immediately swelled up. Wah! The soldier opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the blood, there were more than a dozen teeth, which shocked and angered the soldier. Clang! Another soldier directly pulled out the divine sword in his hand and pressed towards Gu Fei. Chapter 1638. The place where the Zhao family of the antiquity was located had a grand atmosphere. The divine city of the Zhao family was connected to the qi of the 9 heavens and the power of the earth. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. KNZ. Although such a divine city was not the only one in the world, it was still rare. At this time, outside the divine city of the Zhao family, Gu Fei's slap almost knocked out a soldier's teeth. The soldier fell sideways. You dare to cause trouble here? You're courting death. With a clang, the other soldier unsheathed the long sword at his waist and pressed towards Gu Fei. A murderous aura emanated from the soldier's body. This was not an ordinary soldier, but an immortal soldier who had been on the battlefield. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this immortal soldier to condense such a murderous aura. The soldiers guarding the gate of the Zhao family of the antiquity were also immortal soldiers. Only a force like the Zhao family of the antiquity could do so. Such a force had an incomparably deep foundation. Humph! Gu Fei directly ignored the immortal soldier who was rushing towards him. In front of him, an immortal soldier was not much stronger than an ant. He could kill a large number of them with a single slap. A silhouette flew up from the city gate and then smashed into the city gate. The Zhao clan members in the divine city were instantly shocked, and they immediately shouted out, "How dare you? This is not a place for you to behave atrociously." A loud shout came from the gate, and then a person walked out. It was a middle-aged man who was wearing a divine armor. His murderous aura was more than 10 times stronger than the 2 immortal soldiers guarding the gate. Immortal Emperor? After seeing this middle-aged man, Gu Fei couldn't help but smile. Finally, a decent person appeared, an immortal emperor in the celestial realm. Although it was not rare in the human world, he was still an expert. The middle-aged divine general was followed by a group of immortal soldiers. There were dozens of them, and an astonishing murderous aura rushed towards him. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Hand over the people who attacked the supreme mystery sect. Gu Fei replied calmly as he watched the middle-aged immortal general walking towards him without any nervousness. The middle-aged divine general was astonished to see Gu Fei's calmness. It should be noted that this was the primordial Zhao clan's territory. Was this person a peerless expert? At the thought of this, the middle-aged general's heart trembled. If this person was really strong enough to ignore the Zhao family of the ancients, then the Zhao family of the ancients would be in deep trouble today. What did you say? 100 years ago, there was a Taishan sect in the eastern region, but it has long since disappeared. Do you suspect that it was my Zhao family who destroyed the Taishan sect? The middle-aged immortal general stood still in front of Gu Fei as he stared at Gu Fei and said, 100 years ago, the Taishan sect in the eastern domain was just a small sect in the eyes of the Zhao family of the ancient ancients. How could it compare to the ancient ancients? There was no need for the primordial Zhao clan to attack such a small sect. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. As he spoke, a powerful battle intent emanated from Gu Fei's body, and his eyes sharpened. Did he want to fight against the entire Zhao clan by himself? The middle-aged immortal general felt the battle intent from Gu Fei and couldn't help but change his expression. This person was actually going to attack. This was not a good thing. He had a bad feeling. Was the Zhao family of the ancients really that great? Gu Fei smiled, then directly extended his right hand and pushed forward. Rumble! A gust of wind and thunder sounded. The palm that Gu Fei pushed forward actually shook the entire void in front of him. The powerful force almost made the immortal general breathless. The middle-aged immortal general didn't expect Gu Fei to actually dare to attack. A powerful force came from the front, and then his body was sent flying backward. The dozens of immortal soldiers behind him, without exception, were all sent flying backward, smashing into the city from outside the gate. There was chaos inside the city. Celestial being immortal emperors were still not enough in front of Gu Fei. Soon, the news of someone blocking the entrance of the divine city spread in the Zhao clan. The entire Zhao clan was shaken, and the experts of the clan were infuriated. This fellow was really tired of living. Very soon, a furious roar came from the depths of the divine city. A figure soared into the sky and flew towards the city gate. A powerful chi appeared in the sky above the divine city. It actually alarmed the elders of the clan. Could the person blocking the city gate be a pinnacle almighty? I heard that even the divine wind general suffered a great loss in the hands of that person. The divine wind general was a ninth heaven immortal emperor battle general. Not everyone in the divine city of the Zhao clan was a cultivator, but everyone in the city was a clansman of the Zhao clan. All of them had the surname Zhao. Not everyone in the primordial Zhao clan could become a cultivator. Almighty? At this moment, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged outside the city gate, opened his eyes. A figure appeared in his line of sight. It was a white-haired youth, an old monster. When Gu Fei sensed the powerful chi on the white-haired youth, he knew that this guy was definitely an antique who had lived for countless years. An antique-level existence was difficult to disguise. The marks of time were difficult to erase. An antique who had lived for countless years naturally had indelible marks left behind by time. His eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. "Who are you?" When the white-haired youth saw Gu Fei, he immediately showed a serious expression. His intuition told him that this person was very dangerous. This was an extremely powerful person. Hand over the person who attacked the Taishan sect. Gu Fei just glanced at the white-haired youth and said the same thing. "What are you talking about? The Taishan sect? I've never heard of it." The white-haired youth was stunned. Was this person here for the Taishan sect that he had never heard of? Could it be that someone in the Zhao clan had attacked this sect before? Gu Fei didn't say anything else and directly attacked. "You." The white-haired youth was shocked. This person attacked at the slightest disagreement. Did he really think that he was one of the few great forbidden areas in the world? A shocking force suddenly erupted from the white-haired youth's body. An ancient cauldron rushed out from the white-haired youth's brow and collided with the big hand in front of him. This was a powerful divine weapon, and it emitted a powerful divine might. It pressed forward, causing the void to tremble, and the ancient cauldron's runes were faintly discernible. Gu Fei's big hand slapped the ancient cauldron, and the powerful force directly slapped the ancient cauldron away. Boom! It smashed into the city wall with a loud sound. The dark city wall was not damaged in any way, and there was nothing strange about it. However, the ancient cauldron that had smashed into the city wall was broken into pieces. The white-haired youth opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression immediately became weary. He couldn't believe that his own divine weapon had been smashed into pieces by a single slap. This result was difficult to accept. At this time, many cultivators of the Zhao clan had gathered near the city gate. These people were also shocked when they saw this scene. It should be known that this was an elder of the clan who had attacked. "You are so cruel." The white-haired youth's mouth was still bleeding. He took 9 steps back, and with each step, he spat out a mouthful of blood. In total, he had spat out 9 mouthfuls of blood. "Far less cruel than you." Gu Fei's face was expressionless. Back then, when the Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan of the ancients joined forces to destroy the Taishan sect, their methods were 10 times more cruel than his own. "What do you want?" The white-haired youth's body swayed, and he almost fell. He was a powerful cultivator of the celestial path, and almost half of his cultivation was on the ancient cauldron. The destruction of the ancient cauldron was equivalent to cutting off a small part of his cultivation, which shook his foundation. "Hand over the people, and I will take them away." Gu Fei's words were very simple, and the purpose of his trip was also very simple. He wanted the Zhao clan of the ancients to hand over the people who had attacked the Taishan sect. Gu Fei would not let this go so easily. The Zhao clan of the ancients had to give him an explanation. Gu Fei knew that the people who had attacked the Taishan sect were probably people from the Zhao clan of the Ancients. It should be known that a force like the Zhao clan of the Ancients would not have used their full strength to attack the Taishan sect. Most of the higher-ups of the Zhao clan of the Ancients probably did not know about this, especially the elders of the Zhao clan who had awakened from their deep slumber in the past 100 years. Damn it! The white-haired youth was shocked and angry, but his opponent was too strong. Unless he used the resources of the clan, there was really no one who could suppress this guy. The goddess was not here. Did he really have to use the resources of the clan? The white-haired youth thought about it and finally retreated. If he did not satisfy the guy's conditions, he would probably have to go to war to suppress this guy. The higher-ups of the Zhao clan of the Ancients did not want to use the resources of the clan too early, but they also did not want to surrender to Gu Fei. Thus, Gu Fei sat cross-legged outside the city gate and blocked it. He did not let anyone from the Zhao clan leave the city for 3 days and 3 nights. This kind of thing could not be hidden. Cultivators from other forces began to appear near the Zhao clan city gate. The news that the Zhao clan had been blocked for 3 days and 3 nights quickly spread. The entire eastern region was shocked. Someone had actually dared to provoke the Zhao clan like this. The powers of the Ancients were incomparably strong. In the past 100 years, no one had dared to provoke them. On the morning of the 4th day, a shocking aura came from afar. This was a holy aura that shocked the heavens. Everyone felt a great deal of pressure, and they had an urge to surrender. A slender figure appeared in the distant sky, and a shocking sacred aura emanated from her body. When Gu Fei saw this person, his pupils immediately shrank. The goddess of the Zhao clan had finally appeared. This was definitely a peerless existence. Plus, T. Chapter 1639. The goddess of the Zhao clan finally appeared. She came back from outside and directly approached Gu Fei. A holy might filled the air, shocking the heavens. This was a proud daughter of heaven. She was stunning and had shaken the Eastern Domain in the past century. She was the only one in the Eastern Domain who could compete with Dong Wang of the Dongfang clan. Some people said that the appearance of the goddess of the Zhao clan was exactly the same as the Ren Huang of the Zhao clan who had appeared in the ancient times. Some people even suspected that the goddess of the Zhao clan was the Ren Huang of the ancient times. The holy might of the goddess of the Zhao clan was vast, as if the sound of the great path was resonating. This kind of atmosphere was not something that ordinary people could have. This goddess was extraordinary, and most importantly, this goddess had a divine implement on her. He had killed many people from the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity. Even the cultivators of the Zhao clan who had come with the divine pearl of Nanyang had been killed by Gu Fei on the spot. However, no one could give Gu Fei as much pressure as the goddess of the Zhao clan. Facing this goddess was like facing an ancient emperor. Gu Fei stood up. This goddess of the Zhao clan made him feel a dangerous aura. Get lost. The goddess of the Zhao clan was extremely powerful. The holy might on her body was even stronger. Gu Fei snorted coldly. He no longer restrained his aura. A shocking blood rushed out from the top of his head, making it seem as if there were dragons dancing above his head. The goddess of the Zhao clan felt the seemingly endless blood on Gu Fei's body. She couldn't help but become serious, and her eyes shone with a strange light. Heir of the martial ancestor, the goddess of the Zhao clan said this. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded her expectations. No wonder this person could block the divine city of the Zhao clan for 3 days and 3 nights without anyone being able to drive him away. You are quite knowledgeable, Gu Fei said. He had not even made a move, but she could already see through his inheritance. This made him think even more highly of this goddess. Does the Zhao clan have a grudge against you? The goddess of the Zhao clan did not dare to be negligent. She put away her arrogant attitude. A successful cultivator was not someone that ordinary Ren Huang could compare with. Hand over the person who attacked the supreme profound sect. Gu Fei still said the same thing. The reason he came to the Zhao family of the ancients was because of what had happened in the past. Although the Taishan sect had been destroyed, he was still a disciple of the Taishan sect. Taishan sect. The goddess of the Zhao clan revealed a puzzled expression. However, this expression only flashed across her face for a moment before turning cold. She was an icy beauty. Although she had a peerless appearance, her entire being was cold, giving off a feeling that no one could approach her. At this time, almost everyone in the Zhao family knew the name of the Taishan sect. Someone had come to the Zhao family for the Taishan sect that had suddenly disappeared 100 years ago. Those who had attacked back then were already terrified. If it weren't for Gu Fei blocking the city gates and not allowing anyone to come out, they would have already fled for their lives. Back then, the primordial Zhao family was very powerful. They chose to join forces with the Dongfang family to break through the Dragon Valley and destroy the Supreme Profound sect. This matter had passed for nearly 100 years. Those who had attacked back then had long forgotten about it. It must be known that in their eyes, the Supreme Profound sect was nothing more than a small sect. For a colossus like the Zhao family of the primordial era, destroying a few small sects would be as easy as a sesame seed. However, this time, the Zhao family had miscalculated. They never thought that after 100 years, someone would come to help the Supreme Profound sect. Recently, the Zhao family of the ancients had been hit hard, and even one of their holy weapons had been destroyed. Could it be that all of this was related to this matter? In the Zhao family of the ancients, some people had already thought about what had happened recently. A peerless cultivator had suddenly appeared and specifically attacked the Zhao family of the ancients and the Dongfang family. Having one of their holy weapons destroyed was also a major loss for the Zhao family of the ancients. It must be known that even a superforce like the Zhao family of the ancients only had a few perfect holy weapons. The Renwang divine weapon could not be used. This was the greatest treasure of the Zhao family of the ancients. Hand over those people, and I will turn around and leave. Gu Fei's tone was very firm. What if I don't hand them over? A sneer appeared on the expressionless face of the goddess of the Zhao family. As the goddess of the Zhao family, how could she do whatever others said? Although the cultivators who had succeeded in their cultivation were powerful, the goddess of the Zhao family wanted to fight. In the great world of the human world, cultivators were extinct. It was not easy to meet one, and it would be a pity if she did not fight. A shocking battle intent rushed out from the goddess of the Zhao family. A terrible aura instantly locked onto Gu Fei. You want to fight? Gu Fei's voice was still calm. Since his debut, he had never been afraid of anyone. Even when facing the demon ancestor, it was the same. Even if the goddess of the Zhao family was really an ancient Renwang, she was definitely not comparable to the real demon ancestor. If I lose, I will hand them over to you. If you lose, all the grievances between you and the Zhao family will be written off, and you will become a slave of the Zhao family for 100 years. The goddess of the Zhao family stared at Gu Fei and said such words. A slave for 100 years? When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but frown. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, then get out of my sight. The voice of the goddess of the Zhao family was as cold as her expression, and her eyes were extremely sharp, giving off a feeling of sharpness. Oof. Gu Fei, have never been afraid of anyone. I will make this bet with you. The battle intent on Gu Fei's body also erupted, sweeping through the sky and earth, shocking everyone. At this moment, Gu Fei was like an ancient god of war descending to the human world. Rumble, the powerful pressure of a six-tier power, made the void where Gu Fei was standing tremble. Streams of blood and qi surrounded him, and the martial arts' true power quickly circulated in his body. He is Gu Fei. Some of the strong cultivators in the distance heard Gu Fei's words, and they all looked surprised. The name Gu Fei was not unfamiliar in the eastern region 100 years ago. Could it be that the person from the Taishan sect is back? Some of the strong cultivators of the eastern region also appeared in the distant sky at this time. The news that Gu Fei had blocked the Zhao family of the barons for 3 days and 3 nights had already spread. Someone had actually attacked the Zhao family of the barons. This was definitely a major event that shook the entire eastern region. In the distant sky, many of the strong cultivators who had submitted to the Dongfang family arrived. When these people learned that the person who had blocked the Zhao family of the barons for 3 days and 3 nights was Gu Fei, they were all extremely shocked. This time, not only the Zhao family of the barons, but also the Dongfang family will be in big trouble. Many people knew about the grievances between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family. When the Taishan sect was destroyed, this matter was led by the people of the Dongfang family. Someone immediately left to report to the Dongfang family. Not long ago, Gu Fei had killed the strong cultivator of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan was the city lord of the East Imperial City, a hero of the region, but he had been killed. The Dongfang family had already sent out strong cultivators with holy weapons to kill Gu Fei, but no one had thought that Gu Fei would dare to come to the Zhao family of the barons. Whoosh! At this time, a blazing divine light suddenly rushed out from the body of the goddess of the Zhao family, piercing towards Gu Fei, and a terrifying holy power erupted. This was a kind of pressure that surpassed all living beings, like the ruler of the world looking down at the ants under his feet. The power of the saint level had already surpassed the scope of the world. Even the laws of the world could not suppress the power of the saint level. The goddess of the Zhao family used such power as soon as she attacked. Moreover, this power did not belong to her, but was borrowed from her. The divine light pierced through in an instant. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps and rushed into the sky, dodging the divine light, and then arrived above the head of the goddess of the Zhao family. Boom! He directly stomped down on the head of the goddess of the Zhao family, and a terrifying power came down from under his feet, shattering the void. Divine laws of the Great Path emerged. This was the first step of the 8 steps, 8 kills. Good. In the face of Gu Fei's fierce counterattack, the goddess of the Zhao family secretly applauded. Only at this level was it worthy of her to attack. The combat power of a cultivator should not be underestimated. Bam! The Zhao clan's goddess immediately punched upwards. Countless Dao patterns rushed out from her fist and interweaved into a huge fist that was like a mountain. It emitted endless powerful waves as it met Gu Fei's descending right foot. Boom! The two forces collided in an instant. The destructive force from Gu Fei's right foot was actually blocked. The strength of the Zhao clan's goddess was incomparably powerful. She was actually able to fight head-on against Gu Fei without falling into a disadvantageous position. Such an ending surprised even Gu Fei. Boom, boom, boom. The whole world was shaken by the destructive power that swept in all directions, and in the void, a pitch-black void crack appeared. Chaotic air seeped out from these void cracks. The giant fist that the goddess of the Zhao family formed with intertwining patterns dissipated in the void, and the power of the 8 kill steps that Gu Fei had displayed was cancelled out. Gu Fei was sent flying high into the sky, and the body of the goddess of the Zhao family sank thousands of feet down. At this time, the defensive matrix of the Zhao family's divine city had already been activated, and countless patterns rushed out from all over the divine city, intertwining into a huge matrix that enveloped the entire divine city. Kill! Gu Fei roared, and directly turned into a beam of light, displaying the world's fastest speed. He fiercely swooped down from the sky, and a terrifying murderous aura appeared between heaven and earth, causing the sky and earth to change color. Return to nature, the goddess of the Zhao family shouted, and her hands danced in front of her. Every trajectory was a kind of Tao law. She was displaying a supreme technique, and an unfathomable power spread out from her hands. The whole world seemed to be returning to chaos, and a terrifying power surged towards Gu Fei. This was a terrifying power that seemed to be able to assimilate people with the void. Gu Fei only felt that the blood in his body began to leak out, and then it melted into the void around him. What? This time, Gu Fei was really shocked.